It out. We're right here at the bell again, pushing it to the wire. And there we are. The opening bell is ringing. And welcome to the show. Here we go. We're going to have our eyes on some stocks today, everybody. We're going to be watching some stocks for early buy-ins. We're going to diversify, okay? Just like Sofi did when they cut their student loans from coming in. They diversified. And they've done very well, folks. You cannot complain about $500+ million in revenue, okay? You can't complain. They're doing fine. They're making money, all right? So just sit tight, everybody. Chill out. Don't hit the like button yet. We will watch what they can do this morning to SoFi, see how far they can try to push it down. And I don't think it's going to be much. I think she's going to make a very brief drop for a very slow little amount, and I think she's on her way. This is just the way I feel about it, folks. And I see how many shares are being borrowed. I see how many shares are being naked shorted. And what you need to remember, folks, concentrate on this. Yesterday's low. Remember what yesterday's low was? Anybody? 661. Okay, 661. And where are we now? All right. I already showed you that on the last earnings call, on the second day, they used over 100 million shares to drive the price down like 70 more cents. And that's not happening, folks. Take a look here right now. Look right here. You see that? So those of you that are here on this channel, you know I track history to determine what's going to happen with the future. And Callum, good morning, Mason Callum. Good morning, Sebastian Bedoya Bueno. Here we go again, Mr. Catfish, another day to conquer. That's right, we have another day to conquer. Welcome to both of you and the many that will be here hopefully with me today as we're going to be talking about stock symbol SOFI. I am Catfish Tyler. I am ready for action no matter what. I'm ready to buy if they drive it down. But I'm of a suspicious feeling that that's not going to happen today, folks. Not very much anyway. Yep, that's right. Yep. Oh, I just have a feeling that this will be the way it is, folks. The reason is, again, because of history. Hold on. This is the last earnings call we had here on January the 29th. This is our last earnings call prior to this one. And I've already shown people several things that were interesting, just to give you a little background in history. And those of you that are here with me, Ivy Lee, hello in Clark. Good morning, Kat. Been a rough week. Hope you get the email I sent you. I have not looked. I'm sorry, I did not look at it. I couldn't remember who sent it to me. And I do know the name now, so I know who to look for. Let me see here. I appreciate it. Some changes are going to be made today, folks. One of them is going to be happening what we do at the closing today. So let me just check this mail here right now. And we'll wait till everybody gets here in the tank to talk about all the things there are to talk about today. But one of the things that you need to know is there's a lot of data coming at us here. We got GDP, we got Powell coming on, we got a lot of shake and bake happening here, as always before GDP. It gets pretty volatile. But let me just look down here now, and let me just see something here. Let me look down here for something. This would have been sent to me. If you can help remind me, Mr. Clark, if you can help remind me what day would you have sent that? And second, I guess, is I can just put Clark up here and see if I got that. Right? Yeah. Just give me a second. Let's look for that. Aha. Gotcha. Okay, I'm checking it out, folks. And thank you very much for this very valuable information, is what I would say. Of course, it's not information I'm privy to share with everyone, but this is very good to know. Okay, all right, all right. And I'll diagnose this. I'll dive in a little deeper on this data here. Right now, though, I'm not going to, obviously, for obvious reasons. But yeah, see it there, and we'll check into it more. We'll check into it more. Some of you people heard me talking a little bit here recently. Powell's speech will have huge impact today. Oh yeah, it will. Some people say there was news yesterday on Yahoo about him possibly getting fired, and I can see why. You think Mr. B in the big house wants him to keep standing up there and telling how horrible things are? Reminding everybody every 2 weeks? I think not. I think old basement boy is probably not real happy with old Powell here leading into the upcoming election. And not that I'm all for these Palestinians everywhere, but man, they don't care too much about old Mr. B either, his policies. And those of you that are here, you know how I feel. You know how I feel. Those of you that are here, you know how I feel about war. I hate it. People say, come on here. Hey, what about Palestine and Israel? Which are you for? And no. There's no division here. We're united here. Everyone in this family is united. Everyone around the world united on one cause: peace. Peace and love and happiness for everyone. No killing, no bombs, no tracers, no helicopters, none of that. No tanks. Those poor tanks, the people that are pushed into those tanks are just in death. They're just signing their death warrants right there, folks. If you haven't looked at YouTube and seen what's been going on with these drones and these high impact shells that they're using that just decimate these tanks in seconds, just absolutely, they have no resistance to these things. They just I'm getting annihilated. So I'm sharing this with you because I'm not against the Palestinians. I'm not against the Israelis. I understand they have a division that they've had for millennium. I know that there's got to be a retribution, and if someone dies, there has to be someone else, the tit for the tat, and there has to be a vengeance. They must be avenged. And I understand all that. It goes way back into the biblical times. You can look at it over and over, battles and wars, and it's always existed in the world. And some people might ask, why does God let that happen? And if you're into believing in God at all, some people are on this channel, I know, because I am. And I got news for you. Things that are of evil are not God, of origin of God. They are the absence of God. Okay? When God isn't existing in a person's life or in a group of people's thinking, then bad things are able to be flourished and come to fruition. But if God's there, those things can't happen. All right, folks? So some people say, well, why would God let that happen? Well, God isn't necessarily letting it happen. It's the absence of God. Somebody asked, I believe there's a story that goes way back when, of a student that was in a classroom and the professor was trying to tell everybody that God didn't exist, was fictional, and therefore did not exist. There was no proof of God. And then one of the students got up and said, well, and again, the person had made this comment that why would God let bad things happen? He is speaking the truth, Powell, but this doesn't sound good when you are president. Think he will be forced to speak more positive today? If he does, it will be positive for Sofi. Yeah, I think he's going to push a button today. I think we might see something happen because there was a headline yesterday, could Powell be fired? There was one there, folks. So one of the things I want to profess to you, though, is that I am someone who's here to share love and joyfulness and happiness and peacefulness. There's a lot of people that are out there in the world that aren't into that. They are out there to create havoc. They're out there to create war. And sadly, it's very, very sad that many of the people that are in our government right now are investing in the war stocks. The ones running the show, folks, are investing in war. They're investing in Raytheon, McDonnell Douglas. They're investing in all these defense stocks. They're called, folks, defense stocks. Yep. I think rate cuts needs to be done, but I think it will happen. Will be positive for SoFi. Absolutely. There's no question. Washington Carpio, welcome to the tank. For those of you that have never been here before, my name is Catfish Tyler. I go by that name because I buy at the bottom and I sell at the top every day. And speaking of that, it's almost 9:45, which is usually bottom feeding time. So we're going to go look and see where SoFi is now. Oh my goodness. Up 1%. Who would have ever figured that? Me told you so. We've got ourselves a situation here where they can't hold her down. I'd like to show you the history if you let me, folks. And believe me, I can talk like an Irishman because I've been there many times and I love the country and I love the people of Ireland. Palantir is a military stock. Indeed it is. PLTR. But I got news for you. You called it, yep. Now, we're going to be looking at some other stocks today. One is going to be Pfizer. They're going to be reporting earnings. Yep. Beck Getters Media, you called it. Yeah, I called it. Where's that 9:45 takedown? Well, it could still be in the cards. They might push it up artificially right here now and try and take it down here now, but I don't think so. And there's a reason I think this way, folks. I'm very, very positive about what's happened here in the last 2 days. And what I mean by that, look at that. We're breaking 688 right now, folks. We're breaking over 688. Folks, those of you that are here to this channel, I'm talking about this stock right here, SoFi. But we're going to watch some other stocks today, folks. We're going to look for some pullbacks right here now. And these are the stocks we're looking for them on. Ready? Here's one. JAGX. There is no pullback at this point. It's still doing well. This stock was up 6% last night in after hours. JAGX. The price hit $22.70 in after hours last night. And they're about to go over it again here now. Okay? That's not the only stock we're looking at. Hold on. TCNNF. Let's refresh the page and see where this is right now. Did they take it down? They've got it flat. They've got it flat. This is a marijuana stock. Yesterday, you didn't hear the Fed made a decision to reduce marijuana restrictions all across the United States. And so all the marijuana stocks went up big yesterday, 30% or so. This is one we're going to be watching closely. TCNNF. Okay, here's another stock we're going to watch. We're looking for a rundown, and there's the pullback. Folks, this stock was up 58% yesterday, and there's your 945 pull. Oh, man. Wait a minute, folks. Hold on here. Yep, this stock was up 58% yesterday, and I told you we're going to buy this on the shakeout, down 16%. Folks, this might be a good spot right here, folks. I'm going to go ahead here. I'm going to go ahead in here. I'm going to take a chance on this one right here. I already had it loaded in. I've got all these already loaded in, ready to place my orders. I'm going to do a market share buy right here, and I'm going to buy 500 shares right here. Review order and place it. Come on, baby. We're doing 500 shares here. Hold on. Check that. Got it. All right. Place it. Dadgummit. I'd like to get 113 if I could, but I'm going to fill here in a second. And remember, we got to look at the time that Yahoo's showing. We saw them delaying yesterday, 15 minutes. 15-minute delay was going on that one stock that we were selling yesterday. That was on TCNNF. TCNNF. And I just filled at 123. 123. I am in on GMM. GMM 123. 500 shares. And OMC today. Remember all those fake bulls, catfish. Yep, let's go. Recovery on the way. That's right. That's right. I'm buying GMM, folks. This stock was up 58% yesterday, and I told you at 9:45 we're going to look for a pullback and start buying this, okay? That's what we're doing here, folks. Those of you that don't know, we don't have to just make money on Sofi, folks. There it goes. All right, I'm going in again, and I'm going to buy another 500 here right now. Some of the investors in the tank folded like origami. Yep. Let me get another group here. I'm looking for a double bottom here. I'm looking for them. I see that bottom. See, I already see this bottom here. That's one. This could be the double bottom right here. And I'm going in. Market share buy here. Market share only. In there, right there. And I decided to lighten up a little bit this time. I'm not going to buy another 500. I'm doing 200, which I just filled at 124 now. 1.4, 200. All right. And again, folks, I'm not wanting you to tell me I bought 10,000 shares because you said it was at the bottom, catfish. Don't tell me that. Okay. But this thing was up 58% yesterday, and I told you we were going to buy it at 9:45, and that's what time it is right now. Almost wish I would have bought it even earlier right there. You can see where they ran it down right away. I wasn't watching it. But let's look at this one too, folks, to get it here in on this one. Okay? Let's get in on this one, maybe. YOLO. Yesterday it was up major, made a nice move. There's the pullback. There it is right there, folks. Okay, I'm in on this one here. I'll pick up 50 of this. YOLO, 50. And again, folks, I already had these already loaded in here. The symbols ready to buy these. $4.38, folks. And these are, I'm just going to be nibbling here. I'm only going to go a very small share of buys here. We're going to be doing 50 at a time, folks. All right, nothing huge. There's not a lot of volume. You can already see it's hardly moving. All right, there we go. Now let me see what that filled at. See what that filled at. There's my number right there, 435.61 that you see on the screen. 435.61. Cool. 50 shares. Filled. Okay. Now we're going to jump over here. Oh my God, everyone. What do you think is happening here? What do you think is happening with Sofi? Holy smokes. I called this yesterday, folks. I called it this morning too. Ding dong, the shorts went long. This is our new Sofi song. Ding dong, the shorts went long today. Ding dong, the shorts went long. Found out we're all King Kong strong. Ding dong, the shorts went long today. Sofi, it grows and grows and grows, and this is what we know, yo ho, and this is why we sing and we ring the bell, yeah. Ding dong, the shorts went long. This is our new Sofi song. Ding dong, the shorts went long today. There you go, catfish. We nailed it, folks. Buy this morning, 9:45. Everybody sees that Sofi has come alive. No one can conceive it. No one can believe it. Here we're breaking 7. It's like heaven, like manna from heaven, folks. Yes, indeed. I told you we were going to go back above. Everybody sharing in the Sofi love. Everybody wants a piece of Sofi pie. Oh, yeah. And they're here with catfish tie. We're having ourselves a damn good time. Everybody listen to the catfish rhyme. You can see the run. You can feel the fun. You can see the energy, the synergy. Everybody got a little bit of Sofi in them, infected with Sofi. Yeah. Powell might be on dovish side with elections coming up. This is correct. I've already mentioned this. Tyler on a roll, we got soul, everybody, we're in control. We got it on, going on. You can feel it going beyond. Here we go, breaking 7 right now. Get ready to ring the bell. Boom, there it is. 7 falls, down she goes, or up she goes, everybody. Woo, eruption. Who's buying? Who's buying? I've been telling you, all the institutions have been buying, folks. That's who's buying. That's who's buying today. All the institutions. And by the way, you should be buying these other stocks too, besides just SoFi. Check these out. Get them right here. This one was up, JAGX. Folks, they took it down right there. Boom, they just hit it again. They attacked it. It's down to 2180 right there. That's your triple bottom, 1 bottom, 2 bottoms, triple bottom right there, folks. This is where you want to pick up some JAGX. And come in with me, please. Welcome to the tank. I'm buying it here. I'm buying it here. JAGX. I'm going in. Got a lot of money I've made off SoFi lately. 0.21. I'm in on this one, folks. This is another one I told you we'd be buying at this time in the morning. It's time now, I believe. And I'm going to go in here at 2188 limit. 2188 limit. And see what I get. 2188. And there it is. How do you like that, folks? Bam, someone took my offer at 2188. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And folks, this is so cheap, it's easy to buy. Freaking 1,000 shares, folks. 1,000 shares. It's cheap. Cheap, cheap, cheap. It's easy, folks. I mean, think about it. You can just pick up 1,000 shares like that for nothing. 2166. I'll go there. I'm going in again on it. 1,000 shares. Let's see if we can get that 2166. I'm going to put that in. 2166. Here we go. You guys just hang with me here, folks. Come on, baby. Give me that 66 order right there. There you go. Hey, folks, I just got the filling here at 2161. 1,000 shares. Now, folks, we're buying just 1,000 shares at a time, okay? Remember that, all right? It's not that much, okay? You're talking about $210 a buy here, folks, basically. It's not much. And I'm not diving in. I got 200 grand to put into this stock market. I'm not buying but little tiny amounts here. The bearded Bassett. What's up, pups? In your soul. SoFi looks nice, but I don't buy, but high, okay? Came in late. What about Poet? Okay. Yeah, we ought to keep an eye on Poet as well. You're right. And look at Pfizer, folks. Pfizer must have had good estimates this morning. Must have had a good earnings report. Very nice. They're going to carry the market, folks. Let's look at Poet. P-O-E-T. Someone asked about Pfizer yesterday, and my friend Double K said, yes, I like it a lot. Oh, look at this. P-O-E-T, folks. Oh, yeah, she's at the bottom, too. See, now I'll come in on this. Thank you. Thank you. P-O-E-T. Let's buy this, folks. Let's buy some of this too. I've already got this in my portfolio from past experience. Let's get it, folks. All right, I'm in here. I'll start with 100 shares on this one. Right here. Give me 100, please. I'll take it. Wrap it up. I'll take it. 100 shares right there. Boom. And I got it at 2. Folks, ladies and gentlemen, just so you know where I'm picking these orders up. Right now, I'm buying, and I just picked up that order that you see on your screen. 23150. That's me. 100 shares. And I want to thank you for being here with me. Those of you that are on this channel, you're listening to Catfish Tyler. I've been trading for about 25 years, since I was fortunate enough to get on the Wheel of Fortune way back when. And I did that in the year 2000. You can see it on if you go to Google and search Wheel of Fortune, put Tyler, Amy, and Joy, and you'll see one of the first videos by Daily Motion that was posted about that show. And you'll get to see it. If you're not interested in watching the whole show, you can just watch a minute of it on a little video on YouTube that I put up myself, or just put in Wheel of Fortune, Tyler, Amy, Joy on YouTube. You'll see me, what I did on the Wheel of Fortune. And ever since then, I've been fortunate enough to learn from my buying experiences, and I'm buying right now this stock at the morning, POET, down 17%, and I just bought it, and I'm going to buy it again right now. I just bought 100 at 231, and now I'm buying at 226. All right, so let me just get this order put in here. Give me a minute. Okay. Yeah, I like this a lot here. And it's the perfect time, folks. It's 9:50 in the morning. And I'm going to pick up some of this Poet. I've already picked up, we're looking at some other stocks this morning that we want to buy on the lows, okay? So here is the stocks that we're looking to pick up on these lows. And this is one of them right here. And I just got some of that right there at 2166, 2161, 2168, 2168. And yeah, I got $600 worth of this stock, and I think it's at the bottom, and that's why I bought it. Okay, so another one that we're looking at here is going to be this stock right over here, TCNNF. Okay, it's perfect time right now. There's your bottom right there. This stock was up 35% yesterday, so they're shaking out the tree. I'm buying right there. And look at that huge candlestick to knock it down right there. Look at that massive volume. Shook out the tree big time. Now, folks, don't get me wrong. This could easily do a double bottom here. They could try to head fake people out. So you're coming in here very light, 20 shares or 10 shares, okay? You're buying very light here because this could be a head fake just like that one was, okay? All right, just so you're aware. This right here was a head fake. That's your first head fake right there. Here's your second one. And look at those big drop candlesticks dropping the price. So, but this is where I'm coming in on this double bottom. I don't know whether it'll see a triple bottom or not, but I'm coming in right here first right now, all right? On the double bottom. If it gets a triple, I'll be ready for it. But I'm only buying 100 shares here. Don't get me wrong. All right, I'm just buying 100. There we go. Now, folks, I'm usually talking about Sofi, but today I'm here to tell you to be picking up these stocks as low as you can here on these rundowns. And this is one of them, TCNNF. TCNNF. You guys know what I sold this for yesterday, don't you? You guys remember what I sold TCNNF for yesterday? $13.45. Boom. I mean, look at this. Here's my sales on TCNNF yesterday. TCNMF, Look at that. Sold 1435, 1408. Nice. This was on TCNNF, and look where it is now, folks. It turns out that every sell I had yesterday was above, except the first one. Okay, the first sale I had was at 1288. I was up 35% right there, and I sold at 1288. Then it went up, and it went up, and it went up, and I just kept selling. And folks, now look where she is. Only one of these. I've only lost. It's dropped below this one, and this one. That's nice. Very nice. You guys are here on this channel with me because I sell at the highs and I buy at the lows, and I do it every day. And I like this stock right now. I like it a lot, very much. TCNNF at this price, I'm going to get some more right here. That's a double bottom. So I am buying this right here. And I put my order in right now. Just give me a second, please. Yep, this looks like a very attractive number to get some. And I just filled 1325. Thank you very much. And I appreciate whoever it was that sold me those shares. And I'm going to put another order in now. And these are very little orders, folks, here I'm just doing small orders, $50 here, 50 shares, I mean. 50 shares is all I'm buying. There's my order filled right there, 1325. All right. Well, I mean, I say small orders. They're small orders for me. For you, that might be a considerable amount. But I like to order in about $500 at a time or $200 at a time, somewhere in that range. No more. But look at that. There she goes, folks. TCNNF. They took it down. Just bought it at $13.25. And I'm going to get another 25 shares here and just help it go up. So I'm going to put another 25 share order in here. Review order. Check that. And we're in. We're going to try and get it as it keeps on climbing, folks. Keeps on climbing. And I want to thank you all for being here with me on this channel. We're also obviously looking at Sofi this morning, and here it is, looking very good, just like I expected. And I told you they weren't going to repeat what they did the last time, everyone. I told you they couldn't do it. I told you they didn't have the strength. Now let me back up here. Rusty Prater, thank you for that donation, my friend. Mike Delaney, I just logged on. Which should I buy? Powell might be on Dovich's side. Yep. Tyler on a roll. Hopefully, yep. I set my sell limit to $25. Good. Very good, JC74. Jaffa 22. Nice. Donate premature. Boom. Yes. Yep. I got at 670. Way to go, Back Getters Media. Nice. Crypto Fire above 7. Back in trend line. Yes. Neo's blasting off. Thank you for letting me know, Daniel Davis. Neo's blasting off. You guys might want to look at Neo. Okay? They really don't like retail owning a large portion of this stock. They sure don't. Yep. Better Getters Media going in. Came in late. What about Poet? Yes. What did we do? Did we get it at the bottom? Look at Sofi bouncing here. Good place to buy Sofi. Yeah, Poet at the bottom. We got it. We got it. We bought it at the bottom. Beautiful. I love that. I love that a lot. Bought it at $2.20 a share, folks. Got 100 there at $2.20. And $2.29, I got 100. And we'll see what it does here. It's not got a lot of volume, that's for sure. But I thought it was a great place to buy it because I've seen how quickly this thing can go up. Let's just get another bundle here. Let's pick up another 100 right now. See if we can get a good steal on this. 232 here. Hold on a second. And those of you that are here with me on this channel, we are watching stock symbol SoFi, but we've also been buying these at the low. And right now, there you go. There is your definable triple bottom. 1, 2, 3. Like I said, they could do an ultimate head fake over and over on this until they've just washed it out completely. But 3 is usually the limit. So I'll go in here. I'll go in here right here. That's the third bottom, folks. We're going in on JAGX. And we're going to buy some of it. We're buying it now at 21. Just got it at 2103. I mean, 2103.2103. And folks, 1,000 shares only going to cost you $200. Only going to cost you $200. Now, don't get me wrong, folks. They could try to take this thing right on down to even 13 cents. So what I'm going to do here, just in case they really, really drop the bomb on it, I'm going to put in an order now at 19, and then I'm going to put one at 17 and one at 14. Okay, so that's what I'm doing. 19, 17, 14, because I want to make sure I get the bottom, whatever it is. So that's where I'm putting in my next orders here. And then I'll be done putting orders in on this one for a while. But we expect these pullbacks at this time of day, folks. Every one of them. Let's look at this one now. It's TCNNF. Look at that. There's your double bottom this morning on it. 2 bottoms right there at 13, 17, folks. I think that's a good spot right there. I like it a lot. See if you can even get 13.13. Put an order in at 13.13 is my suggestion only. Folks, I am not a financial advisor, but this stock is going to go back up over $20 after they wash it out this morning. This is new federal law laxing up the regulations on marijuana and lowering the classification as a dangerous drug. The federal government made the move. They're washing it out. Get in here and get you some of this, okay? Buy 10 shares, okay, if you can. And if I'm wrong, folks, you're not buying hundreds of shares. You're just buying 10. Always wade in, people. Wade in at it. Then as it starts to rise, get a little more. It comes in, get a little more. That way you keep your head above water. Don't let yourself dive in and then have them knock the price down $1 more and then you're flooded out of all your money. Keep your cash on the side. You must always have at least 30% of your portfolio in cash for days like this when they run it down, and you can come in with cash in little amounts and minimize your risk, people. So I'm telling you, I think this is a good buy at 13.10, which I just filled at. Thank you very much. I actually put an order in at 13.13 that filled at 13.10. Beautiful. And folks, I'm only buying 50 shares at a time here, folks. All right. Oh, look at them try and take it on down 10%. And folks, here's another thing. If they trigger 10% stop losses, the price will go to $12.88. If they can trigger the 10% stop loss, the price will drop to $12.88. But if they do not trigger this 10% stop loss here, chances are she'll bounce nicely off of this 13 and go right on up. So I'm buying more here. I'll go more here. I'm going to put my order in right now. First of all, at $12.89. Here we go. Review order on TCNNF and place it. Yep, I got it. Check mark, check mark. Got that. I'm in. Now I'm in. $12.89, folks. Oh, look at that. We're holy cow, we're a penny away from it. $12.89. I just put my order in, folks. And it hit $12.90. Here we go. And then I want to try for 1288 as well. We're just doing 50 shares at a time here, folks. All right. Review order and place it. She's gone. She's likely gone. So I've got orders right now on TCNN at 1289. 50 shares there. And 50 at 1288. And it's already turned around and going north. Oh, well. At least we were able to buy there at 13. I picked up some at 1310 and 13. I've got it at 1325. Couple there. And I'm not doing too heavy on it, folks. I'm just watching this one carefully. TCNNF. Let's go see how our other picks are doing. GMM. Oh, we did good, folks. See that? Bought at 123 and 124 this morning. And at 9:45, we bought this at 123 and 124. So congratulations, anybody that came in on that. Nice. And now she's continuing to climb. She's building a nice little shoulder right there. All right. You're here with Catfish. You're buying at the bottom, people. Here's the next one. Oh, see that? This is another one that I told you. YOLO. And look at that. 435. It's at 436 now. And I'm going to buy some more of this right here. Very, very low volume, folks. Very, very low volume. Okay. This is another cannabis stock. All right. This is another cannabis stock. Shaking out the tree each day. They're going to do it every day. Next one we're looking at here, folks, is WISA. 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 And man, look at them chiseling that thing down. What's the name of the stock? Sofi. Stock symbol SOFI. It's the one we're primarily on here. Sofi. This is the one we're going to make a ton of money on. All right. The reason why is because of this chart right here. It indicates it all, folks. This is the 2-year chart, and it shows you everything you need to see. This is why we own this stock. Because every time they try to drive it down to my trend line, the dang thing just resoundingly responds. It's doing it again right now. It's going to go right back up over, just like every single time that they've tried to push it down below it. Every time they've tried to push it down, this thing has been resilient and risen. All right? And they're trying it again in there, and it's failed. Tried it again there, and it's failed. They tried it there, failed. Tried it there, failed. Tried it here, failed. Try it here, fail. It's just going right back up. Look at that. Boom. Adios, amigos. Buena suerte. Muchas gracias por todos los shorters aquí hoy. Que pienso el periodista. I forget the word for dropping in Spanish. But anyway, folks, just stick with me here. We're buying Sofi on the low every day, and we're selling it on the high every day, and we're making a lot of money doing it. Now, that being said, you can see that today's high they're showing here. If you look at this, the day's range, they're showing here is 704. 704. I do not have a sell order at 704 on my sheet. I don't sell there. I don't sell there. So I did not catch the high today. So I didn't sell. My order to sell is at 708. And I didn't get there this morning. But I have it there in place. And I was going to catch the pullback. And I came close. And by the way, folks, I want to show you what happened on our last earnings call. Okay? This is the previous earnings call of January the 29th. Okay? This is the previous earnings call. And before I do, this is me, Catfish Tyler. And I'd like to ask you to please, the time is 2:15 right now. And I happen to like the number 8 a lot. It's my favorite number. So I'd like to ask you to do me a favor at 2:15 and 48 seconds. Do me a favor and let's hit the like button together. And I don't want you to pound it or smash it or bash it or crunch it or crush it or anything like that. Just reach out with your pinky and push it gently, okay? Because I want your like button to last and last a long, long time. So hold on here. And we're going to count down to hitting the like button together. And we're going to do it at 2:15 and 48 seconds. So in 7 seconds, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Please hit the like button right there. There it is. And I didn't even have the camera on it. Sorry about that. Get the silly thing is all zoomed in on the screen. I don't know why. But at any rate, we got to change this. Hold on. Hold on. We'll change this. There we go. Sofi's looking good here, folks. She's looking so strong. She's looking so strong here. So dominant. Look at the volume already. 15 million shares traded in 45 minutes. They used to trade that many in a whole day, everybody. Let's go over and see how many institutions came in yesterday. How about that? Anybody want to check that out with me? I do. Sofi institutions. There we go. Let's see where we're at now. Who's buying? See, this is one of the things that I have on the headline. Who's buying in big time? You see that? If you see that thumbnail, it says, who's buying in big time? And I'm going to show you right now, everybody. There are 798 institutions. And as of late, folks, they have been increasing institutional shareholdership. And here's the obvious proof of it. Now, I want you to understand something, folks. Here's what I think happened to start out years back in 2021. They heard the news about student loans that were going to be, and they started buying up shares. Institutions were buying up these shares right here only to sell them. Each time they accumulated more and more shares, these institutions were influencing the price by selling those shares to one another, okay? And it really got to a peak here, right about here, and you can see where the price sort of bottomed out right here. So some of them then started getting out. Then it started to fall again because as it started rising, they started buying it up, and then they bailed on it again. And right here, you can see something very interesting that I want to point out to you. Straight block for 3 months, straight across for 3 months, a little variable, straight across for 3, straight across for 3, small variable, straight across for 3. But now look here. Here's where the change begins. This is very, very good, people. This is month after month after month after month after month after month after month. And this last month, look at the spike in institutions coming in. They know, people. These people know. Kathy Wood knows. BlackRock knows. Vanguard knows. All these banks that I showed you yesterday, Goldman Sachs, Bank of America, every one of them, Oppenheimer, all buying into shares that they've downgraded the stock. All the banks. Morgan Stanley owns a ton of shares of this stock right now, folks. I'll show you right now. Here's a bookmark on Morgan Stanley's shareholdings. Look at this. They've downgraded us twice in the last year, and they're sitting on 107 million dollars worth of the stock. Ownership of SoFi, right there it is. Boom. This company who keeps bailing out the shorters, coming out with timely downgrades when they have no shares left to borrow. And I've shown you people that before. Yeah, it's interesting to find out these things, isn't it? To be told these things. I'd love to go see how many shares they've got right now to borrow, just for kick's sake. Let's go see how many shares the shorts have to borrow right now. SoFi. Here we go. SoFi. We're going to check it out right now. How many shares are available to borrow? And we're going to go down here and hit short interest. And we're going to go right here now. and look and see how many shares they've got to borrow today. How many are left? 3,800,000. Oh my goodness. No wonder the price has gone up. They had 2 million 2 hours ago. They returned 2 million, and now they borrowed another 200,000. Okay. As of 43 minutes ago, they had 4 million, and then they returned. Now 11 minutes, they have 3.8 million. So they borrowed some more. That's not helping them with the price, unfortunately. Sofi, unfortunately, is green as can be, folks. It looks good. Let's get back over here. Now, this is not updated, folks. This was as of 9:31 this morning, so don't be worried. Didn't do that. But, folks, I want to get over here again on this short interest, and I want to check out something else. Short interest fails to deliver. And lately, folks, they've been failing big time to deliver shares they're borrowing, to the tune of $7 million worth, $39 million worth. Down here again, another $39 million that they didn't return the shares. On these days, folks, they're very coincidental days. You look at these days when they failed to return the shares, and coincidentally on that day, January 23rd, you'll see the price hit. They ran it down as low as they could get it the next 2 days, from 792 to 762. But when they ran out of these 40 million, when they ran out of them over the next 2 days, driving it down, look at the price the next day. It's at 916 the very next day, after they've whittled through all of these $40 million worth. See that? I'll show you something else. Over here, if you look at this one, they failed to return over here 39 million shares on March the 11th. And go over to historical data on Sofi and see what happened on March the 11th. By the way, that's the 6-month chart. That thing looks gorgeous, folks. And now you know why the price is up 2% right here today. See that jumping? Beautiful. Beautiful. It's riding right up like it should, folks. It's right on course. But what I want to do here is I want to show you historical data, because coincidentally, I'm going to show you that on March the 11th, when they failed to return 40 million shares, that they used these 40 million again for the next 5 days. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And on the 5th day, folks, March the 19th, look what they did to get it down to the lowest they could the next day. They naked shorted another $7 million worth of the stock on the 19th. And coincidentally, if you look over here, here's the date. We're going to go back to March the 19th. Look where the price was, and then look where they drove it down to. That was it. The low, 682, folks, on March the 19th. That's how they got it to that number, by borrowing and naked shorting the stock. Okay? And here's the proof of it. They started in on March the 11th. The price was 771. They naked shorted $40 million worth, and they ran the price down and down and down and down. And then to get it down to this, they had to naked short another $7 million worth. And now this creates a problem. This creates a problem for them. Because now, look at how many shares they've got to borrow on these days now. Take a look. Hang on. Right over here, I'm showing everybody here, Sofi, number of shares available to borrow. And look at this, folks. This looks nothing like the past year and a half. Look how solid this was. This here happens to be the date that the shorts called out 3 downgrades from 3, because the price had gone from over here at $4.45 a share, and they were borrowing shares like crazy to stop it, and it went from $4.45 to $10.23 a share, and they ran completely out of shares that day to borrow. Completely out almost. They had only this many left. Out of 10 million, they only had 350,000 shares left on the 14th of June. And mysteriously, what happened the next day? Boom. mysteriously on the very next day, June the 15th, you can see it right up there, people. Look at that. June the 15th, SoFi Technologies downgraded by 3 firms. What do you know? Shorts have seen the price go from $4.45 a share all the way up to $10.23 a share. And what did they do then? They called out these guys to bail them out on this date, June the 15th, folks. This is the day that they ran out of shares, June the 14th, right there, when they were down to 350,000 shares left on June the 14th, people. On that day, right there, with that many shares left, and the price having gone from 445 to 1023, they were desperate, folks. They had to have the help. They had to call out the hounds. They had to call out the downgraders. They had to lie to the public. You know, I'm saying lie to the public. What do you mean they're lying to the public, Catfish? Well, these they called here, they called them downgrades. You see the word over here? This is the key word that they're using, downgrades. Funny how there were just 3 downgrades for SoFi, but they put 5 big analysts cuts. Now, by the way, this 5 analyst cuts has nothing to do with SoFi. They're adding 2 more that downgraded other stocks, but they put 5 to make it look more dramatic, people. There were only 3 quote-unquote downgrades. And I mention this to you because if you look at the downgrades, quote-unquote, Piper Sandler, that says right here, and I will show you, Piper Sandler adjusted its rating to neutral from overweight with a price target of $8 from $6.50. Folks, that is an upgrade. That is a raising your target price. That's called an upgrade, everybody. But they don't want you to know that. And then look down here at Bank of America. Meanwhile, Bank of America, look at this. Meanwhile, Bank of America Securities downgraded, that's the word, the company, a price target of 10 from 950. See, again, that, folks, is an upgrade. See, they should be using this word, but they wanted to scare everybody. And then over here, the last one, Oppenheimer, also downgraded, but they didn't bother to show that their price target was $5 that they raised to $7.50. It was so bad how high they raised theirs, they just omitted it. Everybody, they just omitted it. So now you see the dirty little games they'll play and call these downgrades when all of them were upgrades, everybody. And I'm here to expose this deviousness. I'm here to prove to you that there is no mere coincidence of that story coming out on June the 15th, right there. There is none. And you might be interested in knowing that if you go back and now and look at Oppenheimer, they just raised their target prices on SoFi. Raised them. Oppenheimer just raised them. Okay? And then, interestingly enough, the next big break that came for the shorts was when they ran out of shares to borrow over here on December 23rd. And suddenly the price went from the $7 all the way to $10.49. They had no shares left to borrow at all, completely gone. They're gone. There's none, 0. But what happened? January the 3rd, who comes out with the downgrade on SoFi? I'll show you. January 3rd, what a coincidence. KBW Bank downgrades SoFi. There we go. And there we go. What a coincidence, again, folks, that when these guys are completely out of shares on January 3rd, they come out with this downgrade, KBW. What timing. Perfect. Perfectly timed. Yep. They downgraded 3 months ago. Here it is. I'll click on it from Seeking Alpha, and there's the date, January the 3rd, right there. SoFi stock slides after downgrades to underperform by KBW. Huh. You want to know something else interesting? I'll show you something here. I'd hope you like what I'm showing you, folks. I'll show you something else interesting. SoFi institutions. Now, The reason I'm showing you this right now because, folks, KBW, KBW happens to be a bank, and I'm going to show you the title of them here. KBW downgrades SoFi. I'm going to put it back in again. KBW downgrades. See this? KBW Bank, I want you to see, is actually a bank called Invesco. Invesco. And come over here to SoFi Institutional Owners, and you click on Institutional Owners of SoFi, and by God, you come down here, Control F on the screen, and type in Invesco, I-N, God, dog it, my typing is terrible, INVESCO Limited, and God dang it, look at that. Here's another company that owns tons of shares of SoFi. Look at that, 772,000 shares they own, downgrading the stock on January the 30th, when again, they had no shares left. See, this is what you need to know. All these people who keep throwing downgrades at us, like Morgan Stanley, and then increasing their stock value. All this is just a game playing with this stock, folks. They've been doing it for a year now. But I track them down and I show you, oh my God, what a coincidence, KBW. What a coincidence all these people are downgrading. You know what? Let's just do a little search over here. I'll take it a step further. You guys can either like this or not. I hope you're enjoying what I'm showing you. But I'm going to show you here right now something else. I'm going to put in here SoFi Wikipedia. Okay. I want you to see something. So here we have 200 people on this channel with me right now getting some history about this stock. And I want you to know that 2 times in the last year, Morgan Stanley has downgraded. Once was on July the 13th, and once was on January the 3rd, I believe it was. Or no, it might have been late December. Yeah, January. Yeah, it was late December. That we got it. I'll actually have to do this. Just let me make sure I get both of these. Google search here. Hold on. Morgan Stanley downgrades SoFi. All right. So one of them was on, here it is, Morgan Stanley, January the 31st. Okay. January 31st, here is Morgan Stanley downgrading SoFi, and I come over here to Wikipedia because I want you to see something here that you might not know, and you might find interesting. Here's the history of SoFi right down here. The history of SoFi, and it says right down here that they made an announcement that they were going to start doing student loans, okay? And they were going to get a bunch of money from this to start doing student loans, okay? So the reason that I'm showing you this is because it says on October 2nd, right here, here's where we are. On October 2nd, SoFi announced that it had raised $500 million in debt and equity to fund refinance student loans, okay? This was their bread and butter. They were going to do in 2012, start doing student loans. And I want you to see something here. $151 million in debt includes, look at this, a $60 million line of credit from Morgan Stanley. How do you like that? Morgan Stanley, who downgrades our stock on January the 31st, and also in July, I'll show you here where they did it first, was July the 13th. I happen to know. I know, man. I keep track of these guys. July 13th. There we go. 7/13. Morgan Stanley downgrades SoFi. Downgrades SoFi. That was the date. Folks, so you see, here it is right here. CNBC, Morgan Stanley downgrades SoFi. That was on the date right there that you can easily see right there, 7/13. All right. So July the 13th, they downgraded SoFi. They made the price fall from the 9.54 down to 8.87 On that day, they owned $58 million worth of the stock. They downgraded it, made the price fall from 940 something to 887, and then 3 days later, they owned twice as much, and the price was at 1170 a share on July the 31st. It was 2 weeks later, July 31st, price hit the highest it's ever been, 1170, after this company downgraded us, Morgan Stanley. So I'm showing you because Morgan Stanley's been a partner of this company and backed us up from the very beginning, everybody. But you need to know the next time you see a Morgan Stanley downgrade, there's a reason. They want more. They want more lower. That's all there is to it. And then, folks, when it comes to institutional ownership, I want you to know something. We are in a different phase than we've ever been in the history before of this stock. The 193 of you that are here right now watching this channel, you should pay attention to where the money's going. As I said in my thumbnail, who all is buying big time? Well, I don't know who they are, but I can tell you they bought here massively while the price was being dropped. Why? Because as they kept buying more, they kept selling to one another. They accumulated all the way up here and drove the price all the way down. Then they started dumping all those, and the price made it even fall more. But then, folks, this is where it all changed right there. As of this date, every single month, a more and more and more and more and nice and gradual and smooth and now starting to build momentum. Folks, this wouldn't be this big of an increase in the last month if they weren't piling in, and they are piling in. One of the big ones was Vanguard that just increased by 20%. They raised their position in this stock by 20%. Vanguard did 19 point something percent recently. It wasn't exactly 20, but it was 19 something. So you guys need to be aware. This sort of pattern has never existed with SoFi before. You see how choppy and blocky and chop block, chop block, chop block. But this is a different story, folks. This is different. You can believe me or you don't have to believe me, but this is a different story. This is what starts happening before the big jump, folks. The big jump. And on their next earnings call, will they be profitable, gap profitable? Yeah, they will, most likely. I'm pretty sure they will. So I want to thank you all for checking this out with me, all this information I'm sharing with you. And I'm pleased as pudding to see this price at $6.91 today. You want to know why? I'll show you right now. Because what I'm going to do here is this is the amount of volume on earnings day. And this is the next day's volume. And I want you to be aware that the price on the second day was taken from a high of 689 down to 661. Folks, that's yesterday. That's a 28-cent drop on 78 million shares after the initial day of day of earnings. Now I'm going to take you over here to the previous earnings call. All right, January 29th. There it is, right there. And here's the comparison I want you to understand. When you look right here, the high that day was 945. And they dropped to a low. All right, this is on earnings day. They made the price drop here to 916, which is like a 40-cent drop. But here's what you need to pay attention to. Look at the volume that day. And then look at the volume the next day. We just saw 76 or 79 million. The next day was 119. And why was there so much volume the second day? Because they drove the price from a high of 940 down a whole $1.02. The second day, folks, they made the low, the high to the low drop $1.02. How does that compare? And this volume with what we just saw yesterday. What was the high to the low? The high went from 704 down to a close of 693. A high of 704 to 666, folks. This is only 34. This is 38 cents. This is not $1.02 down. And this is not another 100 million shares right here. This is where I'm at. This is where I want to be. 689 to 661, folks, from the high to the low, the following day after earnings, and on only this much volume. You're not seeing 119 million shares there, and you're also not seeing a drop from 689 to 587, which it would have done if it compared to the last time. It dropped $1.02, and this time the dang thing dropped 28 cents. No wonder we're seeing a higher high now. We didn't see this before either. Come on down here to January 29th, and you can look here. You can see what happened to the high every day after that. January the 29th, 945. The next day's high, 940, then 834, then 796. And what have we done? We've already turned around. After the second days, we're already going green. And on the last time, we just saw manipulation, because they had the volume then. They had all these shares. And I told you today, I told you yesterday, I did not believe there was any way we were going to see 110 million shares on the third day after the earnings call. There's the earnings call, one day, 119, 2 days, 110. That's how they made this price drop so fast, because they had so many shares available to borrow. Now they don't have them, people. They don't have them like they did in January 30th and 31st. They had them here, see? Here's the date. This is the date, January 30th. There's where they had 10 million shares to work with, 10 million volume to work with during that time. All right? They don't have that now. They're down to doggone 550,000 shares, people. This is why the price is rising. They don't have this manipulation capability anymore. They don't have the shares to borrow like they did before from the brokerages. That's why this price went before from 945 on earnings day down to 940 the next day's high to 834 and 796 and 795 and 776. The volume was there to run it down. Today's volume and yesterday's, look at the comparison of that day's volume, which could make the price fall $1.02 from 940 to 838. And then look at the volume we saw yesterday compared to all that. Only 78 million. No wonder they can only drive the high from 689 down to 28 cents instead of $1.02. I'm showing you, folks, we're stronger now. And to see this high already higher and to see this low already higher, folks, I want you to look back to what happened back there on January 29th again. I want you to see what happened on the third day of the lows. Look here. On the day of earnings, on January the 29th, right there, we saw the drop in the low go from the low here of 862 down to 838, and the next day down another 50 cents on the third day. And here we are on the third day, green. And then the next day, on the fourth day, they drove it further and further and further down. This is not happening now, people. This is not the same scenario. The volume has tapered the second day and the third day. We're not going to see 110 million shares traded today, people, just like we didn't see 119 yesterday. Yesterday, we only saw 78 million shares. And today, we're only at 16 million, folks. This is trouble for Shorty. And look at that, beautiful. It stands like the Statue of Liberty. It's going to be our liberty, folks. It's going to be our liberty. Now, let's go see how we did on our other buys today. Oh, we did good. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, we did. Beautiful. I mean, we didn't buy a whole lot of shares here, folks. We only bought $600 worth, but look at the poet buys we made. 220, 223.9, and 223.6. Beautiful. Nice. All right, next one. How did we do on JAGX? Did we get in at the bottom? Did we get in at the bottom? Here it is. Oh, look at that. Very nice. Oh, folks. Come on, folks. JAGX, folks. Yesterday, this thing made a nice run up 10%. We catch it at the bottom right there. I bought it at 2103, 2188, 2161, and we are now even lower. So this would be a good place. I didn't buy in too heavy. I only bought 4,000 shares. Now, 4,000 shares sounds like a lot, but the price is only freaking 21 cents, people. So it's not that much, but I'm sure going to take some more here at 21.12. I already bought it at 21.03. I'll get here. Now we're going to look at some other ones, folks, that were up big time yesterday. Very big time. Hold on here a second. We're going to be looking at this one. TCNNF. I told you, folks, I sold this yesterday at 13.45. You saw me. My first sale of it yesterday of TCNNF. My first sale of it was at here. I sold 5,400 at 12.88. I was 30% up. Well, I was more than that because it was 30% up yesterday. I bought it lower than yesterday, so I was up like 48%. So I sold at 12.88. I sold at 13.64. Sold at 14.08 and 14.35. And look at the price now, 12.86. And I told you it would happen. That's why I sold it. My buddy, you guys heard him tell me yesterday, hey, you might have sold too soon, Catfish. This thing could go up 100%. It could double. I said, no, I take the money. I get out just like Billy Joe and Bobby Sue. Take the money and run. And so I sold all those shares right there. All right. Now we're looking at some other stocks here, folks. Another one that I bought this morning was GMM. And I told you about this one yesterday, GMM. All right. Oh, good. See, here's my GMM buys of this morning. Folks, I want to thank you for those of you that were here with me earlier, seeing how many shares I bought of this. And I didn't pick up that many, folks. I've only got now 1,200 shares. But look at the prices, 123, 124, 125. And now she's sitting at 131. This stock was up 58% yesterday. And I told you guys we were going to buy this. I told you we were going to buy this in the morning at 9:40, 9:45. And it was down big time then, and we bought it. So good. All right, the next one we're looking at here. Oh, there you go. Look at that. A good entry point right there. There's a triple bottom there, folks. 424 YOLO. I told you these would all be pulled back in the morning, and we'd be buying them between 9:45 and 10:30. So right here, I love this. I love seeing that big takedown candle right there that squashed the run up as it started running in a double head fake. And then down here, the volume to come in to push it to there. And now that looks like accumulation point to me right there. And I think I'm going to buy some more right here. I'm going to buy this right now. I told you I'd be buying this one today. I told you I would. And I already bought some this morning. You can see I told people we're waiting in here, and we bought just a few shares of YOLO earlier at this price, $435.61, just 50 shares. But I'm going to buy more now here. Just give me a second here, folks. And another one we bought some of this morning was Poet, P-O-E-T. We hope to have caught that at the bottom. Let's see how we're doing on that. We bought that at 220, 229, 223. Where's Poet now? Oh, yes. Yes. Awesome. Yes. You guys, you were here with me from the beginning right here. Look at the time, 9:45. I told you we'd be having our eye on buy this morning. There's the time right there. What time was it? 9:48. 9:50 when it hit the bottom. And I told you guys yesterday, this stock was up big time yesterday. That's why I said watch for the attack at 9:45, and we're going to get in on it. So congratulations if you did. I bought it at 220, 236, 229. Oh, beautiful. And again, folks, I didn't buy 10,000 shares of the thing. I'm just buying a little bit, man. I'm just buying a little bit there. I bought 300 shares. Yep, you do. All right, TCNNF. You can see what's going. We're waiting to see the double bottom. This looks pretty good right here. This looks very similar to this last takedown right there where it got resistance, and we're at that point again right here, folks. She could easily make a move on up here. Remember, yesterday the news came out that the federal government is going to de-escalate marijuana, or whatever the word is I'm looking for, and they're going to make it less criminal. And so that's what they're doing, and that's why all the marijuana stocks took off. Coincidentally, just 3 days ago, I was telling everybody to buy TCNNF because the Fed government was going to make a decision, and sure enough, they made it yesterday. Damn thing went up 30%, and we sold it. Sold it at the high. You all watched me do that yesterday, who's here with me now, and that's what I do. Sell at the high, buy at the low. So we're going to be watching this very close to see what it continues to do here. And we're looking for a 1266 entry, 1267, 1266, 1267. And coincidentally, the lowest that they've had it so far today, from what I'm seeing, is a low today of days range right here, 1268. And what a coincidence, folks. You guys heard me this morning say, put your buy orders in at 1266 and 1267, and sure enough, they stopped at 1 penny from there. And now they're trying at it again, and there it is. Beautiful. 1266 filled. 1267 filled. TCNNF 1266. Thank you. 50 there, and 1267. 50 there. Well, folks, here's the gig. It makes it become very, very, very hard to lose money on a stock that you sold yesterday up about 45% on. Now, the stock was only up 34% at the high of the day, but I'd already bought it even lower than where it was yesterday morning when it opened. So I was up massively on this stock, and sure, I'm going to sell that there. I sold every dang share. I didn't hold on to it. You guys know that are here. In case you want to know who you're talking with here, I am Catfish Tyler. I've been trading stocks now for about 20 years, ever since I won a bunch of money on the Wheel of Fortune. I am not responding to a lot of people's comments down here because quite finally at this point, I am sorry that I cannot keep up with so much. What about SBUX? Well, we'll write it down and take a look at it. SBUX. We're trying to back up now. What broker are you using? I'm using Charles Schwab, Fidelity, and Sofi is going to be on the plate soon. 3-month poet looks like a falling head and shoulders. Gotcha, JC74. Little Sherm, buy me a car. Welcome, Little Sherm. Backgetters Media, it was JAGX. Yes, J-Rod, I'm wondering the same, Sweets. Anyone help? Sweets loving. Hello. Hello, Sweets. Welcome to the program. What's the name of the 2165 cent? The name of that stock is 2165 is JAGX. JAGX. Man, what's up, pups? Welcome, Bearded Bassett. In Your Soul. Sofi looks nice, but I don't. Okay, I've already read those, so we're doing all right. Brokerage, what about SBA? Let's see. Bajar. Bam Bam 001. Bajar. Mitch Parker's CGC. Okay, CGC. We'll look at CGC, which is another marijuana stock. CGC. Oh, we did good on that GMM, people. We did dang good on that GMM. Look at that. We got it, man. We got that double bottom right there. Woo! Yes. GMM. Oh, there's a big bottom on YOLO here forming, folks. A big drop, man. Folks, this thing was up 20-something% yesterday. We're waiting for it to hit the very bottom. I've already bought 100 shares, so, but not anymore. I'm done there. I'm waiting. WISA, all tapped out, man. Look at that. WISA, looking good. We're going to look for the turns on these, folks, today. 10X pulls back off the yesterday's high. DJT down 7%. But, folks, this thing was up 7% in the pre-market. See that? So it's really not down that much. They've worked it down and it's starting to ride back up. Donald J. Trump stock, folks. This is Trump media right here. Oh my God. Look at this. RCAT, another takedown, taking it down after it was 3% up in the pre-market. What an effort to annihilate. And look at all these dumps right there. Look at those. This is a good spot right here, folks. RCAT. I'm picking some of this up right here. RCAT. I'm going to buy some of this now at $1.46 if I can, or whatever I get it at. All right, RCAT. Going to put in an order on this. RCAT at the bottom, folks. I do believe. Don't go in heavy, folks. I don't want you buying 10,000 shares of this stock because you think it's at the bottom. Going easy here. We're just buying freaking 100 shares here. All right. We're not going to dive in yet. We want to see if they try even another, because all they've been doing here is head fake after head fake after head fake after head fake after head fake. That's all they've done here all day on this thing. So we don't want to get caught in a head fake again. What we want to see is this amount right here to there. We want to see this surpass that climb. Then we'll know we're all right. When we see this rise right here surpass this amount. So let me show you what I mean, folks, right here. Let me show you what I mean. This right here was at a price of what? 156. Then they took it down how much? They took it down how much? Right there to 153.32. So there's a 3-cent drop, or actually 2.68 drop. But then what happened? What did it go back up to? From that number, what did it jump back up to? All right, that's what we want to see right there, because that's the biggest increase of all of these as it's been dropping. So 15332, and it went up to 155. All right. So it went back up 1.6. So folks, what you want to see here is with this starts to make its rise, you want to see it break that 1.6 up. You want to see this thing at 147. That would be 2 cents up. That's what I'm trying to share with you. Right here, before you get in, you want to see this recovery surpass this amount here. All right? That's what you're looking for. And then you make your entry, folks, because this is the most they've been able to pull it back each time so far. That's the most right there so far, as they've done these little head fakes all day. All right? So just that's what I'm watching for, just so you're aware of it. I got my eye on this. And I want to see this thing break over 147. And I also want to see some green candlesticks start coming in before I buy it, okay? Otherwise, they're just going to keep working it down. And as you can see, folks, these amounts that they're working it down are getting bigger and bigger and bigger. See how small they worked it down that little bit right there before they dropped it? And then this has gotten bigger, and this one here just got bigger. So these stair steps are getting larger with each drop, and the amounts that they're dumping are becoming larger and larger and larger here, all right, to get it to do this. But I'm just letting you know, this is one I've got my eye on, and I'm looking for a price of 147 before I make entry, okay? That's where I want to get in. I want to see that. If I can see that here right now, and she makes that 2 cent move up, I'll be happy. Maybe even 2.5. All right, so let's get over here to Poet. Oh, goodness, look at this, folks. I'm buying more of this right here. 251.73. I'll put mine in at 253. I'll put an order in at 253 here and see what it gets. Yeah, it looks good to me, man. And folks, I'm just buying 100 shares at a time here, all right? I'm just buying 100 shares at a time. I'm never diving in, folks. I always wade. I wade, folks. I wade in and I dump out. I wade in and I dump out. Yep. And by the way, I won't be dumping out of Sofi. Looking for a 253. Let's get this done. Get this order in. Just give me a second here, folks. Every once in a while, I have to sign back in on this tablet before I can place an order because it goes dead on me. So just give me a minute here. And I appreciate your being here with me. And here we go. Ready to put in our order now. All right. Poet, we're going to increase position. Here we go. Boom. Yep. Boom. And let's see what we get here. We're just doing small amounts. We're not diving in. I'm only buying 50 shares at a time of this stock right now, just so you guys can be aware of this. Just 50 at a time. I'm not going in too heavy. Oh, come on. There we go. I just filled at $2.50, folks. $2.50, Poet. I've already filled at $2.20. And now this morning on this Poet, I've already bought here, you can see on Poet, at $2.20, $2.23, at $2.22.9, $2.23, 2.53, and now $2.50. So that's where I am right there on my Poet buys. And I told you guys we were going to be looking at all these stocks that ran up so huge yesterday. We were going to be looking at them this morning, and we were going to buy them. Oh, look at GMM, folks. GMM. Beautiful. Sweet. You can see my buys on GMM here this morning. 123, 124, 125. Golly. Beautiful. Nice. Sweet, everyone. Good, good, good. See, this stock was up 58% yesterday. It was bound to get attacked this morning and wash it out. It was bound to happen. I'm up 3% on those buys right there. Beautiful. Everybody, I told you, see, this is what we're doing. Buying on the bottom. We look for those pullbacks on stocks that make big run-ups the day before. They always happen. And by the way, this looks like a good spot on YOLO right here. Just so I'm just pointing out to you, this has been driven down, down further, down further, down further, down further, 5 times. This might be the turning point on it, down at 422, folks. I bought it at 424.99 just a moment ago, and now I'm going to buy some more. I'm going to buy some more of it right now. And those of you that are here, I want you to know, I've been professing that this Sofi stock was going to explode for a long time and go back up over $10. But I want you to know, I truly believe what I'm saying. All right. I believe completely what I'm saying, that this is going to go back up over 10. And the reason that I say that is because they don't have the kind of control they used to have. They don't have the amount of shares left to borrow, for one thing. They just don't have them, folks. I want to come over here to the summary page. Take a look at the headlines. All of you that are here with me right now, Sofi stock, time to abandon ship or buy the dip. Oh, goodness gracious. Folks, I think it's already obvious. Buy the dip yesterday, and off we go today. Congratulations, everyone. Congratulations, everyone that bought with me at 661 yesterday morning. And now we're sitting at 688. Yeah, baby. And we're going to rise from here. This is just a rundown number, folks. They're not going to make this thing fall. They don't have the volume to do it. They don't have the gumption anymore. They used to. Boy, they used to come hard at this thing. Big time when they run at it. Not anymore. Not after earnings anymore. It's looking too good, folks. Now, we're looking at some other stocks here for bottoms. One of them is SOUN. The 5-day, I know someone told me they accumulated here 5 days ago when it was down here. So congratulations if you did buy that SOUN there. And maybe you even sold when I sold at the high up here. I don't know if you sold or not. But congratulations if you sold out there after buying this one, because it's just ripped down afterwards. At this point where it is now, looks like it's equal to right about there. There it is. So there's still, right at this stage, a lot of upside potential versus downside risks at this point. SOUN. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Next, CLSK. Down 3.7% today, CLSK. MTTR down 2.4%. RKLB, very good. RKLB. You guys know I like this stock too. I'm sorry that I'm not answering everybody's questions here, folks. I got you, Catfish. I'll translate to Portuguese. Muchas gracias. Como Sofi preco so vai subir. I'm guessing that means, why did SoFi go down so much? Will SoFi ever go back to 25? Is it a good long stock? Yes, it is a very good long stock. Ready. Richie Be Good says ready. Dave, I'll give it a little love tap with my I'll give it a little dove tap with my nose. Thank you very much, Dave. Michael Wellner, 10:16 a.m. Oh my God, we're 30 minutes behind. Can it ever get back to 9:16? Yes, it will. Fed speaking at 2:30 today. Thank you, Lee Armstrong. If it is good news, so if I could rock it today, yep. Could it rock it past ATH? Who knows? Loads on here today. If you find this helpful use, hit the like button, everybody. Right? Morning Tank, Jeff Presley, welcome to the tank. I see that average analyst price target has been raised from 897 to 938. Oh, yeah. Very nice. Thank you, Lee. Yep. The average analyst price target's been raised. Nice. The Armstrong, that's a 35% increase. And coincidentally, 929 is the price where SoFi has to reach for those convertible shares to be converted over at 945 a share. 929. Nice. 938 is what they're saying. That's a 35% increase from where we are now. Yes. CTMX. I'll write it down. CTMX. Hold on. CTMX. We'll look at it in a minute. Jason Laws. Hello, 772,000. Oh my God. SMCI getting smoked. I put yesterday. Printing. Jeff Presley. Yes. Yes, Lee Armstrong, Catfish, Norwegian Cruise Line down big today, 11%. Thank you for letting me know. Norwegian Cruise Line. Thanks for letting me know that. But if you knew how much I was up on that since I bought it, you'd probably just go, oh, I'm sure he's not worried about that. Morning, everyone. Good morning, Juan. Lee Armstrong. Morning, Juan. I just dumped my life savings into this hot boxing. Okay, that's cool. All right. We've got somebody writing a bunch here in Arabic, which I do not understand. I speak only the numbers and a few things I can say in Arabic, okay? I speak only the numbers. And now, folks, we're back down almost to 684, where the little slimy gums tried to take it earlier, and it just turned and went back north. So I don't know why they make an effort at it again. They should already know the bottom's already been established today, and they already established that at 666. So you're 18 cents above that, you slimy scums. Don't even think about it. It's not going to 666 again. Everyone's buying it here now. No way. Next. Lee Armstrong, we're going to break $7 here shortly. They have the shares if they naked shorting. Yep. They have the shares if they're naked shorting. Yep. I'm waiting. Cereal. Yep. Megatron. All right. If this is above 7 on Friday, shorts will lose a load. That is right, Lee Armstrong. Chandler Mullen, as a kid that wants to get into stocks, how should I start and how do I convince my parents? Well, you have to be over 18 to invest in the stock market. Otherwise, your folks have to do it on your behalf. How can I invest, Jose Lozano? Well, I'm sure other people have hopefully helped you with that question since I haven't been able to answer all these questions lately. Chandler, do something else. You're a kid. Better to focus on career goals and start investing later. You will still be miles ahead of everyone else. Good idea, Dream Stuff. Backstreet Media, thank you for this, Tyler. You're welcome. I need help. Can I hit that by just following you? I need help. Can I hit that by just following you? Yeah, you can become a follower. Do you teach? No, I do not. I do not teach except for on this channel. Can you show your stocks? I'm showing them now right across the top of the page. POET, which I bought this morning right here. POET. I bought it at the low right there. That's what I bought this morning, and you guys saw me buy it at 220, and I bought it at 230, 229, and 223. I bought it at 250 and 253, and right now it's at 246. Poet, that's one of the stocks. Here's another one. JAGX that was up yesterday about 8 or 10%. I'm looking for the double bottom, and I saw it right there, and I bought it. JAGX. I bought it at 21.12. and I bought it at 2161, 2103.21, and now you can see where it is. It's trying to pull back a little, but looks good still here. I feel very solid about those buys that I bought right there. They're just going to run it right back up. Next one, TCNNF, folks. I sold this yesterday at $14.35 a share. Those of you on this channel watched me sell it yesterday right before 30 minutes or so, or an hour before the close, at $14.35. And man, look at it now. What a beautiful move that was. And folks, to be honest with you, I think now's the time to come in, because I think that candlestick is a green one. I think enough of this washout. I think there's your first indicator that we're going green. So folks, my suggestion is here, if that is a green candlestick, and I'm going to look at it now and see and make sure that that last one was green. Yes, I'm buying this one now. I will be buying this one now, TCNNF. And the reason why is because I can see the 45-day and 50-day just made a very abrupt move upwards. And I can see the 45 gaping away from the 50-day. And this is when people like Kathy Wood and Vanguard buy into a stock. So I'm going to buy some right here at this price, $12.38. And I'm going to see if I can get it even lower. But my minimum order on this TCNNF is $12.38. $12.38. Now, I want you to know, folks, I've already bought this stock this morning at 50 shares at $12.66, $12.88, $12.89, $12.67. So I nibbled at it here, folks. I'm nibbling. This is where I go in for the more shares here, okay? This is when I'm going to take more, all right, at this point. So I'm going to up the game right here. We'll make it 100 shares at $12.38, right there. And see if we can catch that. And then we're going to put in an order now, because it seems like it may not even reach that. Might as well just do a market order for another 100 here. Market. Hey, look at that. I just filled at $12.36. Beautiful. Thank you, whoever did that. $12.36 just filled on TCNNF, everyone. And that's the stock that I would suggest you pick up. Yesterday, this stock was up 35%. And I told you we were going to watch it this morning for the bottom, and it hit the bottom just now, okay? In my opinion. I'm going to go to the one-day chart here and look at it. And I'm looking in here. And look at that big last dump candlestick. They came at it in a big series. Boom, 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 to knock it down. Plateaued it out. Then one last candlestick to give it the final hurrah. And there it is. She's all over. And look at them start to rise here. All right. This is where I'm looking. And that other chart I was on was a long-term chart. Must have been 5-day maybe. 5-day chart right there. Let's look at the 1 minute on the 5-day, not the 5 minute. Hold on a second. Yeah, okay. Yes. All right. That's why I'm coming in here, folks, right now. That chart right there. Okay, that's what I see. The biggest drop they could get in, and then 4 green candlesticks after that as the price starts to rise. TCNNF, folks. Get you some. I just filled at $12.36 on it. You can see where it is now, $12.42 and rising, folks. And I think that is the bottom on it, so that's why I had my eye on it. Next one. Oh, my God. Look at this GMM, folks. You guys that were here with me this morning, you watched me pick these shares up at 123, 124, 125, 1,200 shares. There was the price. And look at that thing now. Boom. Beautiful. Nice. It was 10% down when we bought it, folks. Woo! Nice job, everyone. And I told you we were going to be looking at all these stocks that were way high yesterday, and we're going to look for a pullback, and we're going to take advantage of them. And this is an in and out, folks. I've already told you this is not a hold all day. These stocks that we're going to buy on these rundowns in the morning, we're going to sell them this afternoon. We're going to be in and out, wash our hands, and say thank you very much. Ching, ching. All right, it's not a long play here. This is a very quick in and out prosperous move. That's what we're looking for. All right. SoFi now, see that bouncing right there, 682. That looks very good. I like it. Coincidentally down 0.66, just so you're aware of it. And she looks good. And folks, I'm mentioning this because if I go to the historical data on SoFi, first of all, look at this 6-month chart right here. Look how gorgeous. This is actually a 1-year chart. Just look how beautiful that is. Look how beautiful it is. Man, it's a thing of beauty. All right. So anyway, folks, I got to get back over here to the main thing. I want to get to the main page on SoFi. So let's just get over here and put SoFi up here. SoFi stock Yahoo. I want to thank each and every one of you who's here on this channel while I'm talking to you about this stock. And my name is Catfish Tyler. Okay, I'm a 63-year-old gentleman who's been trading now for about 25 years. I do a lot of day trading. I teach people here on this channel how to get in on the low and sell on the high. And my suggestion right here, buy this stock at 682. And I know this because this was a bottom that they've shot for before that they achieved. Just to give you the history, SoFi had a price of $4.55 a share. The next low after it went over 10, they dropped it to was $6.41, which happens to be a 44% gain from $4.45. So it went to $6.41. Then after it went back up over 10 again, it came down the next time from $6.41. The next number was, believe it or not, this number here, $6.82. $6.82. This was the number on SoFi, $6.82. So they went from $4.45 for a low on May the 15th to $6.41 on November 21st. And then the next one was $6.82 a share. That was the next low. And they're trying for it here again now. And sadly for them, there's resistance there now. It was resistance when it was running down before, and it's become resistance again at 682, which is good to see. Which is good to see. I'll show you this here. And I want to go back here. I want to show you this number. We can go down here on the screen and hit Control F, and then we can put in 6.82. Oh, sorry. We got to put it in down here. There it is. So now we're going to hit, where is it on the screen? There it is right there, folks. There was the date. March the 19th and 682. And just so you know, in case you're not aware of it, on March the 19th of 682, I'll show you what they were doing to manipulate with, okay? So here's the number of shares that were available on February, March the 19th. They had this many shares left to borrow on March the 19th. There you go. On March the 20th, they had 700,000 shares to do. So what did they do on March the 19th? What did they decide would be the genius move for them to do on March the 19th? Where I'm here to show you right now. And I hope you like what I'm going to show you because it's interesting to discover. Short interest fails to deliver. March the 19th. Here it is. 319. They failed to deliver $7 million worth. And folks, look here. On March the 11th, they failed to deliver $40 million worth of shares because they had a plan right here, folks. They had a plan on March the 11th to fail to deliver $40 million worth of shares because they wanted to use those shares to sell back and forth to one another and make the price drop and drop and drop. And on the 18th, They got it March 18th. They got the price down to 703 to push it on down further. On March the 19th, they failed to deliver another $7 million worth of shares so they could use that to get to the 20th 692 price. And to be honest with you, the date of that was 619. There it is, 682. See, I hope you understand that this is a significant number for them because they were able to drive the price before from the 8s and 9s here all the way into the 9s, folks. It had gone almost up to. And they were able to drop that thing. See, in the 917, 918, the price was February the 28th, 918. You see that? And then they had a plan to drive it down from 918, naked shorting shares, borrowing shares they couldn't return to get the price all the way down to, what do you know, 682, the same price it happens to be right now. So now you know. Now you understand that on March the 19th and March the 11th, they failed to return a bunch of shares on March the 11th, right there. That date right there, they failed to return a ton of shares and use those $40 million worth to make the price fall to there. And then they naked shorted another $7 million worth right there, folks, on March the 19th to get to that price that they did the next day. All right, so you understand? That's the only reason they got to 682 in the first place is naked shorting, everyone. And now you can see it starting to bounce right off of that. I'm happy to see that. And folks, we got 170 people on this channel right now. I'd like to ask you to do me a favor, please. Right down here at 11:22 and 8 seconds, let's all hit the like button together at 11:22 and 8 seconds. I'd like to ask you to help me. All right. At 11:22 and 8 seconds, here we go. And we're going to do a countdown to it right now. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Presto. All right. And in there, so doing, look at the bottom. It's done. 684 now. She's on the run. And now you know why I'm telling you that 682 number means so much to him. And there you saw it again, folks. So there you go. That was the last bottom they could get it down to by manipulating and naked shorting and failing to deliver. That's how they got to that number that they just got to just now. And I hope you like what I just showed you. Tanner's Cat, I'm predicting that the SoFi stock will drop more today because of Powell. Okay, very good. Thank you, Tanner's Cat. I appreciate the positiveness. Amaris, do you go to Medio Creek? No, I did bought Ali Reza Shariat. I did bought. Just risking I take. Good. Well, there's no risk right there. It's 682, folks. I'm having a stroke. Please help. Invest in Hyperforce. Buying, sorry, every 3 times green. That should be red. Yep. That means all the time. Oh, okay. All-time high. Got it. Fabson, can you explain your chart support line and what's the other indicator? All right. Folks, I will explain this chart to you. Okay. What you got here is you've got a trending upward move that they can't seem to drop the price below. Every time it hits that number, it bounces. This number here that I have has been the recent overall most resistance. You can see right here, there was a bar. You can see right here, 2 bars formed. Here you can see, here you can see, and here you can see. And the problem for them is we're at this bar where the price went from here all the way up to here, the next one. And we've already touched that twice right here. But we're going back to here, folks. We're going to come off this line and we're going to go back to this line right up here, okay? Because there's a massive gap here. There's a massive gap that's right here in the same position. There's a huge gap here, and there's a big gap here, and right here. The gap is there, folks. This thing gets up over this, and it's gone, and they know it. That's why they're pushing so hard right here. That's why they're pushing so hard right here, because they know it. They know it's coming apart at the seams. And when you look at how they ran the price down from May the 15th here. Right here on this day is when they started, May the 1st, because SoFi had its 7th out of 8th positive earnings call. The price hit 654 that day. And on 654, they started borrowing shares and got some help from a downgrade from David Chiavrini of Wedbush, a 0-star rated analyst. And they got help on May the 15th to get the price. And you can see what they did out here. On May the 15th, folks, they had 6.7 million shares to borrow, or 6.5 the day before, 6.5 million. And here comes David Chiavarini's downgrade, and they ran the price down from 5 something to 455 a share. And when it hit 445 a share, then it turned and started going up. It started rising on them, folks. The price went from $4.55 to $5, from $5 up to $6, from $6 to $7, from $7 to $8, to $8 to $9. The next thing you know, that freaking stock has gone up 125% on this day, June the 14th. They've got no dang shares left at all to borrow. The price has gone from 4s to 10. And what did they do on this day, the very next day? What did they do to save them when they were only down to having just 350,000 shares left on June the 14th? How could they be saved? Well, there was only one way: desperation. Call up analysts, get them to downgrade, make them downgrade the stock, slash them with downgrades. Oh, well, I got news for you. Every single one of these 3 analysts here that slashed downgrades raised their target prices. This one was SoFi, plunging the shares. Piper Sandler raised to a target of $8 from $6.50. How do they get away with calling that a downgrade? How in the hell, when they're raising the target price on a stock, is that a downgrade? Look at these guys. Meanwhile, Bank of America, it says, downgraded the company to neutral from buy with a price target of 10 from 950, folks. How in the hell is that? That's an upgrade, people. That's an upgrade. These aren't downgrades. And Oppenheimer, people, they downgraded the price so much higher, they didn't even put a number. Their target price was $5.50, and they raised it to $7. But they told you again that this was a downgrade. Such manipulation in the market, folks. Such deceitfulness. Didn't matter that much because they still burned their asses. The shorts got burned from here at 455, shorting it, thinking they could get it down to 250 a share. Because even when they got those downgrades, they had to get out here. They had to start buying back when the price was here, and that was in the 7s, folks, not the 4s. This hurt them. They got hurt here. And then the price comes up here. Here's the July 13th downgrade from Morgan Stanley. Morgan Stanley's July 13th downgrade right there makes the price fall to $8.87, where Morgan Stanley doubled its position on SoFi. And then just 3 days later, the SoFi price was at $11.70. Yeah, Morgan Stanley on this date owned 58 million shares of SoFi and downgraded us, and now they have $107 million worth of SoFi. Yep, what a coincidence. Then over here, you got this December the 23rd. Look at them. They completely ran out of shares there. None left. 0 to borrow after December 23rd. I wonder what happened to SoFi's share price after December 23rd. Let's go look at it. What did it do after December the 23rd when they didn't have any shares to borrow? Here it is. Look at the price. It was at December 23rd. The price was at $9.59 here on December the 22nd. Right there. Price was at $9.59. They ran out of shares, $10.49. 2 days later, they wiped out. And then what do they get? They get the downgrade that came from Morgan Stanley that I just showed you. They got the Morgan Stanley bailout downgrade. Morgan Stanley. Yeah, they got that downgrade, folks. Now, I want to show you guys something here. We're looking at several other stocks that we've been buying this morning at the lows, and hopefully we can sell them at the highs. So here's one of them, POET. And folks, we bought this stock this morning at 220 and started there and got it at 223.6, 223.9. You can see where it is right now, looking very good. We did all right. The next one that we're looking at is this stock right here, JAGX. And I bought it at this double bottom right here. So I bought this at 20 cents, 20.48. You can see it's still holding nice, but who knows what it'll end up doing. It was up 8% yesterday. TCNNF still following a very good place. I told you to put a buy order was $12.14, 12.13. Put it in 12.14, 12.13. Put it in there and let it sit. All right. You can even try right here 12.19 a little bit. All right, but do not dive in on TCNNF. All right, but yesterday, folks, the stock was at $14.35 where I sold it. And you guys know that. You heard a guy come on and tell me about the Fed that had approved federal regulations on marijuana, and they were going to reduce sentences and reduce the volatility of the drug, or whatever the word is I'm looking for. And sure enough, the damn thing jumped up 34% and I jumped out. Now I've made a great gain. And now if I can buy it here at this bottom, then I get to make even another 10 or 20% off of it as it goes over $20 in the future after today's shakeout. So today's shakeout's here on this. We're waiting for the bottom, folks. I say put in your buy order on this right now. Put it in at $12.14. Put some in at $12.17, $12.19. 12.21, and even buy a market share order right here, perhaps right now at 12.28, like Catfish Tyler's going to do right now. So I'm going to buy it here just because I don't care. I made so much on it yesterday. There's no way I could lose anything on this thing. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. So I'm buying it here. And I'm going to go ahead and pick up just a small amount again. I'm going to do 50 shares here. I want to thank you all for being here on this channel with me while I buy at the low every day, sell at the high. And I think now is the time to definitely do this one here and buy it right here. I'm gonna take a shot at it, and I'd be glad that I did. I do believe, and I just want to thank every one of you that's here with me. And I want you to consider subscribing to this channel, but not only subscribing, but also hitting the notification bell. I did notice I have a ton of. Didn't finish that sentence. Mr. Catfish, why is Sofi such a great, didn't finish that sentence, such a great company, and who are the competitors? Well, the other competitors are basically legacy banks right now. And Sofi has gone from number 400 plus to number 72 bank in the world in less than a year and a half. That's the growth, the capability of this stock. That's how fast they're growing. And folks, I'm telling you, I do believe that they're going to be over $10, easily could be with over $10 within 28 days. And today looks fabulous. To be honest with you, we've never seen this before. Folks, I'm telling you now, I'm telling each and every one of you, this is something that's never occurred in the last four SoFi earnings calls. What I mean by that is that in the last four SoFi earnings calls, especially the last one, folks, on the day after earnings, be aware that on the last earnings call, the day after earnings, they made SoFi's high go down to the low that day, $1.02. Yesterday was the day after earnings, and they could only make the price fall 28 cents yesterday. And by the way, back on that last earnings call, they used over 117 million shares the day after earnings. Yesterday, we only saw 70 million. And the reason this is happening, folks, is because of how thin the borrowing share tree has become. They don't have the liberty like they did before with millions and tens of millions of shares. SoFi doesn't have that anymore. The available shares to borrow have thinned out big time. All right. So this is why we're not seeing them, number one, borrowing 100 million shares to use the second day, because they're not there. The shares aren't there to borrow. All right. Starbucks now, someone says. Starbucks now, AKAN, more up. Stockpot, hear you, Dave. Do you predict SoFi going over 10 soon? I do. AR3, I'm in it for the long haul, and SoFi has proven to be a money printer. Let me just scroll down here and see how far I am. Oh, I'm not far off. Trap Defy, thank you for being here. Sebastian Bedoya Bueno, are you selling No, I haven't sold anything. The one I'm going to be selling today is going to be the one that we came in earlier on the low, and we're going to sell it at the high today. And that is GMM. Okay. We bought that very good this morning, and we're going to sell that today when it gets up to maybe even green. I don't know if it will or not, but yesterday the damn thing was up 58%. And that's why I said we're going to buy this thing right out of the gate in the morning because they're going to chop it down. And in case you don't know what they did, I'll show you. This is GMM, the stock that was up 58%. Someone asked me about it yesterday, and I told them, no, we're not going to buy it up 58%. We're going to wait till right out of the gate in the morning. They're going to shove it down, and we're going to buy it. Boom, we did. They shoved it down, and we bought it. And I also told everybody yesterday, folks, this right here where we're buying this is going to be an in and out, okay? In and out. We are not going to hold this all day. We're not going to do it. I'm not going to. You can if you want to, but I'm going to sell this thing when it maxes out after this little bit of a head fake pullback and a little bit of profit taking, I'm guessing, folks. But yesterday, again, this stock was up 58%, everyone. And that someone came on and said, take a look at it. And I did. I said, no, thanks. I'll pass. I'll buy it in the morning when they run it down 10%. That's exactly what they did. 10% down, boom, bought it. Now I'm up 3% almost. So just be on the lookout with this one here, okay? Next one here, how did we do on this one? Okay, definitely, this is another one that was up. YOLO was up 20% yesterday, 20% gain. Look at them accumulating this thing here now. Folks, I love it here. I love it right there. I love this stock right here, especially coming into lunchtime, right before lunchtime low. All right, so be aware. I'm going to be probably picking some of this up here, right here, fairly soon. YOLO. I'm not in there yet. I'm waiting. I'm being patient, but I got it on my radar. We got WISA. Oh, there she is, folks. There she goes. Folks, pick up some WISA right here. It's up 1 penny, $5.53. Pick you up 10 shares for $50. Get 10 shares, get 100 shares would be my suggestion. And I want you to know something, folks. This thing's getting ready to climb. All right, it sure looks like it to me. So I would not be shy at all to pick up at least a few shares here, not piling in. But I am going to go ahead and get some WISA right here. I'm going to buy it right now on my sheet. You can see here, these are the other stocks that I've already been buying today. JAGX, YOLO, I bought some already there. GMM, already bought in there. These are the stocks I'm watching. And right now, I'm buying this one, WISA. And I'm going to buy this at 552 if I can get it. And 551, 2 orders going in. All right. And then I'm just going to go ahead and put in here a little market share order to WISA, everybody. WISA. This is a stock I'm looking at buying right here. Got 551 in there. 552 is in. Now I'm going to put in an order at 553. And folks, I am not piling in. I'm buying just 25 shares at a time. Now she's gone, folks. Now I can put in an order at 554. Oh my God, look at that thing, folks. Just put in a buy, market share order buy right here, folks. She's gone. She's gone. I'm going to do a market share for freaking 50 shares here right now. And I'm in. You guys, oh heck, man, check it out. I just filled at 556, folks. I got orders at 554, 553, 552, and 551. But I just filled at 556. And I just filled at 554. And I just filled at 552 to 51. I filled all of those just filled. Beautiful. And now you know why I did that, folks. I follow the price up by 2 cents. I keep following this rising price by 2 cents, and every once in a while, they'll dump 500,000 shares, and I'll go biddy-doo-doop, and I'll fill those like I just did down to 551. And then I start loading them in again higher as the price starts to make its climb. I'll put in 2 cents. So now I go in again at 551 while it's at 553. I put another order in here at 551 right now. And I'm only doing 25 shares at a time. Now I'm going to go in at 552 again. Load it in one more time. And I can already load all the way in up to 554. So I'm just going to do that. I'm going to put 554 in now. That's 3 cents below the current price. So I'm coming in at 554 right here on this one. And I am in at 554. Check. Yep. All right, we're in at 554. And now I'm going to go in at 555, 2 cents below. 555. These are only 25 share orders, folks. Now I just filled all the way. Beautiful. So, folks, I want you to know, folks, that I did not even have an order in at 550, just down to 551. So now I'm going to wait here, and I'm going to put in an order again at 551 here. I'm going to wait as soon as it hits 553. And I'm almost ready now. I'm just going to go ahead and put it in again. Let's do another 551 order here. Let's put another one in, 551. See if we can catch that. And I want to thank you all for being here with me on this show today. I'm hopefully teaching you some lessons on how to buy at the low and sell high. You know, it's as simple as that. So we got 551. Now I'm going to go in 552 again. And I'm entering at 552 right now. And place that order. And I'm in at 551 and 552. And I'm actually even going to try to put in one more order, see if they'll try this again at 550. So let's go ahead and do 550 one time here. Let's try 25 shares there. 550. Hold on. And here we go. And I want to thank each and every one of you for being here with me. I appreciate it very, very much. We're buying very small quantities here. And now let's go take a look at Sofi, because that's what we're supposed to be talking about. There's 550 again. I just filled at 550 on that. Beautiful. Oh, yeah. Sofi looks very strong, folks. There's no way she's closing red today, people. Nope, not going to happen, shorty. You made a big mistake yesterday and the day before shorting this, thinking it was going to run on down. It's got wheels, it's got legs, and it's starting to climb, folks. Sofi is starting to climb. I like it. For those of you that are here, 140 of you on this channel right now, I'd like to ask you to do me a favor. The time right now is 11:43. Please, here at 11:44 and 8 seconds, which will be 1 minute from now, I'd like to ask you to help this channel out by just simply hitting the like button. Not now, but wait until the time 1:44 and 8 seconds. And then I'll show you all the stocks that I've been buying and the prices that I've been buying them this morning. All right. And we just need to hold on here for a second. Yes, Neo is back. Patience. Yep. It's been 47 years, but when shorts finally give up, D, yes. Are you selling? Yes. I haven't sold these yet, but I'm going to. Starbucks, man, now. All right. And if naked shorting is not, or okay, why SEC doesn't fry their asses? They just fine them $25,000. It's such a small amount that they just do it anyway. They're making so much doing it, the shorting, that they don't care about the fines that are issued out. There's supposed to be transparency now and all this, but man, folks, they still are doing it. They don't care. They just get fined. They don't care. They just take the fine. DJT looking juicy down here. Okay. 70 Mustang. I had DJT that I was watching earlier. I don't know if I still have it up here. There it is. Oh, yeah. Oh, especially at the 666 number, folks. 4666. Are you kidding me, folks? DJT was up big time yesterday, folks. Big time move up. Look at the 5-day. Look at the 5-day. Boom, up she went. There's the pullback. Thank you for telling me about it. That is a pretty tempting looking price there. Yep. We're going to watch it though. SoFi continues to climb. Just right on up. And we're looking now at this chart right here, which shows you the 2-year chart for SoFi. And folks, you don't find too many charts that look that gorgeous right before they're ready to pop like AMC did. Or GME making a run up to here again to $28 in the same time frame they ran it down. Folks, look at this. This was from October right here. November the 8th. And it really started here on December the 6th. December the 6th. How many months did it take them to drop the price from $22 down to where that price is over there? $6.80. How many months did it take them? December the 6th. And they dropped the price in just 3 weeks, folks. They dropped the price incredibly. Oh my God, look at that price that it was up there at the top right, $20. And then they dropped the price from December, right here, December the 6th. The price had fallen in 2 weeks to that number right there, $11.29, $15. Folks, you're talking about 2 weeks for the price to go from 20 to 15. That is a massive gap right there when we get back to 15 to run on up to 20. That gap is still there, people. Okay? All of these big gaps from this point to this point are still there, and from this point to that point are still there. All of these big gaps are still there for going back up, people. They created them on the way down, and they still resist on the way up. All right? All right, Starbucks says 2-year low on Starbucks right now. Paul picked up 5,000 SoFi at 682. Good. See, now you're smart. Good morning, sirs. Sir, what is that? Mason Kellum, large buy order of 853,000 shares just went through. Someone wants it. Mason Kellum, yes, that's right. They want it, Mason. Mason, well, at 9:33 a.m. Thank you. We don't care about your diagrams. Thank you very much. But I'm glad you're here. You care about something. You care about something or you wouldn't be here. I think you care about losing money, which is what you've been doing. And that's why you're here commenting in such a way. That's why you're here. And I'm glad you're here because you're adding to how many views I get on this channel. And your comment just added to how many chat. And that just adds to more people being sent the channel by YouTube. As a matter of fact, right there, you, whoever you are, your funky name, you are the one who just joined this channel because someone else like you made a bad comment and then they said, oh, a lot of chat going on. Let's send it over to this guy whose like name I can't understand. Back Mutters Media, can you sell SoFi over $10 by 5.3? Folks, when I get questions like this question about would SoFi be over 10 by 5.3, that tells me somebody wants to know because they want to play options. Folks, don't do it. No, I don't think it's going to be over that. I'm just going to say no, just so you don't do it. Because I don't want you coming here crying on my shoulder when it doesn't go back over 10 by then. Could it? Yes. Could it? Yes, it definitely could by May the 3rd go back over. It could. But will it do that? Not likely. Folks, we're looking at typical 29-day trading day changes on this stuff. Typically. Okay? 29-day trading ranges. For those of you that are here on this channel right now, I'm going to express to you right here and now why I'm so big on SoFi. Okay, so let me show you right here. And forget the negativity. Yep. If you have to ask, LOL, just send them your money. Yeah. So here we go. You're right. I got in on the option Monday. Yep. I knew it. Now, I want you guys to see something, though. This SoFi price on May 15th, less than a year ago, was at $4.45 a share. And in 29 days, it was at $10.23 on June the 14th. 29 days to go up 125%. Then came the 3 downgrades mysteriously the very following day after June the 14th. Just so you can see this, here was the date, June the 14th, when the shorts had only 350,000 shares left out of 10 million to borrow. And they had started borrowing it here when SoFi's price was at $4.45 on May the 15th. And they kept borrowing and borrowing, but SoFi's price went from $4.45 to $5 to $6 to $7 to $8 to $9 to $10 to $10.23. June the 14th, SoFi's price is at $10.23. What did they do to save their asses? They called these people and had all these downgrades come out. They needed help. And what do you know? June the 15th, there is the date, folks. June the 15th. And what a coincidence. The day after they've run out of shares to borrow to short the price down with 5 big analyst cuts, SoFi slashed with 3 downgrades. And the coincidence that's about this, folks, is that every one of the downgrades, including one Piper Sandler downgrade, adjusted its price to a price target of 8 from 650. Folks, that's not a downgrade. When you go to $8 from 650, that's an upgrade. And look down here at Bank of America Securities downgraded the company to a price target of 10 from 950. Again, this, folks, should be saying upgraded by 3, because Morgan Stanley raised their price target from $5 to $7.50, and they didn't even put it. They decided, well, let's just leave that one off. That one's horrendous. So, but they called them all downgrades, folks. See that? The word they're using here, slashed with 3 downgrades to higher prices than before. What a scam. And then, of course, the price started going back up from the 10.23. It dropped all the way back down to 7.71 on those downgrades, only because of the manipulation in the market by those downgraders. And coincidentally enough, it's interesting to see that those people that have all been downgrading, they all own stock in SoFi. They all own shares. And in fact, Oppenheimer just got through buying some shares of SoFi. I'll show you right here, SoFi institutional ownership. Lying bastards. Yeah, I'll show you right here. I'm going to show you right here. And before I do, let me just go ahead and continue here with this sheet, and then I'll show you about Oppenheimer if I remember. Folks, it went from 445 to 1023, and then the downgrades came. There they dropped it 9 days later to 771, only see it 27 days later at 1013. Then, after driving it down again from a SoFi downgrade from Morgan Stanley, they got it to 894, and then boom, 3 days later, 1170. We sold everybody on this channel at 1166, 67, 68, and 69. We sold that day. Go back to that day, July 31st, on my feeds and watch my live stream, and you'll see all of us selling at those numbers that day. 19 days later, the price is at 789, 27, back to 918. You see the commonality? 27, 29, 27 days. Here, 641, 29 days later, price is at 1016. You see that? Then they drove it down the same day that it hit 1016 to 923, 7 days later, 1049. This is why I think buying SoFi down here in the 6s and 7s is such a great idea. I've been doing it for the last year and a half, and I've made a ton of money. You guys can do it too. What I'm going to show you now is going to blow your mind. SoFi, a year and a half ago, October 31st, price was $544. If you waited 1 day after paying $544 for 100 shares, wait 1 day, sell at $647, and you made 19%. Then from here, if you shorted 8 days later, you made 31% because the price dropped to 494. By November 5th, 15th, 6 days later, you made another 24% if you went long from this 494. And now your gains are 74% so far. Then you come here, you short there at this price of 613, and you go and sell out at 424, and you made 44%. And folks, that was in 44 days. Then if you go long from the 424 and you waited 84 days, folks, you could have sold from 424 buy at 824 and made a 94.5% gain. Go short at that price, 824, wait 84 days, boom, you get those bought out at 566. You just made another 45% gain. Go long at 566, wait 5 days, sell on earnings day at 654 high. Then you made 15% more. 3 days later, the price is at 459. You go long at 459 from this price. You made 42% there. You go long here, and then 6 days later, you made another 22%, selling at 560, May the 10th. Then here comes David Chiaverini Day. So if you shorted at 560, you made another 23% on his downgrade to 250 price target. Folks, 30 days later, the price was at 1023 and you made 125%. 9 days after that only, if you shorted at 1023, 771, my God, you made another 32%. Go long at 771. 27 days later, boom, she's at freaking 1013. Short it right there, 31% gain. 9 days later, she's gone from 10 to 894. You made another 13%. Go long at 894. 3 days later, you're at 1170. You made another 30% gain. Shorted at 1170. You get it just how many days? 19 days. She's back to 789. You made 48% gain. Go long at 789. You wait 27 days. Price is at 918, another 16% gain. Shorted at 918, wait 66 days. You made another 58%, folks. At 1016, you sell it. Go short. The same day it went down to 923, you made another 10%. 7 days later, it's at 1049, you made another 13%. And folks, by January the 26th, from October to January, you would have made 839% gain on this stock in a year and 3 months. And there's some hedge funds that have done this, people. There are hedge funds that are doing it. So you don't think if they've got it down here in the 4s and over 10 and over 6s and over 10 and the 7s and over 10, the 8s and over 10, the 894 and over 11, that now they're not going to push this thing back over 10 again? Oh, be careful, folks. If you're shorting this, you should be very careful. Dr. Fields, when you go long, means you buy into a stock expecting the price to go up. When you short it, means you borrow shares from a brokerage and you expect the price to drop and you make money when it falls, just the opposite way of when it gains. It's all well and good to say if you had gone long and short on those days, you would make, but the problem is knowing when the top and bottom is to know when to go long and short. That's not a problem if you look at the charts, Jeremy. The charts tell you. The charts tell you, my friend. You think you should short it? You think you should go long? You think you should go long at this number here when it's rising? Of course you go long. When it's here at this number, do you short it? Yes, you short it. When it comes back up, should you go long? Yes, because it jumps to here. When it's dropping back down, should you go long here at this trend line after they've driven it all the way down? Yes, you definitely should. And you should also pay attention to how much it goes from here up to here to know what the gain's going to be. So just to give you an example, if you look right here, the price on this stock, when it was right here, look at the price. There it was, 434. How much did it go up? All right, 434. How much did it go up? Well, it went up to 746. It went up $4. Okay. Now, what did it do here? What was the price? 493. All right, so did it go up to 980 or something around there. What did it do when it got right here at this number? Where was that? 860. But what did it do when it got to the top? Man, almost the same amount. You see that? Look at that. Almost identical, folks. 950. So the next time it drops down here, how much is it going to drop? If it dropped this much here, it dropped this much here, it drops this much here, and every one of those is an equal amount almost. You can see it just by looking at it. You can just see it by looking. So you're saying, well, how do you know where to get in and get out? You look at the charts, people. This is where you buy in on this stock. When it drops to this line, you can see it every time. Drops to there, boom. Drops to this line, boom. So here it is. It's dropped to the line again. What do you suppose is going to happen next? Here in history, it dropped once to there and catapulted $4. What dropped here one time, catapulted $4. Dropped here one time, catapulted $2. Dropped here one time. What do you think it's going to do from here? Oh, my goodness gracious. Folks, I'm telling you one thing. When this price gets back up here again, which it's going to do, and I believe it's going to be doing it pretty soon, when it gets right here, and then it finally breaks that, once it's gone from that, it's going up to here, all right? And you can bet on it, $12.40, because there is a massive gap right there they created on the way down. I'm here to tell you right now, that is a massive gap. And they did it in a short time, folks, from 214 to what date was it? 221, that's 1 week. And then the next week, 228, 2 weeks. And that price went from $10 all the way up here in 2 weeks. All right. You be aware of it, folks, right there. 1240 in 2 weeks time, folks. And so when it starts rising, it could only take 2 weeks to make that same move as it climbs, folks. Now I want to show you guys something else. You see these stakes? See how here when it dropped? See the equalizer here? See this number here? See the equalizer here? See this number over here? See the equalizer here? See this number right here? See the equalizer that's right there? See this massive green candlestick that happens to be how many shares right there on that one? 641 million. Take a look at this number of this green one here. How much was that one? 645 million. And look how fast after that, look how fast it dropped from there to that number right there. The coincidence is, folks, this thing's mirroring itself right now. It's starting to mirror itself. And it's interesting how the volume levels, you can see what's happening here, folks. That's a big attack right there on March the 4th. Yep. Greedy Gremlin says, I'm picking up what you're putting down, Fish. Yep, thank you. Yep, I've only been looking at Sofi for a week. Well, I've been looking at it for a year very, very, very closely. And I honestly, to be honest with you, I love what I see. I love that. Well, for one thing, going back here to the last January earnings call, I want you to be aware of something, folks, that you need to pay attention to. On the last January earnings call, the first gap profitability, the price opened at 882. This is the day, January the 29th. It went up to 945, and then they closed the price down at 916, and that was on 286 million shares. Now, what I want to do here is I want to compare something, if you'll give me a second, and I appreciate it while you're here with me looking at this. Now we're going to look at the current last earnings call, okay? And we're going to compare these side by side, all right? So here is the last earnings call, and the price closed at 916, and the next day it hit a high of 940 the day after the earnings call, and they dropped the price to a low, $1.02 below the high. Okay, so this is the day of earnings call was January 29th, and you saw 28 million shares, and the next day on 119 million, they made the high drop to close down $1.02 to the low from the high. They drove it down from that high of 940 to this number, and it closed 2 cents off of the low. So they drove it down a whole freaking dollar on 119 million shares. Well, how does that compare with yesterday's volume? What does that do? Well, here was the day of earnings. It wasn't 286 million for one thing. It was only 149 million shares traded. So very, very much less shares, almost half as many shares traded. And the price hit 745 and ended up down the same 40 cents. But the next day, folks, after earnings, look at the volume they had, only 78 million shares. Compare that to the last time where they had 119. Okay, everybody? Shoot. Hold on, everyone. Dadgummit, man. Give me just a second, people. Hold on. I'm calling one of my good friends who just tried to reach me, and we're going to put him on here. Quick tips for beginners: start small. Start small. Start on a piece of paper and make-believe trade at first and see how you do. Don't use your own money until you figure it out.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning to you.
It's actually good afternoon now, by the way.
There you go. Good afternoon, and welcome to the tank. We've got 140 people listening to you right now with us. Yesterday, Channel View had about 23,000 people, and I don't know how many have been here today, but did you see TCNNF?
Yeah, I bought more.
I did too. It just went down to 1230s, and I bought it. I headed up the double bottom. I told everybody to come on into it. And man, what a deal. I sold this yesterday at $14.35 a share. And you guys were here with me to witness it. Sold TCNNF at $14.35 yesterday. You saw me do it, and wow, look at it. What's the bottom on Sofi after this downturn? She done already, man.
Well, we knew those stocks were going to come down a little bit because of the full ramp up of everybody jumping in and shooting it up 40%.
That's right. That's exactly why I told everybody we're going to buy these stocks that are up big. Now, another one that was up huge yesterday was up 58% yesterday. Went up 58%. And I want you to know which one that was. It was called GMM. And this morning, we bought that stock right out of the gate for $1.16 a share. And folks, the doggone thing is now at $1.38. So I told you this stock that was up 58% yesterday, when someone asked me about it, I said, no freaking way. We're not going to touch this thing at 158, up 58%. We're going to buy it tomorrow. And I said, we're going to buy it at the open. We're going to be watching at 9:30 to 9:45. And sure enough, there they came at it. The price, 116 at that time. And folks, the low of the day, and I told you, put your orders in at 113 and 114 and look at the price, 112.90. Cha-freaking chain. Beautiful. Everybody that's here on this channel, if you back it up, you'll hear me tell everyone to buy this stock this morning at that time. And I told you when it was at 113, it was a perfect place to buy it because it's a manipulation number that they love, 112, 113. And you guys have all seen that on my sell chart. You know, I got it on my sell chart. So if it's going up to that number and you're selling there, just so you're aware, folks, when the price is going up to that number and you're selling over here at 812, when you're selling as it rises, then if it's dropping to that number, you're buying there. So that's why I had my buy orders there at 812 and 813. And 814, we bought it all the way up. We just kept riding it up. And very good.
I'm just saying this. I'm probably staying away from this one.
Okay, yeah. Oh no, and by the way, this is not a long time play. This is in and out today. We're in today, we're out today. We're in and we're out. And you guys can see where I picked these up some more this morning. 123, 124, 125. Nice.
This one's a Chinese company that deals with like the virtual, 3D, stuff, artificial intelligence, virtual reality, metaverse type thing.
Yep. Well, anyway, this thing was on fire, up 58% yesterday, and I told everybody we were going to buy this thing somewhere around 9:45 or after the open. We're going to watch it real close, and we did, and we bought it. And now we're making some good money on it. And we're not going to stay in it. We're going to sell it today. We're going to sell it. But that's good. Another one, JAGX. We bought this at this double bottom this morning. Look at the buys in this morning on JAGX. Here's where we got JAGX.
Oh, yeah, I remember this one.
Point 21, point 21, point 21, point 21. I bought a lot. And now she's rising. She's going, folks. She looks good. JAGX. Nice. She looks good. The next one we're looking at here, True Leaf is rebounding and going back up. So very good buys that we got there this morning. Good, good, good. Very good. Okay, and next we're going to come over here and we're going to look at this one here. Hold on. And it's still following YOLO. We are not buying this stock yet, people. I did pick up some of this. I picked up 150 shares at 422. So I'm holding on that, and we'll see what it does. WISA, WISA, down today a little smidge. TNX, down today after yesterday's big climb. They came at it in after hours too, but now this is where we are, only down 3 cents. DJT stock today. DJT, boy, did they hammer that thing down and try to pound it out, but she's rising again, very resilient, just like Sofi. DJT. Next, RCAT. There you go, folks. RCAT. Folks, I say, come on. I picked this up this morning at 140. 140. RCAT I got at 140. And I picked up 1,000 shares there, folks. So I got a fairly nice little chunk of that I can sell today. RCAT. Look at that chart, folks. Look at that. See, I told you after that big candlestick right there, that was the time right there. That was the end of it, I said. RCAT. STEM today. Oh, nice. Very good. Go, STEM, go. Nice. Shopify. How's it looking? Good. It's not down too much. 50 cents, nothing. All right. PLTR. What's she doing now? She's doing very little. Just sitting there. But she sure has over the last performed.
Well, they drilled it down early this morning.
Oh, she's done. More. Yeah, yeah. Goodbye. Yep, she's moving a move. She's making her move now, back up. Now, look at this one, folks. GCT. GCT. This looks like a very good spot to make an entry on this right here, folks. This stock has done phenomenal over the last 6 months. Look at the chart. Look at how well this stock has done when we bought it down here. Bought it in the 9s. We sold it all the way up here in the 34. We bought it back when it dropped here to 27. We sold it up here, and then we bought it back here. And now this looks like a good place to make another entry. So I'm going to buy some more here. GCT. I'm going to pick up some more GCT. Now we're talking about...
I've got one for you.
Yep.
Norwegian Cruise Line.
Down big time. I saw it drop today. Someone told me it was down 10%.
They destroyed it, and the earnings were actually pretty decent. I mean, it shouldn't have been destroyed that bad. So what I'm saying is probably right now is not such a bad opportunity to buy.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. Look at that, folks. This thing's finally hit its bottom, and it bottomed out good this morning. A nice double bottom. Boom, boom. Out went the lights. Now she's riding good. KSCP. And I've been waiting for this to hit the bottom for 5 days. And look at this. Look at it being worked down, worked down, worked down, worked down, worked down. And here she finally starts to recover here today on Wednesday. So this might be a good spot right here to pick up some of this, folks. I'm not telling you to dive in because they might do if they get it to go from here up to 70 or 80 cents, they could do a 1 for 3 to get the price at $1.20, and that would decimate the price. So be careful. They might want to try to push it back up over $1 by doing a 1 for 3, and that would be very, very, very careful. You got to be careful with that, okay? That could happen on this. I've seen it before. Buy it in the mid 40s, 49 cents, and it goes up to 60, 70, 80. You're thinking, oh, yeah, baby, 88, and then bam, all of a sudden, public share offering, price just collapses. You lose a lot. So be careful. I'm just warning you. Looking at CRSP, that thing has finally hit the bottom. I've been watching this for a month now. And folks, I tell you, I had someone on this channel came on about 3 months ago. Her name is Katie. Said, hey, I own this CRSP. It's at $82. What should I do? I said, sell it. I jumped over and looked at the charts, and I told her right away, I said, ma'am, get out of this stock right now. She's at a precipice point looking back to history. If she doesn't hold right here, she's going to drop a lot. And sure enough, she sold it at $82, and look at that thing collapse all the way down to $53 now. Congratulations, Katie. I'm glad you ran into me that day and you asked me that question. But she's looking good here, actually. Looking at this 6-month chart, look at this thing, folks. Just absolutely decimated from where she sold it up here at the $82 range. Nice. There it was. And she sold it. And look at that thing. Collapsed. But now, maybe, finally, a bottom equal to that bottom that we saw right there. All right? So I'm just telling you about this one. You don't have to buy any of this, but folks, this thing, the downside potential, the upside potential is here much more than the downside risk having fallen that far, okay? To a point that we know has been a plateau in the past right there. It's at the same point right there, folks. So just keep an eye on it. Don't have to buy any of this at all, but don't tell me I bought 10,000 shares of... No, don't do that. Next, Rocket Lab. Oh, good. Good. RKLB going green. Going to go green here, it looks to me like. They're trying to hold it back, though, man. Look at that big old dump right there to pull it back to that number once again. All right, folks. We're watching a lot of stocks here. MTTR. We're looking at a lot of them here for anyone that might be moving. This is CLSK. CLSK. And, folks, we've made a fortune on this stock. We bought this stock in the 8s and sold it high. We sold it time and time again. This is just like the other one. We sold it here, we bought it here, we sold it here, we bought it here, we sold it here, bought it here, sold it here, bought it here, sold it here, and we bought it here. And now it's up here, getting right back down to that number, getting close. So she might make another turn north. We're just watching that one. We're not going to get any more yet. SOUN. This one looks good. It's starting to build a nice little plateau here right there. I like the looks of that right there, folks. I honestly do. SOUN. See, what you're looking at, I want you to see. See the spike, okay? See the spike. See the spike. See the spike. See this spike. See this spike. But notice what happened here when this one started making its move up and then made that gradual curve upwards. This is what you got going on now, right now. This is different from that type of move or that type of move or that type or this one here. This is different, folks. This is building a stability. This is what I'm showing you on the institutional chart right now with SoFi, people. It's the same thing. When you come across here and you look at this institutional chart of SoFi and you look at this thing, you see this same pattern right now on this institutional chart. This is the same thing you're seeing right here, just like that. Not big, huge block ups while they manipulated and added shares and they sold them and sold them and sold them and sold them till they had fewer and fewer shares. This is different, folks. This is totally different from what you're looking at over here. This is a different story for SoFi and it looks good. I'm telling you. This is what you want to see. This is the kind of gradual climbing you want to see. This is healthy, healthy, healthy. This is not. This is none of this is here. But this is health. Good, strong, healthy move. Institutions getting more shares and more shares and more and more and more. And even this accelerating, and here accelerating even more. You can see it, folks. This thing is just barely making moves up, and then all of a sudden, boom, it jumped up probably considerably more, and then boom, this last month, even more, folks. This is what you want to see in a stock right here that you're long in. That's what you want to see. And then when you look at the 6-month chart, folks, this is what you want to see on the 6-month chart. As the price rises right now, beautifully off of 682. I've already told you about that 682 number and what it means to them. Those of you that are just tuning in now, this is a thing of beauty. And every single time in the past that it's hit near this trend line, the thing has exploded upwards every time. And now we're on the trend line where we're about to explode, and she's going to let go. Backgetters Media is still here. Yes. Kat, can you make a list at the end of your day of what you're looking to buy the next day and what time? Leave it in the comments. Okay, sure. And I want you to know that the list that I made yesterday, the ones we were going to buy this morning, was based on the biggest gainers yesterday with massive volume. So that's why they were on my list today, including this one, which was up 58% yesterday. I told you we're going to buy this stock out of the gate in the morning. They're going to run it down because 58% gain is going to get a pullback. And sure enough, right out of the gate, what did they do? Boom, they yanked it down. Look at that. Yanked it down. And congratulations, those of you that just bought this at $1.16 when I was buying it. I didn't get it that low. I got GMM at 123, 124, and 125 is where I bought it. I didn't get it at 160. I wanted to make sure it was making a real move back up. I didn't want to risk it. Here's the point at which I decided to buy it, folks. Right here. Right at that point. See what the prices was? 123. And then when it came over here, I decided to buy more because it got to the same number again. And that's when I picked it up right there. 123 again. 123, 124, 125. And then the dang thing just said from there, well, I'm out of here. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, losses. And by the way, folks, I want you to know, I'm going to sell every one of these shares here this afternoon. This is an in and out deal only. I am not going long on this stock here. This is in and out on manipulation, period. That's all it is. It's been manipulated, and I've taken advantage of it. All right? And you can too. Now we look over here at Sofi, and folks, take a look at this. Here's where we opened over here, right here. And they can't get there, folks. They cannot do it. They are running into major trouble right here. They cannot do it. She's going to stay green today. Yesterday's close was 678, and all they could drop it today was 3 cents. Now, let's compare that, folks. This was the day of earnings last time around, January the 29th. This was the day of earnings. The price hit 945 and they closed it at 916. Okay? 945 minus 916. 9.45 minus 9.16 equals 29 cents down. Okay? So off the high, the last earnings, they made this price fall down 29 cents. But ladies and gentlemen, look at the volume that we saw then. Look at the volume that we see here now. I'll show it to you. It's not 286 million on earnings day. It was 149 million. And then here's the biggest eye opener of all. The next day, folks, the next day, they had 119 million shares come in to take the price from a high of 940 down to 838, down $1.02 on 119 million shares. But compare that to yesterday. They only had 78 million shares, not 119. No wonder they couldn't make the price when it hit 689 fall to $5.87. They couldn't make it fall $1.02 from the high to the low. They only made it fall 28 cents, not $1.02. And why? Because they only had 78 million shares. Why? Because, as you can see over here, they're out of shares to borrow. They're virtually out of shares to borrow now, right? They don't have 4 million. They had 550,000 day before yesterday. 550,000, folks. They don't have 10 million. This is why you're not seeing the massive volume that we saw the last time. This is why we didn't see 119 million shares. This is why we didn't see the price go from 940 to 840 close. This is why we didn't see that, folks. And then the next day, which pertains to today, there was 110 million shares traded the second day after earnings. And how many did we have the second day after earnings this time? The second day after earnings, we're only at 22 million shares. So this is half the amount of shares they used last time. So therefore, they could only run from the high to the low 28 cents. And then now we only see 22 million shares, and the price has gone from 704. The price went up. The high rose. And the last time, folks, the high did not go up. The high dropped. I'm showing you this, folks. I'm showing you this now so you understand the big difference between then and now. The high on the day of earnings was 790. The next day, 745. The next day, 689. What is going on now? Compare that to now. 790, 745, 689. But folks, this was the day of the earnings, 745. We're already going positive now. We're already up on that. We're not down on this second day after earnings. This was the day of earnings, April 29th. Yep. This was the day of earnings, April 29th. We were at 745, closed at 705, down 40 cents. This was the day after earnings. We saw 689 for the high, the 661 low. That number right there is only 28 cents. And today, the low is 5 cents higher. Compare that to the last time back here. Compare that to the last time. Dadgummit. I'm going to get over here to the last time. Look at this. 286 million, 119 million, 110 million to push it down and down and down. Down, folks, and down. This was the day of earnings, January 29th, and they pushed the high down, down, and they got the high down another $1.06 the next day. See that? And on 110 million shares, folks. I'm showing you this so you can see what the strength of this stock now is comparatively to back then. They made the price go from 945, the next day's high, 940, the next day's high, 834, the next day's high, 796. Well, we've already turned this train around now. We're not seeing 945, 940, 834, $1.06 drop on the third day. Did you see that today? No, you didn't. Here's the earnings call that we just had. 745, 689, 704. I'm showing you this for a reason, folks. They had full control with lots of volume, and now they've got no shares left to keep manipulating it down like they had before. I'm showing you here, folks, when they had this control back here in January 30th, 31st, and February 1st, when they had that control, things were different. Look how many shares they had. Look how many shares they had to work with. 10 million. They had 10 million shares all during that time. January 30th, 31st, the 4th, all that time. No wonder it was easy for them to borrow shares and run the price down. No wonder it was so easy. And no wonder they borrowed so many. But now, folks, on this earnings call, April 29th, how many shares did they have on April 29th? On April 29th, the day of this earnings call, 550,000 shares. And on that previous earnings call, they had 10 million people. This is why they can't force it down $1.02 today and then the dollar the next day. They made this on the third day fall from the second day, another dollar, folks, and they can't do that now. And I'm showing it to you. Look at that, folks. Here again, January 29th was earnings, 9:45, right there, 9:45 on January the 29th. There it was, 9:45. The next day down a whole $1.06. That's not happened. Not today. That was back in the good old days. That was the good old days. Now we see 745 for the high, 689 barely down. We only saw from 689, we didn't see $1.02 drop. We only saw a 28-cent drop. And now we got a higher high on the third day. Holy crap, folks, we got a 15-cent higher high. When before we had $1.06 higher, lower high. Compare that to today. And compared to the volume that they had to use back then, on the third day, they used 110 million. Where are they at today? Where's their strength today? Where is their strength today on the third day when they had 110 million there? What do they have now on the third day? 29 million? Are you kidding me? Maybe I should refresh this. Maybe it's more now. Still, folks, 29 million. Where's the 119 million shares again on the first day after earnings and the second day after earnings? And the last time, here was the first day after earnings and the second day after earnings. This is why they're not being able to run the price down $1.06 today. They don't have it like they did back then. They don't have the shares. Back then, they had the shares during this time. They had the shares. See them? They had them right there during this time. They had them during the January 29th, January 30th, January 31st. They had all the shares. They don't have them now. They don't have them. I'm just letting you know so you can be aware of it. This is why we're seeing this climb right now, and this is why there's no way they can stop it. They don't have the shares to borrow. They don't have the shares to stop it, folks. They can't do it. Now, I'm interested to see here, we got the Dow going off, up 111 points after being down 450 points yesterday, and we got the NASDAQ climbing here too. And folks, as does the NASDAQ, so does Sofi. Look at the Russell. It's about to go green right now. The Russell's about to go green. Oh, yeah. Indexes brace for Fed. Super micro plunges on earnings while Tesla rivals soars. Huh. What manipulation. Look at that massive double bottom right there. Boom, boom, and then out go the lights. Look at this. It's going green right now, folks. She's about to go green as we speak. She's about to go green. And this whole market's going to explode when Powell stands up there and says, well, we're just going to go ahead and lower the interest rates a full percent. Don't ask me why, but somebody, Mr. B, called this morning early. I mean, got me out of bed and said he was going to fire my ass if I didn't do something. So here you go, folks. 1% interest rate drop. Have a nice day. I'm out of here. How do you like that, folks? How do you like me predicting that in order for Biden to try to get his chance improved to win the next elections, he forces Powell today to lower the interest rates? I wouldn't be surprised to see that, would you? One says, I'm buying. Jason Lewis looks like a healthy stock with a steady run up. So what's everyone losing their mind about? Nothing. They shouldn't be. Good morning, Catfish and Tank. JP Panic, welcome to you. Robinhood doesn't allow me to day trading. What a better option. Fidelity. Sana 28, welcome to the channel. SNAP is rising, she says. So let's go over and take a look. SNAP, welcome to the tank. Everybody who's new on the channel today, I'd like to ask you to not only hit the subscribe button down there and hit that notification bell too. So you'll know when a stock is really taken off and you'll see, oh, Catfish is on, what's going on? And you'll see me do it. So let's go look at SNAP stock that someone just mentioned. Why not? We've got a lot of stocks up here we're considering. And SNAP is one of them right now. SNAP. There we go. And let's take a look at it. I've never looked at this one, I don't think. So thank you for your suggestion. Leap's good right about here. All right. Oh, SNAP. Let's look at the 1 year chart on this. Hold on. Oh, the 1 year, very manipulated. Holy smokes. Look at this thing, folks. Whew. Good volume. I'm going to get over here. Oh, I like it. They beat the street. They beat estimates. They beat estimates over and over. Revenue's good. Let's go to quarterly. Well, I would like to see these earnings keep. These are losses, and they're dwindling losses. But here they went back into the losses a little, and their earnings the revenue actually dropped a bit. So that to me is a little bit of an indicator that I don't like to see. But man, this looks kind of hard to say, folks. I would tell you, I think you might be okay to come in here on this, but be very careful. You're not going to do this heavy duty, folks. This is just a light entry here because this thing has obviously been very manipulated, very much so. Let's look at the 5-day chart. Man, that 5-day looks good, though. I like it. I would not be buying at 1588, though. If you've bought it down lower here, I'd sell here at 1588, and I'd look to buy it back at 1566 or 1577 from right here. I would not be a buyer at 1588. As it rises, that's a stop point. If it's falling, that's a buy-in point. But as it's rising to the 88, I sell at 88. I sell at 87, 88, 89, and 90. And then it drops back down to 1577 or 1567 or 66. You'll see it right now. Just watch it and you can see what I'm telling you. You can either bear witness to me telling you exactly what you should do and what exactly it's about to do, or I'm going to be wrong here and it goes on up to 1597 where I'd sell it. I'd definitely sell it at 1597 and 1598 today. But you can see now I've got a sell order, I've got a buy order, and if I sold here, I go ahead and put in the buy order right now at $15.67 and 68, 69, and I put a buy order in at 1576, 77, 78. That's where I put my buy orders in. Now, I could be wrong, but usually from that 88 number, they'll pull it back down. Almost always. If it's rising to this number, this is a sell point. If it's dropping to this number, this is a buy point, okay? That's my rules. Just jumped into CLSK at 1564. Looks good. Bullish divergence in the 786. Okay. WYT. Is that a stock? When you put them in little letters like that, that could just mean something. Look at that. Snap. 1590. She did break through 1588, but I would have sold at 1589 and I would sell at 1590. And then I would wait for it to pull back here to 1570s or 1560s before I'd buy. And if it goes on up here, I don't care. If I bought it down here at $11, I don't give a damn. If I bought this thing at 11 and it's already up there to that, I'll sell right here just because of odds. And the next place I would sell, my next sell order in is at 1593. And after that, I expect to try to catch a 1588 buy-in from 1593. And I don't sell off in big chunks. I don't sell it all at once. I sell in little amounts as it rises. I just sell little amounts. If I bought 5,000 shares of this, I would sell 500 right now at 1590. 10%. Then I put in another sell order for 100 at 15.91. I'd do 100 at 15.92, and then I'd do 300 or 400 at 15.93. But I think it's going to fall from this right here and go right back down into the 15.70s, 80s, 60s. That's what I think. And like I said, I could be wrong. All right, definitely could be wrong. But you're asking me my opinion on it, and I'm showing you. I'm showing you. Based on the 1-year chart, I got news for you, though. If this price gets to right here, you better be getting out of this for some of it. For sure. 16, look at that. 1688, not 1588, 1688 is where they stopped it. So if you own it, put a sell order in at 1686 and 1687, because chances are it's going to stop there. And even if it doesn't stop there, your next sell order should be at this number right there, which is 1705. And then your next order to sell should be there at 1743, maybe even 1739. But look at this. It's back down now below the 1588, and I think it's going to pull back. Now, if it goes up, that'll be great. Congratulations. But I'm just showing you my analysis, folks. You don't have to believe what I'm telling you, and you never have to do what I'm telling you to do. These are all suggestions only. I am only here to give you financial advice from someone who's been trading for 25 years. I make only one guarantee, and that one guarantee is that there are no guarantees. That's my guarantee. There are none. All right. Those of you that are on this channel, you've been watching me this morning buy at what I thought was the lows, and I bought Poet at what I thought was the low. DJT about to go blast off. Okay, cool. Let's go look over at CLSK now. Someone said they just went in on it, and I got to get back over here where I got that one loaded up. CLSK. Man, I got so many things up here. All right. Let's see where it is on the 1 day now. Oh, okay. Yeah. Looks like it's trying to pull back a little bit right now, but I think you're good. JJJ subscribed. All right. Thank you. And please hit the notification bell too, so you'll be notified when I come back up with more valuable information for people. CLSK may be doing a little time of a head fake here at the very end of lunch, and might be a very good place to get some. If you just bought a little bit though there at 1537, congratulations, because that's where it just hit at 12 noon. Whoever just bought, I hope you were the one that bought there at 1537, because they're trying to take it back down a little bit more now. But I'm looking across the whole market, and I actually love what I see here with SoFi, folks. Green on the second day after earnings. I've never, ever seen it. Green on the second day after earnings. I've never seen it. And folks, I'm going to take you all the way back to show you what I mean, okay? Take a look right down here. This was an earnings call that was on May the 1st. It came out this day. The next day, they dropped it. And the second day, deeper. And the third day, further. You see that? This is different, folks. We saw the drop yesterday, but now we see a rise on the high. I've never seen that on the second day after earnings. Never. I'll show you the next one so you can see. May, June, July 31st. Look at here. July the 31st was the next earnings call, folks. And here I'm going to show you what happened the second day after earnings, July 31st. Here it is right here so you can see it. This was the earnings call, July 31st. The price was at 1170, 1110, and the next day they dropped the price from 1170 to 1110 to the second day after earnings to 1028, folks. That is an 82 cent drop. An 82 cent drop on the second day after earnings. You're not seeing that today, are you? Now, so we saw the one back in May where it dropped to the second day after earnings. Here we see on the next one how it dropped on the second day after earnings, and the third day, and the fourth, and the fifth day. Okay? So that's just that one. Now we're going to do August, September, October, and we're going to come up to the next earnings day right up here. We're going to find it right over here by the volume. You'll be able to tell by the volume on the earnings day. Here we get to it, and we'll know when the volume gets massive, when the earnings day was. There it was. What day was that? There we go. October 31st. Was that it? Must have been the day before, maybe October 30th. 788 for a high. Now, I don't know when that earnings date was. I could be wrong. I could be definitely wrong here. I'm trying to see. And it seems weird because that's only 125,000, so that wouldn't be earnings. Let's go back down here to July 31st. So we know August 31st would be 1 month. September 31st would be 2. And then October 31st. It must have been right around this time. Yeah. So right there. And so here we go. This is the same thing as the last time, folks. This is an earnings call where we came out and we went from 687 to 788, up $1.01, and then they dropped the price almost a full dollar again, folks. So here we are, earnings day. The price hit 788 and they made it close at 694, 96 cents off of the high or so. And then the next day, 63 million. And look, the high went down lower. This was the high this day, down the next day, and then up. And this is where we are now, folks. And we're in the same pattern. And look how much it went up, folks, the next day. And then the next day, okay? We're in this same one as this November earnings call, folks. We had a down day on the day of earnings, and then the next day we had it down again, but the third day a rise. Beautiful. A 23-cent rise on the third day on very low volume like we're having right now. And the next day, look at that, folks. Rose even more, and the next day even more on this type of volume over here, folks. So I want you to be aware that we're in the same phase as this. Now I'm going to get up here, November, and then we're going to get to December, and then January. There we go. The earnings came out January 29th. Here's the high, 945. And the second day after earnings, they made the price fall $1.06 on 110 million shares. 286 the day of, 119, then 110. And now here we have 149 the day of, 78, and 22. Wow. No wonder, folks, that it's rising. It's doing the same thing it did before. And it could go even higher tomorrow. You saw what happened before. I just showed it to you. I showed it to you on this one here. It went from 788 to 757 the day after, then up 20 cents, and then up another 50 cents, and the next day up another 38 cents. Oh boy, folks. I like what I see. This is why I like what I see right now. This is why I like it. And I'm seeing such low volume. And the reason they're not hitting it with 286 million and then 119 million and then another 110 million, they flat out don't have them, folks. They're strapped over here. This shows you how few shares they've got available to borrow. They're strapped out. They're strapped out. Available Sofi, number of shares available to borrow. Very slim picking right here. Very freaking slim picking they've got to borrow shares from. That's slim, people. They got trouble. You know, back over here when the price fell all the way down, look how solid it was down here. They had a firm foundation here as they drove it down to 445. But when it got up to 1023, see how firm that was? Look at the difference now. Look at how hashed out this is. Man, they're in trouble, folks. They don't have all that backup reserve to keep pushing it down. No wonder they're not using massive volume like they did the last time. They don't have it. They had to borrow those shares the last time, and they had them available the last time. If you look at the date, here it was. January the 29th and January 30th, the days of the earnings when they came out. No wonder they could run it down. They had 10 million shares to work with, to borrow and run it down with. They don't have that anymore. This is why they can't run it down now, folks. This is why it's already recovering on the second day. And this is why the volume level is so damn low today. This is why it's so low. They just don't have it. You have to ask yourself, why in the hell aren't they doing the same thing that they did the last time? Why aren't they using massive amounts of volume like they did the last time? Why are they not using 286 million, then 119 million, then 110 million? Why? They don't have them. And they've been naked shorting the crap out of the shares lately, folks, just to even get it to these low numbers recently. Naked shorted right here. Tons and tons of shares. Tons and tons. $40 million worth were naked shorted on March the 11th. 40 million they failed to return. And there's no coincidence to this. After March the 11th, folks, look what they did to the price after March the 11th, and they failed to return all those shares. March the 11th, folks, when they failed to return 40 million, the price went from a high, it had been at 780, and they took those 40 million shares for the next 6 days, and they drove the price down, selling them to each other for the next 6 days. And the tricky thing is, on this day, when they got the price to fall from 686 to a coincidentally 682, where someone just bought today for the low, that's as low as they could get it. And they borrowed more shares on this day to make that happen. They borrowed, shorted on the 19th. Look at that. They shorted $7 million worth again. Shorted 40 million to make the price fall to here, and then they shorted another 7 million to get to 682 that day. 682. Because it wasn't on that day that they ran it down on the 19th. They hit that price of 682, folks, on the 19th. This was on the 19th, see? Coincidentally, a day that they borrowed another 7 million shares that they failed to return. They got to 682. This is how they even got to that number in the first place, is naked shorting the crap out of it. And now they can't do that because the shares aren't there. And this is why the price is rising today instead of falling again. Another dollar. That's right, that's why the price hasn't fallen another dollar today. They don't have the shares to do it. They've tapped out the share tree, everybody. They've tapped it out. And this over here is the proof of it. They can't run it down anymore. Look how many shares they had yesterday morning. And for 550,000 shares out of 10 million they had here. And what a coincidence that on March the 9th, 10th, and 11th, and all those days, on the 11th, when they failed to return shares, they only had 800,000 shares left on March the 11th. And by March the 19th, they used all those shares that they borrowed all the way up until March the 19th. And then they failed to return another crap load of shares on the 19th. They couldn't return them because they didn't have them. Look how many were there on the 20th. 85,000 shares right there. 85,000 shares on the 21st. No wonder they couldn't return any shares. There was only 85,000 left to borrow on that day. That's why they had to naked short. That's why they couldn't return the shares. They didn't have them. See that? They couldn't return them. They didn't have them. They weren't there to borrow anymore. All right. I hope you like what I'm showing you. There we are, 682, the same number that they drove us down coincidentally on that same day that they naked shorted $7 million worth of shares. They're at the same low number right now that they were there then. So this number means a lot to them to get to this number. This is the same low they had the last time when they worked so hard to do it by borrowing shares, failing to return them, borrowing more, failing to return them. That's the only way they got to this price. And I wouldn't be surprised if they're not naked shorting them today, knowing how many few shares there are left. Wouldn't be surprised at all. We see another $40 million worth today that wasn't even there for them to sell to get to that number again, 682. I hope you like what I'm showing you here, folks. I hope it makes sense to you. And for one thing, I hope it makes sense to you. This is a great place to buy at 682, because I got news for you. The price just 10 days before they manipulated it down was at $9.18 and $9.13. Okay. This is the reason that they started diving in and borrowing shares as of March 11 without returning them because they had an agenda. They wanted to drive the price down to the price we're at right now, 682. And that is how they did it, by naked shorting $40 million worth of shares. And now we find the same number again, but it's bouncing off of it, folks. And for us to close over this number today is going to be freaking fantastic for me to see that. Screw you, shorty. We see how you play your games. We see how you manipulate with shares you don't have. We see how you're caught between a rock and a hard place. The world I live in, Sofi will be at 6:30 at 2:30 today after Fed speaks. Sorry, everyone. It's my fault. I have terrible luck. Trip hazard? I think you're in for a hazardous ride yourself. Sounds like you're shorting this thing, to be honest with you, because that's the kind of comment a person would make who shorts a stock. And that's certainly not an optimistic attitude, but we welcome it here because every single comment here adds to the number of people that are shown the channel. So we're just grateful. And by the way, we're green today. We're green today. And we're following this line just like we should. We're just doing just like we should, folks. Every single time the manipulation has come, manipulation has come, manipulation has come, boom, boom, boom. And here comes another boom right now. Watch that Powell get up there and say, well, I didn't want to have to say this, but I got a call this morning from the Biden, and he said I better either lower interest rates or I'm fired. So I'm lowering them a point. You guys have a good day. Goodbye. Trip hazard. Great job, Catfish Tyler. Thank you, Michael Weldner. I appreciate it. You live in the wrong world, baby. This price is rising right now. I got news for you. You're in the wrong time zone, in the wrong world. Hazard. Because I got news for you. This price is rising. This price is rising from here. And why? Because it always does. Oh, look at that. 684. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yep. Look at that. Cup, handle, drop, and pop. Yep. Cup, handle, drop, pop. You know, the cool thing is, take a look at this, folks. From right here where they had the same number, look where we had dropped to down here. Right there. 679. Oh my God, we're 5 cents over that right now and rising, folks. That's not good for shorty. To look at that right there, that's not good. You should be aware. That's not good at all. Especially after what you just used to manipulate it down. This is today. This is what they used to manipulate it down. Then they came up here, they manipulated it down, and whoop, and then this, this low, what is happening here? What is happening here? Why are they buying this thing now? Who, like my thing says, thumbnail, who are the big boys buying in? Vanguard, buying in and increasing its value share portfolio by 19+% recently. Vanguard, what do they know? What do they know? Well, maybe they know this. Maybe they know what Catfish is showing you now. Maybe you like seeing that bottom right there at 678. And then you like seeing this next bottom right there at 678. And wait a minute, we'll get to it. Right there, dadgummit. There. 678. Next bottom, 680. And maybe they like seeing this bottom here even higher. Maybe that's what these institutions like. Low over here, 682. 678, 680, 678, 680, 672. And now look at it. Pagadio. 685. What's going on? What is happening here? She's going up, people. And she's going to keep going up. They did it again, 682. Did you just say SoFi will be 6:30 after Powell speaks at 2:30 today? No, I didn't say that. Someone else shouted it out. I told him I thought he was wrong. He's not very confident in SoFi. His name is Trip Hazard. He's got a first of all, why would you even have a name like that? You're just asking for trouble with a name like that. You're going to trip and fall, and that'll be a hazard. Gators Rock TM. SoFi did have great earnings, but the guidance, yep. I hope I'm wrong. Well, you can witness the charts, and what they're saying is, you're wrong. There they are, and they say, you're wrong. A low here of 678, then a low rising here to 680, 2 cents, and then the low rising to here, right there. Again, folks, 681. And now the low is right here, 683. What that is called is bulls in complete control. Dylan Cackley, if SoFi revenue doesn't drop off a cliff, I am supremely confident on a long-term hold. Yes. Ascension 191, Trip Hazard, you kicked the hornet's nest. He just doesn't know any better, that's all. He doesn't understand the way the charts work and the volume, and he's never looked back across the history as much as I to see that number of 682 and what it meant to him. He doesn't know about it like I do and all of you do now. But now you know. The last time they could get it down to the lowest low ever was 424. The next lowest low was 445, which was a 3% increase. The next lowest low was 641, which was a 44% increase. And the next lowest low was 682, which we just saw today. And we saw that when I showed it to you before. 682 was on March the 19th. And the only freaking way they can even get to that number was by naked shorting $7 million worth of the stock, which they probably did today as well, people. I wouldn't put it past them. If they've done it before, they'll do it again. But damn, folks, I go back to this last earnings call, and I see the price on January the 29th on earnings call day hit that 286 million share volume, and I see the price fall the next day to 940, and then the next day down $1.06, and then today I don't see $1.06 drop. I saw hardly any drop at all comparatively. Certainly not $1.06 drop, and the next day another 40-cent drop. I'm not seeing that now. And I'm not seeing this kind of volume, 280, 119, 110. I'm seeing instead right here, half the much on earnings day, half the much the next day, and even way less today, folks. Way, way less volume. The reason that it is because they don't have the shares to borrow this time, folks. They're not there anymore. We've gone up this second day, not down another dollar. Look at the volume, 31 million shares, folks. They don't have it. They just don't have it. They don't have the shares like they did before to manipulate with, period. They just don't have them. If they did, I can assure you the price would have been down another dollar today off yesterday's open, just like they did back then, a month, the last earnings call. They would have done it again. And they know what they did last time. They know how far they made it fall on the third day. They know that this stock wasn't green on the third day after earnings, but it is now. And by the way, in regards to the earnings and the guidance being lowered a little bit, wouldn't you rather have somebody who would be honest with you and tell you that rather than some guy who would sit up there and fabricate a bunch of future numbers just to get the price to run up so he could sell his 7.2 million shares and then see the real earnings come out and it'd be decimating? That's the kind of company most places are. This guy's a different guy. He's not going to do that. He's got 7.26 million shares of SoFi stock, people. He's got too much on the line to do something stupid like that. He's going to do reserve forward numbers because he cares about you as a shareholder, not about his own self. If he cared about himself, he would have announced the forward was looking very good, forward guidance. We're probably going to increase, and we're going to increase this, and we're going to increase that. Then he gets the price up to 10 or 11 or $12. He sells his 7.2 million shares, and the price on earnings day, they surprise everyone with terrible numbers, and the price falls to 445 again. I'd rather have that first scenario where he's telling us that he's being conservative. Their capital allocation was raised to 16%, says Dylan, way above the industry standards. Yep. I'm not talking price targets. I'm talking about a solid company that will be around for years. Yeah, if you saw my thumbnail yesterday, I said on that thumbnail, SoFi is not going away. SoFi is not going away is what I said yesterday. And you can already see it certainly isn't going to go down any lower. I regret buying at $10 earlier this year. Hope we can get back up there by June so I can break even. Oh, don't worry. You won't have any regrets about being at 10 because these guys that bought all those convertible notes, they need to get the price to $12.29 a share before they can change those notes over at $9.45 each. So all of those convertible notes, there were 68.52 million 682.5 million acquired. They were looking for 750. They got 862 million worth of convertible notes floating out there that no one can do anything with until SoFi's price hits $12.29. And if you don't think they can double SoFi's price from $4.45 a share in May to $10.23 in June, you don't think they can make the price go double again from here in just a few months? They can do it, and they will. They'll find a way. After all, these are freaking institutions. Someone says, I've been hearing good things about PayPal. Those of you that are here with me today, we've got 140 on the channel. I'd like to ask you to do me a favor here. My favorite number is 8. Okay, so at 1:08 and 8 seconds, zoom out, Catfish. We can't see everything. Okay, thank you for letting me know that. My camera once in a while zooms in, so that should make it right. Thank you for letting me know that. I appreciate it. There. Martian Brax, thank you. I've been hearing good things. Why isn't going away, Catfish? Why isn't what going away? Does anyone in the tank like PayPal? I think it will melt faces by end of year. I've been very skeptical about PayPal lately. I think they're getting passed up by some others that are a little bit more innovative. And PayPal's made some changes here lately that I personally didn't like. So I just quit working with them. So especially eBay and PayPal. So anyway, I'm not even part of PayPal anymore. Zoom out, Catfish. We can't see everything. What the hell? Hold on a second here, folks. Hold on a second here. Let's get over to YouTube. Figure out what the is going on. Hold on here. Boom, we're there. And then let me go over here to my channel. And I haven't had another page opened up over here to watch what everybody's doing. But just give me a second here. View your channel. I'll be done here in a second with this technical stuff. Okay. Huge buys. Who's buying right now? I'll tell you. They're coming in. Let's see what this picture looks like. Okay, we got Credit One advertising on my channel. And here we go. Skip that. There we go. And right now, says 151 watching. And let me see what this screen looks like. Let me get up here. There you go. I fixed it. Yay. All right. Did anyone buy some PayPal options? Has anyone here bought some PayPal options? Volume. Turn the volume down. There we go. So, folks, I've already explained to you what's going on with this number 682. See, this is a low that they achieved way back in March. They got this low back in March, and they borrowed $7 million worth of shares in order to get to this number. And they naked shorted those shares. They still have never returned that $7 million worth to get the price to 682. And you can see that over here on March the 19th. There it is. There's the date, March the 19th, and they got the price by naked shorting 7 million. And what I'm looking at here, folks, this is here, fails to deliver, means that they borrowed $7 million worth of shares that day on March the 19th, because earlier, just a week before, they had borrowed 40 million that they failed to return on March the 11th. And then from March the 11th, with that 40 million that they failed to return, all they did was hack the share price down. From March the 11th, they ran it down, folks, and I'll show you here. The high was at 795, 738, 737, and they failed to return all those shares on March the 11th because they used them until March the 19th. And then when they had the price at 686, to get it on down to the same number we're seeing on the screen right now, what did they do to get to that number? Well, they naked shorted again. They naked shorted right here from March the 11th. They ran the price down, and then to push it on down to that figure, they naked shorted another 7 million that they failed to deliver. That's the only reason they could even get to this number of 682 that day on March the 19th, because they failed to deliver another 7 million. So now you've got 47 million naked shorted shares, $47 million worth of naked shorted shares to get to that price that I just showed you of 682 on March the 19th. Interesting, huh? And now we see that exact same number again. What a coincidence. What a coincidence that it's right there at that number right now as I speak. Huh. Well, it's not a coincidence, folks. It's called manipulation. Get it? Get it? It's called manipulation. If you saw 682 right there, you might be surprised to know that friggin' a week later, the price was at 760, and then 10 days later was at 771, and then a few days after that, the price was at 790. Folks, it just kept going up. It just kept going up. So pay attention. When they get the price down to 682, the price is going to go up most likely, because they've borrowed every damn share they can, to the point that here recently they only had 550,000 shares left out of 10 million right here in the beginning of March. No wonder they've been naked shorting through the March 10th and 11th. On March 11th, when they naked shorted that many shares, they only had frickin' the next day they had what? 700,000 shares. Look how many here, back to 1.2, then down to 250, then down up to 2 million, then back down to 1.8, then to 1.4, then down to 700, then down to 85,000 shares. What's the point? What the hell is the point of leaving 85,000? That's just to make them feel good about themselves that they haven't borrowed every freaking 10 million. They've only borrowed 9,915,000 shares. Does that make them feel good? Hell yeah, I bet it does. I bet you they don't like the looks of me showing you all this thin red line. Looking over here, when they drove that price way down, they had a nice, thick, solid underbelly here. They had a strong underbelly over here when they were running the price down back here. They had a very strong underbelly. That strong underbelly is failing big time, and now there's no strength. There's just a bunch of holes in here, inflated with just fake believe cards, folks. And these cards, this house of cards is about to fall, because they returned that much and had a thick return for a week. Then they returned here a thin one. Then and the lower and lower they get lower and lower and thinner in bandwidth. See how skinny this is? and they're already back down to borrowing them all. Oh my God, they are in trouble, people. I'm telling you. That's what I think. That's why I think they're not going to hold this price at 682 today. And even if they do, probably borrowing 30, 40 million dollars worth again to get there. Naked shorting again like crazy. Well, I'm hoping 3 weeks to a month we see a bounce back up from dropping like the past few earnings. Yep, this Friday duckings. Got to understand something, folks. This price drop today is up. This is the second day after earnings, and the price is up. If you go back to the last time on earnings, when we came out on these earnings calls, the price has never been up on the second day. Never, except once. Look at this, July 31st. The price was at 1170. The next day, folks, the next day after the earnings came out, July 31st, 1170. The next day, 1110, down 60 cents. The next day, 1028. Down almost 80 something cents again, and then 1017. Well, now that's changed. We've gone down the first day after earnings, but now we're up today, not down another freaking 80 cents. And it's because they don't have the volume. They don't have it, folks. They don't have the volume they had before. They're in trouble now. They don't have it. Back here in November, I go and show you here November's earning call that came out on November the 29th, folks. Folks, the price went from 773 to 740, and the third day up, and the fourth day up. This is the scenario in very low volume now to make the price fall. They can't do it anymore. They cannot. The earnings call came out. Folks, this is a scenario that we should be very happy with. Seeing the last time on January 30th, the price fall on the second day to 940 and the next day to drop another $1.06. This would be after earnings, the second day, $1.06 fall off the high. And instead, this time, we're seeing the price rising the second day. Oh my God. It's just beautiful, folks. To me, it's beautiful to see that. I'm glad I'm not seeing this thing having dropped another dollar today like they did back then in November and January. I'm glad they're not doing it. And they can't do it because they don't have the volume. Look at that. There's no 110 million shares today like there was back then. There's no 110 million, 119 million shares the day after earnings. There was no 286 the day of earnings to make the price fall from $9.45 down to $9.16. There was a ton of volume, and yesterday we saw 140 something million. And then the next day, 119. Yesterday we saw what, 72 million? And then the next day was 110, and today we're at 30 something. Oh my gosh. Now you can see the amount of power they used the last time to drive this down. And you know how they did it? Because they could borrow all those shares during this time. January 30th, January 31st, February 1st. They had all the shares then. See over here the dates of these? Look at them. January the 30th. They had them right there. They had the shares. Right there, you can see they had all those shares to borrow with. That's how they made it drop the next 3 days. They borrowed all 10 million. Now they didn't have them on this earnings call. On this earnings call on the 29th, how many damn shares did they have this earnings call on the 29th to borrow? 550,000 shares? What about the 10 million they had before? You guys need to know this. You need to be aware of this. You need to know this. You need to understand they're out of shares here to borrow. That's why they cannot keep borrowing 100 million more today and make the price drop on 100 million shares today, folks. They don't have it. They don't have it. And they're probably naked shorting the crap out of it again right now, even people just to get it to there. Naked shorting shares they don't have, borrowing money they can't return, digging the hole deeper and deeper and deeper on themselves. Deeper and deeper and deeper is what they're doing. I'm going to show you them. I'll show you. I'll show you. Oh my gosh. I'll show you, Shorty. There we go. I'll show you, Shorty, right now, ladies and gentlemen, where they are. And here they are right now. That's them. This is them that you're looking at. Folks, right there in the very middle, that guy's name is David Chiaverini. I've already told people I think it's possible that the Fed chairman got a little phone call from Mr. JB today, said you better lower interest rates or you're not going to be having a job anymore. There was you think I'm kidding, but yesterday there was an article on Yahoo. It says, could Powell be fired? That was yesterday's article. Could Powell be fired? Well, there he is, if he is. Folks, he's helped dig this hole that the United States is in now by getting on a podium every 2 weeks and telling everybody how shitty things are. And I think Mr. B's getting tired of hearing him do it. And I think Mr. B might have made a little phony call and said, you better help me get this election. You better stop screwing with the rates. You've told everybody you were going to lower them 5 times this year, and you haven't done it once. And I think he's going to pull the trigger today, and he's going to say, okay, yeah, I got you, JB. I'll help you out. I'm on your team. You hear an article that's on YouTube about, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago, even longer. It was Jim Cramer. He was talking about on the video manipulation and how the market's manipulated, folks. If you want to see this video, I'm not going to show it to you now, but I happen to have saved it, and it's right here. So you can look it up and listen to how he talks about the way the market is manipulated. And here's the interview right here. And this is what it's titled, just so you know. And I want you to be very aware that what he's talking about here is completely illegal. Okay, completely illegal. And he even says it at one point in the video. But this is the video, if you want to go look at it on YouTube, everybody, and listen to Jim Cramer explain how the market is manipulated. And the channel is here, The Cat's Meow Trading, and it says Cramer on how hedge funds are scamming the market. Okay? And folks, if you want to be enlightened, watch this video. Come over here and watch this video. Cramer on how hedge funds are scamming the market. And he explains exactly how it's done. And he even says, I wouldn't be saying this, of course. I mean, it's illegal, but I'm going to tell you. So this is an amazing interview with one of the biggest market makers. And he tells you, the guy asks him, how much do you have to spend sometime to make the price fall? And he goes, millions, millions and millions. Okay. So I'm just letting you know. There's the video. If you want to go and watch it, it's there. It's on YouTube. Cramer on how hedge funds manipulate the market. Okay. And he explains it very well. It's very easy for you to understand. And I got news for you, folks. At one point in that interview, he actually says to the guy says, well, what do you think about the Fed? The announcement's going to be made. He said, the Fed's in on it. He just comes right out and says it. Yep, he comes out and says it right there. He just says, the Fed's in on it. On all the manipulation, folks, the Fed's in on it too, he says. In that interview, go check it out and you'll hear him say it. And I want you to know, I mean, yeah, he come out and called it out for exactly what it was, manipulation, and the Fed was in on it. And he said it just like, what was her name? Joan Rivers. Does anybody remember Joan Rivers? Some of you guys are too young to know who Joan Rivers was, but she was a very forward, energetic type person back in the entertainment industry back in the 70s and 80s. She was on Laugh-In, and she was on all the shows, Yeehaw, and all those things, and Johnny Carson, and she was a socialite, and she never pulled any strings, folks. She just would shoot from the hip. Boom, boom. She'd say stuff that would blow people's minds. And one of the things that she said was they were interviewing her when she was going into the hospital to have something minute done. It was a simple procedure, some sort of, when you get older, you got to have certain things done. And yes, you're right, Trip Hazard. She exposed when she was making her way up the steps to go into the hospital. Someone said, "Hey, what about Obama and what about Michelle Obama?" She says, and Joan Rivers says, "Oh, heck, everybody knows she's a guy." Everybody knows, she said. And of course, the media, I think it was CNN or something like that, and interviewing her on the steps. You can also find this on YouTube as well. Go over, put Joan Rivers outs Michelle Obama, and you'll hear her make that comment as she was going in for this normal procedure she was having done, and she never left that hospital alive. That's right. She walked up those stairs to go in, and they interviewed her, and she never came out alive. What do you know? That's right. Dead a few days later. Mike Obama. Yep. So you guys know. So here we go. Jim Cramer just comes out and expands. Yeah, Michael Obama. Yeah. There's been so many programs that were on YouTube. They've got programs I've heard on some show with somebody doing some sort of dance, and you can see that wanger just wobbling all over the place, bouncing on those pants. I mean, there's just a bulge there, and folks, you can take it or leave it. And I have to be sort of careful what I'm stepping here, but you know what I mean. I don't need to say anything more, but you can see her. Go watch some videos on YouTube. What's this bulge? What's this thing bouncing around while she's dancing down there? What's that, a banana in your pocket? Oh, folks. Welcome to the Catfish channel, folks. We talk about it all. We know what you mean. Yep. Bigger than mine. Yeah. Trip rather said, I'd rather not. Casey Trussell's house. I thought it was a roll of quarters, but I think she was just happy to see me. Yeah, well, do you, punk? The Aquarius 88, yes. Oh my gosh, everybody. Do we have some fun on this channel or not? I do like to bring up some controversial topics, that being one of them. LOL. Hello, well, hello, Muhammad. Welcome to the channel, Muhammad. Yeah, it's so cool that you guys, so many of you know about it. You probably were at the Capitol on J6. Yeah, I was. But I wasn't there with Ray Epstein leading the whole Klan, who's orchestrated the whole thing with all his little Fed friends. I wasn't in with that group. I was the one that was up there waving my flag and being happy and glad. They invited me in. They were telling me, come on in, come on in. I said, no, I don't think so. I'll just stay out here in the beautiful sunlight. And I waved my flag out here. But they were inviting me in. They were calling everybody in. They were up there at the front. Come on in, everybody. Place is open. We'll give you a tour. Don't worry, nothing will happen to you. You won't get shot mistakenly in the face. And Steve of the Mountains, weirdo. Yep. Our time will come. Hello, John Arkansas. Yeah, I guess it is. Epstein and Diddy, BFF. Yep. Oh, everybody, thank you for being here with me while we talk about many things in life, including the crazy atrocities of it all. Welcome, Muhammad. Assalamu alaikum, my friend. Yep. So anyway, everybody, we want to show you here. Let me just close this down here a second here and close this down. And we got some fun things happening on this channel. And I want to put this here. I'm going to move this over into my pictures right there. Boom. There we go. Now I got it there. And then I'm going to move this one here over to my desktop. All right. There we go. Desktop. Boom. There it is. All right. We got that done. Now let me get on out of here with this. And I want to thank each and every one of you who are here with me today on this beautiful day as SoFi is green today. No one would have ever guessed this could be green on the second day after earnings. Folks, it's just uncalled for. It's just never been seen before. Go get some lunch before the Fed. Agreed. Yeah. All right, that might be a good idea. Fed announcement here in a half an hour. Breakfast. Yeah, breakfast. Well, I'm on the East Coast, so yeah, we're still having breakfast. But folks, here's what I'm going to do. My coffee is virtually gone, so I am going to go get me another cup of coffee. I don't need to get anything to eat here, but I'm going to have some coffee. And if you want a catfish coffee mug, look down there in the description where it says, hey, want some cool cat merchandise? And click on that link down there while I'm gone, and you can see all the merchandise. Many of it you can customize and put whatever you want it to say. You can have some of the caps say, I could be wrong, or you can have the shirts that are there. Some of them are customizable. Some of the other stuff that's on there is customizable, so you can say what you want. The mugs, you can have them say what you want. So, folks, not this one. They don't personalize this one. But anyway, let me just take a little break here, and I'll be back in a minute, all right? I'm going to go get me some more coffee, and I'm going to put this up in the meantime, everyone. Here we go. All right. Don't go anywhere, folks. I will be right back. Let's leave the price over there so we can see it rise while I'm gone, okay? All right. Yep, JP Panek. New subscribers here, but to infinity, yes, thank you very much. And make sure you hit the notification bell, too, so you know when I'm up again. Let me go grab some coffee. Be right back, everyone. Just be chilling with me here a minute. I appreciate your patience while I go fill up my coffee cup. And I'll be right back in just a minute. What happened here? There we go. Turn the light back on. Get the light shine. Let your light shine. Like a bird on the wing. All right. I know those aren't the words. Let's get this back going. Oh, she's up. I told you she'd be up when I got back. 684 and rising, folks. Let's see here. There we go. I see a lot of messages retracted. Sound is moving. Oh, good. Yeah, I told some people this morning that I liked where it was right there for a good possible come in on that thing. I did look it up this morning earlier. And all of those of you who keep me informed when things move, I'm grateful. Yes, very nice. I looked at this 5-day chart and I said, man, this thing looks like she's ready to pop. Nice. Oh, yeah. All you guys that are here, check it out. Cha-ching. S-O-U-N. You remember that lady Mary that came in here and tried to chew me out for her saying she lost money on this, and the next day I made it went up like to over 5 something. She was chewing me out because she had bought it at $4.95 and it went down to the low fours. I said, lady, listen, watch. I believe it'll go up so much I'm gonna buy it right now. So I bought a bunch of shares when it was down there while she was crying and complaining. And the next thing you know, the thing jumped back over 5, went to like 514. Cha-ching. And I don't know if she sold on the day she came over and chewed me out, but everybody was here saying, man, he told you don't buy everything. Don't dive in. He never wants you to sell. He never wants you to dive into anything. Catfish doesn't buy that way. Folks, listen, this is the guy you're talking to right now. This is who you're listening to. And what experience do I have? I have 20 years, now 25 years almost, of trading in a market that's been extremely volatile, people. You have no idea what it was like back in 2008. People worry about today. Oh my God, she's down 3%. Oh my. Folks, there was a time back then when the stock market fell 500 one day, 400 the next, 500 the next, 400 the next day. It was absolute unbelievableness. And if you weren't smart and you didn't sense it, if you weren't watching the volumes, if you weren't watching the money flow, if you weren't paying attention, you lost your ass. I had my best friend down in Florida lost $250,000, folks, in 2008. Now, don't get me wrong. He had been doing fantastic from the year he graduated high school with me in 1979. And he graduated a year before me, but we talk on the phone here with you guys sometimes. His name is Tom, and he is one of the very original traders with Danny, Double K, and several others that I have. Mr. Sun, the Sunshine. Hypothetically, if you turned into all right, party hats. Sadly for you, you get to take a pause, and then if you come back nice, we'll let you stick around for some very cool, educated stuff that you might learn from. Otherwise, you can just move along, but you are going to get in a little time out, so we'll see you in about 10 minutes or so. Okay. The people that come on here that make comments like that, then they must be removed, and they have to be cast out of the tank, folks. And believe me, my cats are very happy every time I toss one out, because they look at them over there on the floor and they'll come over and sometimes bat them around a little bit, and then yeah. All right, everybody, coming over here right now. Sofi. What a surprise to see that number there, huh? 682. Those of you that are here on this channel with me now, I see there are over 100 right now. One of the ways we keep this channel going is if you like what you see and the things I'm showing you that most people don't tell people about. You know, there's been people who have been watching me now for the last 6 months, a lot of them every single day, and they listen all the time in the background. I don't even know they're here. But I'm glad that you are here, those that are steadily here. And I want to ask you, you sticking around for the Powell announcement at 2:30? Of course I am. Yeah, of course I am. I said I was going to leave early, but then I thought with that announcement coming out, there's no way I could do that. There's no way I could tear myself away from the market with that kind of an announcement. And what I've got to do, it doesn't necessarily have to be done right away. I've just got until this weekend to get it done. I got to have it done Friday. Got to have everything set up here in 2 days. So I've got to get it done, and I got time to get it done, and I'm going to get it done. You sticking around? Yeah, I'll stick around. Still showing people JPEGs. Fish Penetrator. Huh, that's a cool name. That's a cool name. But unfortunately, I think I need you to clarify. I don't have to show anybody. I don't have to show anybody anything here. They are here because either they believe me or they don't. They either believe me or they don't. And I'm not asking you to believe me or any one of them to believe me. I've already told them I can't be believed because I can't guarantee you anything. I've told every one of them that. So thank you for being here and adding to the channel's popularity, because as you come on here, as others do, many, you'll be one of 25 or 30 people today. Trump 2024, yes. Yes, I'm glad I found your page. Not trying to sell, just speaking the truth. Thank you, Maxwell Power 23. And for all of those that have signed up and have subscribed to this channel, hit that notification bell too, just so we can increase that number, and that'll get even more people out. Yeah, hit the notification bell. I want to thank you guys and gals for being here. Trump, I know, he just missed. You got to understand the R and the E are next to each other on the keyboard. He meant to hit the R. They're next to each other on the keyboard. I got you, man. Trump, I know what you said. I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you. Everybody who's here, everyone who's here, thank you. Here we are to prosper today. Let's see if we've made any good buying decisions. Okay. We're going to show you what we've been buying here today, those of you that are here. And I think they were all good buys. We'll find out right now. This is my sheet from this morning as I bought each one. You can believe it or not. You don't have to believe anything I'm showing you, folks. Okay. It's all make-believe. Okay. So this is where this stock was up 55% yesterday, 58% at one time. GMM, okay? And I bought it this morning here, and let's see if I was stupid or it was a good idea. So let's go look at GMM. There it is. $1.27 now. Huh. Well, I think I'm okay. Because I was buying here at this double bottom right there. I saw that double bottom there. Now let's go look at the next one here. RCAT. And by the way, I do not have a financial degree, and I'm not a financial advisor. I'm just an old guy who's been trading for 25 years. You can believe me or not. I'm just here to help people and hopefully minimize your chances of losing money. See, the one thing that you want to do in the stock market more than anything is never do you want to be overexposed. You need to put in enough to keep a good reserve of cash. Don't go all in, people, without all of your money. Never do that. Don't. What you got to do is be reserved and minimize your downside risk by investing in small amounts like this. Okay, you can't see there that way, but I'll show you. Folks, do you know what your chances are of losing a ton of money are when you've got a lot and you're just investing in little increments like this that just go into, like, consider it just little amounts that just go into a little change jar every single day, people. Okay? So, and I don't mind showing you the prices where I bought everything. And again, just consider this hypothetical. See if Catfish knows what he's talking about. There's some people here right here that I know don't believe me, but look at the prices I bought. You know they were there. So if you had bought there, hypothetically, find out where you would be down the line in a week. Or even in the same day, if you're going to sell in the same day. I'm going to sell this stock today. I'm bought in to make a 1 day pop and make a little change to put into my little jar. And just in case you want to know, folks, have a look at it right now. Okay? We're going to sell this thing up here. And it could go there in after hours. It could be at 140 something. 148 in after hours. I could be wrong, but folks, take a look. Look down over here. Look at the volume. Look at this chart with me, folks. Just I'm asking you to bear with me. We're considering something besides SoFi because, folks, when your stock doesn't perform to the standards that you had and your expectations, if the company starts to fail to come through with what they expected and this drives the price down, you've got to sell some of that and you've got to move it over into something that's making moves, all right? You're not here to mess around, people. When a company starts to underperform and they start to give you any doubt, just move over to one that's making 30% gains in 1 day like this. Just take some of that money, take a little of that SoFi out. I'm telling you, in Clark, which is also, I forgot the latest name, Legend, Ivy League, all right? Yep, the Fed decision's coming, folks. We'll know what it is. Some people say, well, why don't you stream it live? Why don't you stream it live? You really don't need to. I mean, you'll see the result right away here. You're not going to need to. We got 10 minutes. Now, I want you to know something, folks. This looks very good. This move off of 682. And for those of you that don't know about this number 682, they got to this once before and they really finagled a lot of magic to get to the 682 number. They borrowed a bunch of shares and then they didn't return them. And then they went back and naked shorted some more. And then so this is how they got to this price. So they've been here before, but this was equal, 682 was equal to the last low that we saw. And they don't really like me showing you this, folks. They don't want you to know this stuff. They don't want me to pay this much attention to it, okay? They just don't. But I do, for us, so we can see, well, where's the parallel to 682? Well, I went down here on this and I hit Control F on my screen and I typed in this space after I hit Control F, 682 right there. And then I come over here and I clicked on this button right here. And then I saw the place on the page where it said 682, and that number was a number that we closed at right over here once, all right? And that would have been on what day? Oh, yeah. 682, they closed it there. Then it went to 703, 725, 765, 774, 812. Do you see that, folks? See that number, 682? And look what happened afterwards, folks. And look at the volume on that day that they get it down to that number from here in the 690s to 680s. Look at that number to get there. A lot of effort right there where they probably borrowed a bunch of shares that day too, June the 1st. But I'm telling you something, folks. Right now, that number, I'm going to show it to you again on this page. Give you a second here. Here it is. This is it, folks. And it's June the 1st. And here is a 682 again for the days. I guess that would be where she closed that day. Another closing. And again, on a lot of volume. Let's get the next place. 682. March the 19th. What do you know? March the 19th. 682. And this is the last time, folks, that it was at 682, was March 19th. That number, they got to that number there from way up here in the eights down to this by naked shorting here on the 11th, $40 million worth of shares that they then used to drive it down. And then on this date, they naked shorted on the 19th, another 7 million to get to the low that they could of 682 that day. And you can all see it right here in front of your very eyes. This is where they did it. On the March the 11th, right down here, folks, on this page, you can clearly see exactly what I'm showing you. On March the 11th, the price 771, and they drove it down by failing to deliver almost $40 million worth of the stock. And folks, these are failures to deliver right here. They're supposed to be returned to the brokerages. The money is supposed to be returned, the shares. But on these days, folks, coincidentally, 40 million shares were not returned on that 11th date. And then coincidentally, those shares might have been used. I'm speculating only, this is just my theory, that those shares were used over the next few days, and when they got it to here, they did it again for $7 million more worth to get to the low of 682 that I just showed you. All right, that's the way I think it happened. That's the way. It happened. All right. Hopefully that makes sense to you, everybody that's on here. RBC raises PayPal to be. Okay, folks, we're 7 minutes away. 7 minutes away right now. Thank you for being here with me, everybody. I appreciate you being here. And no matter what happens, folks, if you've been using my rules of keeping a lot of cash available, then you won't be upset by any announcement that's made. Because this is what you keep 30% of your account portfolio and cash available for. Is if the news is bad, you come in like Warren Buffett does when all others sail. When the fear takes over and the emotion, you come in. Now, if you're coming in with catfish, you're coming in very easy when you think you're seeing the triple bottom. There's never a time that you'll ever see me coming in on the first time it hits here and come in there. I won't do it. Because when she starts moving up, nope, I won't do it. It's got to see that second leg down minimum. And that's where I'll make my first small entries on the second. Because sometimes, folks, all you'll get is a double bottom. That's all you'll get. But many times you'll see triple bottoms, quadruple bottoms, cinquintuple, sextuals to accept. Folks, they can fake it all the way down. They can just keep working it down. There's nothing you can do about it. 230, not 2. Okay, Jason Laws, merci beaucoup, monsieur. Et si vous êtes ici, tu sors dans l'autre pays, c'est possible que tu parles français. Je dis merci beaucoup que vous êtes ici avec moi aujourd'hui. Si tu ne comprends pas ce que je dis, c'est parce que vous n'êtes pas en Haïti comme moi. J'ai été en Haïti pendant 2 ans. J'étais petit, à 15, à 6, à 16 ans. And so that's why I speak French, for those of you that speak French. And si es posible hablar español, yo puedo hablar español como ustedes también. Gracias, muchas gracias por ustedes estar aquí como amigo hoy. Yo espero que tengan un buen tiempo aquí como amigo. Yo sé que tengo muchos que es mexicano aquí, que hablan español en Honduras, en Nicaragua, Argentina, todos los otros países. Pero usar hablar español. And so I speak these languages because I lived in Haiti as a child when I was about 15 years old and 16 and 17. And I've observed some very bizarre stuff in my lifetime. Maybe one of these times I'll do a little Haiti after hour for you. Tell you some stories about Haiti. Some stuff, unbelievable stuff that you really would have a hard time realizing was true. I'm telling you. It's just something else, folks. All right. Somebody's asked about PayPal quite a bit today, so let's go take a look at it again. I haven't looked at the chart and didn't. The last time I saw it, it just didn't look to me like it was getting ready to make a big move up. I just didn't see that kind of a thing happening, and the trend has been down. I know. So let's go look at it just to suffice everybody. PayPal. Looking at PayPal, here we go. Right over here. PayPal. Oh, are you kidding me, man? Again? Ugh. See, I'm still not impressed with it. I'd rather stick with my stock, to be honest with you. It looks a lot more a firmer foundation. Guys, I'm going to show you something here, all right? Let's go over here and compare this PayPal to where we are right now. Hold on. First, let's do this. Here's our institutional ownership chart lately. This is what our institutional ownership chart looks like lately, all right? Let's go look at what PayPal's looks like. All right, let's just look at it. Just to do a little comparison. There we go. That's what's they got going on. Oh, are you starting to get the picture? That's a nice little comparison, isn't it? Huh. That surprise anybody? Honest with you, it didn't surprise me. I mean, look what this thing used to be up here, right up here, folks. PayPal, man, you think you want to get into something with that many institutions bailing out? They're probably jumping over here and getting in on Sofi instead. Because Sofi's chart looks quite a bit different, doesn't it, lately? That's SoFi's chart, institutions coming in. And just like SoFi's money has been increasing, and and folks, just like SoFi's, they still did like $560 something million, people. How would you like to make $560 million? How would you like to make a tenth of that? Or even 1% of that? I mean, these people aren't losing money. They were gap profitable for the second time. All these institutions know. See, that's why you're seeing that increase. The reason that they're starting to increase, and even the increasers getting bigger and bigger, is because more and more are coming in. They're starting to see things starting to come together. They're starting to see Galileo signing deal with the number 5 or 4 bank in the United States. They're starting to see Fed rate remains paused up. There you go. That'll make the market go up, most likely, I hope. We'll never know. They can make it go anywhere they want. All right, let me close this page out. Oh, yeah, there she goes. Sayonara, shorty. Don't let the door hit you. Watch this thing go up to 698 today. 704, 714. I'm going to watch this thing closely, folks. We're watching this very closely. Now, I want you to pay attention very closely here. We don't need to look at this number here right away. We can look here. Look right here. Up 81, up 74. This is where I'm looking right here. And if you're a trader, you've got an order ready to go here right now. What platform are you using? Just found you. And what brokerage? I use different brokerages. I use Charles Schwab, and I use Fidelity, and I'm going to be using Sofi very soon. I like to have different ones because sometimes one will go down. I've had them go down before, folks, completely down, and you have to use another format to get a trade across. It's best off if you've got the shares that you're buying like I do to move it from pad to pad so that you're buying from one time, buying from another, buying from another, and you keep spreading it out across the three. It's the smartest way, I think, to go about doing it. Yep, we're waiting on them. Oh my, look at that, folks. Maybe somebody got a call. Look at that. Somebody get a call. Did you know, folks? Hey, you guys have you everybody have you ever seen the movie Trading Places? Remember that? You ever seen that movie Trading Places? On Trading Places, well, if you saw it, you know what happened. They got that info on the backside, insider trading. They got that backside lead that they suckered them into at the end, made them think that it was from a reliable source who knew what was going with the futures, and then they went in and made a big wager on that, expecting to see, and the opposite happened. You remember that? Well, folks, can't hear you. No change in rates. What platform? Fed rate remains paused. The retired fat guy. Good stuff. Thank you for saying so. Jason Laws, 230, not 2. RBC raises PayPal to 84. Okay. J-Rod, same. I think rates will stay the same. What does everyone else think? Same. It is. This is just a little correction then. What Reuters is reporting. 15 minutes ago on Reuters, Fed to hold rate steady as inflation dims hopes for policy easing. Rates should stay the same. Don't guess any of this, folks. And trust me, it doesn't matter either way. Look at SoFi, folks. It's at 688. Look. Hell yeah. All right, everyone. You know what time it is? Oh. Whoa. Holy smokes. Holy smokes, everybody. Oh, man. I'm tempted to do something here. Whew. Man, oh man, folks, what's happening here? Just hang with me here a minute. I'm trying to do something here. Just hang with me, folks. Don't go anywhere yet. We got something happening here. Something's starting to sizzle on this. I feel the water is starting to. What's it doing? What? What's happening? What's going on with SoFi? What do you think's happening there? Oh, what the? Sofi. Ah, yeah, baby. Look out, shorty. The alarm bells are going off early. Somebody done got themselves a phone call, tip off. Got the back. Oh, my goodness gracious. And look what we got going on across the board. I hope you're enjoying this, folks. I want to thank you for being here. I see there's tons and tons of comments. People are optimistic. What is the meaning of life? We got 2 hours to break resistance. Break Buddha, take it good. Glad I was wrong. Bye, bye, bye. No change in rates. Bye. Ding, 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 ding. Yes, I figured it out. My computer. Maxwell, good. I can hear you. All right, good. Confirmed on Barron's. No charge in rates. No change in rates. No sound. Can hear you, Maxwell. Nice try. Powell's speech up next. Woohoo! All right, everybody. Bye, bye. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. You know what time it is? Well, it was a long, long time ago. May the 4th, just so you know, when Catfish bought his first Sofi. Yeah, on that day, I took a chance. I started my Sofi romance. That's right, I got in Sofi's pants the day I bought Sofi. And come May 15th, I did not shiver at that target price Dave Cifrini delivered. Fake news, you bet I knew it. Yeah, Catfish saw right through it. So why others sold Sofi in shock. Catfish Ty bought his 5 blocks, 'cause I knew soon this stock would rock the day I bought Sofi. And now I'm singing, bye, bye, time to buy some Sofi. Folks, you gotta pick it up right now, she's gonna fly. And if you don't, I think shorts will all cry. And you'll say, why not listen to Catfish Ty when he said it was time to buy? Yeah, let me get on here, make sure I'm on my channel. I can't tell what I'm doing anymore. Did I close it off? Am I still on here? Am I still broadcasting? I have no way of knowing, but I have one way of showing my emotions, and this is huge buys. There it is. We'll get it going again. Yep, way up. Gonna be volatile, chart up. Yep. She's going to get crazy, folks. Invest in the weight loss drug revolution. NASDAQ, shirts, Tema, Obscenity. Man, everybody advertising on this channel. Yes. Welcome back, everyone. I see now. Okay. All right. So I guess you guys could hear all those sirens going off, couldn't you? Bye, bye, bye. That's right. Let's finish this up. Yeah, I'm saying soon push comes to shove, and Sofi's prize will rise above. One day she's gonna break past 10 again. Oh yeah. We'll soon be thanking God in heaven when SoFi's price breaks through 11 on its way to no one knows how high. Yeah, I'm convinced SoFi will thrive and one day break through 25. And the shorts, they won't believe it, 'cause none of them conceived it. May 4th, I press my luck in my pink carnation pickup truck. Yeah, I pressed my luck and changed my luck the day I bought SoFi. Yeah, well, see, I might be right, could be wrong, but think right now SoFi's way too strong. There's no way they can hold her back. Jack be nimble, Jack be quick, and Jack should jump on this SoFi ship, 'cause if he don't, he might feel sick the day when SoFi flies. So folks, have no fear or be any faint of heart. Just look right now at our 6-month chart. Resistance will be broken like Catfish has just spoken. The 3 men we admire the most, Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost. All those shorts will soon be toast the day when SoFi flies. So now I'm singing, bye, bye, time to buy a SoFi. Better pick up 100 shares, 'cause she's gonna fly. And all the shorts will all be drinking whiskey and rye, saying, why'd I ever short SoFi? Why didn't I listen to Catfish Ty saying, bye? It's time to buy a SoFi, folks. It really is. It's any time in the sixes. Buy it along with Anthony Noto. Buy some more with we know who's coming in here. We know she's buying more today. She's got to be. I wouldn't doubt it at all if she's in here. Kathy, it's Woodwater. It's wood time, folks. It's woody time. It's time for Kathy Wood to buy more right now at this wonderful price above 682. She's in here, folks. She's swimming in with all these whales, the babbling. Thank you, Antex. I appreciate you being here and helping out my channel. Everyone who comes here, no matter what you say, the truth is, it's time to buy SoFi. It is. And we're buying it. You can't keep us from buying it. We're addicted to buying SoFi. Right? I sure am. Matter of fact, I'm going to get this tablet out now, and I'm going to pick up some more. And this will really tick you off because I'm going to buy it right in front of you. As it goes up, I'm just going to keep buying it. And what I'm going to do this afternoon, folks, is I'm going to trail this price up by 2 cents as it goes higher and higher and higher. So my orders right now will be going in, and just write it down if you don't want to do it. You can write these down. I'm writing them down, and you can see what I'm doing, where I've bought already and where I've sold already. And you people know, the ones that are here on this channel have been with here for such a long time. They know where I'm buying and where I'm selling. And if anything, whether they can prove or not whether I'm buying or selling, if they don't believe the vision they've seen in the imagery, which is fine. I'm not trying to convince anybody. You either believe or you don't believe, and you don't even have to do that. You can just write the numbers down where I'm saying to buy it. Write the ones where I sold. Write them again where I said buy it. Write it down. Track it yourself. See if I don't make you a lot of money or you can't figure this out by the charts and the graphs and the volumes and the daily manipulation of stocks that drive up 58% on one day. I can assure you the next day they're going to be run down at the open to shake out the tree. You saw that today on that one MMG. Which one did we buy? GMM. I told you, folks, it's up 58 cents. Someone told us about it yesterday. They said, what about GMM? And I said, oh my God, it's up 58%. No. And I told everyone, we're going to get this tomorrow morning at the open. And we did. GMM, where it is now. Let's see where it is now. And this is an in and out today. It's in and out. Here it is. Oh, it looks good. Look at it right now. Oh man, she's spiraling up here. GMM, folks. GMM. Now, I bought this morning. You can see these numbers where I bought this morning, GMM, and you can go back to the beginning of the video and watch. See, I just write the numbers down so you can see where I bought them. You don't have to believe me if you don't want to. Just track it, folks, like you had bought it there. Put it on a piece of paper and see where you'd end up if you sell on the days I say sell these things. All right? You don't have to, no one's asking you to be here to track what I'm saying and showing people. You can be here and say whatever you want negative, but folks, I put it right out here on paper so you can see where I bought these shares, and you can either go along with me and just buy in smaller increments if you don't have this much money. You can do whatever you want, but look at the numbers I bought these, okay? So there you go. The first one turns out good. I bought GMM right here. Boom, 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 boom. Got it. I'm good with that. Next, let's see the next one that I decided to go into. I decided to buy some RCAT at $1.40 a share. So let's go find out what the heck RCAT is doing right now. All right, here it is. Huh, and it's still right there. All right. Well, I like that. For being that long, is that the right? Oh no, this says 10:54. I gotta refresh this screen. Okay, well, there it is. Refresh screen and all. Now, let's look at the next one that we bought. YOLO. I bought it $4.22 for the low. And I didn't buy much of this, folks. I'm not convinced in this one at all. But I bought some of it. Let's see if I missed the boat on that one or I made some money. Where in the heck is it? Well, I sure don't like PayPal, though. Someone was talking about it earlier. I just don't like it, so no. YOLO. YOLO. There it is. Oh man, see that? See that thing drop? 408 people, down 10%. So man, this is a good number. Now, the reason that I say this, folks, I'll show you something here. Just give me a second here and find it. Okay, here we go. Folks, the reason that I say this is a good number to buy is because if your price is rising, if your price is rising to 408, you'd sell. I know this says 808, but just call it a 4. If it's rising to this number, you would sell it there and buy back at 401 to 398. Maybe even low as 388 here. And 377 I've seen. When it breaks over sometimes, man, they'll pull this thing back big time. So my point is, if you're selling there, if the price is rising to pull it back lower, then you want to be buying there if the price is dropping. Okay? So that's why I like the 08. Okay? That's all I'm saying to you. You can take it or leave it. But this is the number I like. To buy when the price has dropped to this number, the 08. When it is rising, I want to sell it there and buy back lower. Okay? There you go. Some people say, well, where do you come up with these numbers? Well, I didn't just pull them out of my head. I can tell you that much. All right? I study. I break it down. I mean, Folks, take a look at how all the information I have on this stock showing what you could have made every time the price went up and down and up and down and up and down, and the durations of days that it was. Look at these percentages and look at the days of this stock back in the day. And the reason this was then was because they had such low volume. They were only having 17 million shares a day, 16, 15 million. It was really, really, really easy. Now this volume, see, you get all these institutions starting to come into play. Things get a little dicey for them here. But if you had, look at these gains over these short durations, and look at if you went long and then you shorted and you went long, you went shorted, went long and went shorted from each of these massive numbers here that are over here, folks. Look at the manipulation, 4s to 10s to 7s to 10s to 7s to 10s to 9s to 10s. It's just insane, folks, to see all that over such a long duration. Yep, the Fed kept rates unchanged at 5.5. This is the 6th meeting in a row that the Fed has left rates unchanged. Well, good. If anything, is anyone surprised by that? Is anyone surprised? I think the shorts might be going, man, what are we going to do now? Well, they say, folks, I like to sometimes have a little bit of make-believe and fun here once in a while. But this YOLO, folks, the volume is non-existent on a daily average, 70,000. So this is going to be like watching the grass grow, folks. But I'm saying, just period, I think that's a good number to make an entry. I could be wrong, so don't do much. Don't go in, don't tell me, oh, thanks, Catfish, I just bought 20,000 shares of YOLO. I'll kick you out of the tank if you say that. These are weighed in numbers right here. This is a sway one way or the other for sure, but it's a big swing number. If it breaks below this, look for a number to get it at $3.88, people, $3.89. And then put a number at $3.97. Just a small tidbit to get at $3.97 on the way down. Because eventually it'll come back up over this once this overselling is done. But I'm looking over here at the 6-month chart. This thing needs to make a correction, folks. So you look at the parallel to where the price is right now, and you can see it right there. Right there, folks. See that dip right there? Boom. Right there, folks. And that's where it is now. So it drops off a cliff, and you can buy this thing here. The next place to put in, 374. Or it turns off of this and goes right back up this way. It's one or the other, folks, right here. This is the turning point. Okay. Oh, yeah. You know what I want to look at here with Sofi? Just give me a second. I'm going to get over here. Look at this, folks. This is the 1-day chart right now. I'm jumping on right now. You guys hold tight. Whoa, look at this. Huh. Whoa. Look at the 45-day right there. Just cross over the 50 and snap to the upside. Look at that degradation line. Snap flat and now starting to rise. Look up here, folks. Look at the blue 45 right there. That's a mouth. This is what I like to call, this right here is the porpoise swallowing short swallower, okay? This is right here. This. Oh, I'm sorry, folks. Look, someone just got swallowed right then. That was one short. This is the porpoise. This is the mouth. It's rising. Look at the 10-day here, folks. Boom, going right off this thing. Kaboom. And watch down here for the volume. Watch the levels here. We're going to refresh the screen right now. Azria Lawrence, I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Holy crap, folks, she's gone. She gone. She gone. And I love it when you get over on this 1 day now. Look at Yahoo's what they're doing on a 1 day chart now. Are you kidding me? Come on, man. Jeez. You know what's interesting, folks? You guys look at my chart. Someone asked me earlier, they said, what's that line you've got to go on across? And those two lines cross-secting, what do they mean? Well, they're there for a reason. I can tell you that much. Show me those candlesticks. Man, she looks good, folks. I think we might have caught some off guard here, folks. I think we might have caught a few off guard here. We got ourselves a short swallowing porpoise, everybody. A short swallowing porpoise. And it is swimming right along behind this big wave you see here, okay? And this wave, see, it tosses the bait fish up here and this bait shorty up here. And the bait shorter get up here, and then here comes the bait shorty porpoise to swallow up the bait shorts here. And there are just tons of them up here. There's just so full of, the water's full of them. And there'll probably be another one come along here too. The big whale of a mouth will come up. This green one comes up and it gets that mouth formation because it's swallowing all the little shorties too. They're all going to get swallowed by the porpoise. Yeah, that porpoise, it has a purpose, people. That porpoise has a purpose. Oh my God, look at that thing gapping up, folks. See that gap? Boom. Not even an envelope candlestick there, folks. Boom. Gap up. Yes, baby. So the rate cuts aren't going to happen anytime soon. I think Anthony knew that, and that's why he had the lower forward guidance. So no one would be surprised if they don't blow people out of the water, which they might do anyway. Look at this, folks. She's going to break over 689 right here. And you know how much effort they used to get that thing to 682, people? Do you know how bad they wanted to get that price back down to the same low that they had on that day that they borrowed all those shares? Did they just return them? Did they just return them? Are they returning them right now? Because they got it to that 682 where they got trapped before when they got it to 682 and they ran completely out of shares. Did they just decide then to start returning those right there? And that's why now it's climbing so much. I'm just speculating. I don't know. I know for a fact that they, on that day, when they got the price to 682, I know that they did not return $7 million right there. On the day they did it, they didn't return $7 million worth. I know this. There's when the day that they got it to 682 was 319, folks. That was the day they got SoFi's price to drop to 682. And they're showing this ridiculous. This is not when it happened. 692 didn't happen on the 20th. No, sir. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Look at that. I'm going to come over here right now. I'm going to go down here to the 20th. Here it is. March the 19th, 682. March the 19th, 682. And here they're showing this. Look at that, folks. They're showing March the 20th, a low of 692. That must be maybe the price they must have shorted it at right there, and then they got it to go on down. I don't understand this. Let me look back over here again. 682, and the next day's low was 687, March the 20th. All right. And they're showing 692. Okay, well, regardless, folks, what we do know is that on this date, when they got the 682, which was the lowest they could get it, we know that they did not return $7 million worth. And that was the price on the low that day of 319. And just days before, they had failed to return 40 million there, all right, at 771 a share. And they used those shares to run the price down and down and down and down. Then they went naked shorted another 7 million. They got to the low on that day, the 19th, of 682 is the price they got to, which is proven by what I just showed you right over here. There it is. The price, 682. And there was the date, the 19th. So I'm just making sure you understand this, folks. This number that they just had the price down to today. What was the low today? What was it? 666. Folks, this number even is still 20-something cents higher because the low below this was 641 on November 21st. So this didn't even get down to the 641 or the 445 way back in May. So they're still way off from the 445 in May, and they're still way off from the 641 in November. Now we've increased from 641 to 666. Nice. And if you weren't buying there, knowing that this is on my sheet for selling, sell at 665 and 666, 667, and buy back at 661 to 656 range. I know this says 8 here, but it applies to any digits. Forget about these numbers. This is the cents where it all lines up, folks. You got to sell at that 66. 65, 66, 67. If this price is rising to that, you must sell there and buy back lower from this number, from the 65, 66, 67, and 68, and 69. Put your sell orders there as the price is rising up. Put them in at 65, 6, 7, 8. Then you're going to sell there, folks, like they did today, the lowest they could get it. So if it's a great place to sell it when it's rising, it's a great place to buy it when it's dropping. Perfect, right? If you're going to sell it at that number for a pullback when it's rising, you're going to buy it at that number. And it's circled, folks. This is one of the biggest ones, big share amounts here. Small in here, big ones in here, okay? These are the big ones. So right there, you should be buying if the price has dropped to that price. And if it's there going up, you should be selling here 66, 67, 68, and 69. That's the way I think. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. All right. Beautiful. And somebody, I think, said a little bit earlier that we might see 688 or higher. That's what I said about an hour ago. And I like what I'm seeing right now. A nice, strong, minimal, no huge volume, no rinky, no craziness like the last few earnings. This is nice, folks. This is perfect. This is just what we want. I'm telling you, folks, this is just what we want. What the heck have I done here? Hold on a second. Somehow I got the screen by itself. There we go. Now let's get it back up here. Oh my gosh, folks. Look at what's happening here. Look at this. There she go. She gone. She gone. What did Powell say? I guarantee you we'll do a rate cut the next time around. So, folks, this is Catfish Tyler. For those of you who don't know me, louder volume, Kane Shepperly. All right, well, we'll try and turn it up here and see if this helps any. Can you hear me better now by any chance? Hey, Catfish, is a low-income swing trader under 25,000, what time do you think are best to look at Sofi for finding the low? Well, it already did hit the low today. Unfortunately, missed that opportunity at $6.66. And so to say it's a great buy here still, it is. Any price below 7. Every time this price drops below 7, Anthony Noto, the CEO of the company, buys a bunch of shares, and Vanguard buys a bunch of more, and BlackRock piles in, and all these institutions come pouring in on SoFi. You're going to see our institutional ownership keep rising just like it's been doing, folks. For those of you who are here, Poet on a run. Good. Glad to hear that. You guys know where I bought Poet earlier today. You saw where I bought Poet. 220, 229, 236. Poet. And for those of you that are the naysayers, see, you can now, the people that were here this morning, he's letting me know because that person watched me buy it today earlier. And he's going, hey, the one you bought earlier today is on a run, because I got about 25 stocks up here, so I can't keep an eye on all of them. Give me just a second. I'm going to move this over here. All right. Oh, my JAGX. Nice. We called that one, folks. See this? Double bottom this morning. Boom. Look at that. JAGX right there, folks. We took it. Look at that thing. Nice. Nice, 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 nice. So here again, we've got some guy who's talking about me being like a fake, but folks, you heard me put these numbers down. You saw me as I bought them. So whether you believe I bought them or not does not matter. Just call this hypothetical, folks. I'm just doing it on paper to practice till I can start making money like they all think. Just say that. Let's just say that none of this is real at all, and I'm just doing this for play. You write down these numbers where I bought them each day and see where they end up the next couple days, or if not just that afternoon where I sold them like I often do, because I'm a day trader. I get in and I get out. This one I'm going to sell today. I'm going to sell it today. No matter where it is, I'm going to sell it today. No matter what, I'm going to sell it today. GMM. And I can see just here, they're trying to come at it right here a little bit. But still, see, I bought this thing at $1.23, $24, $25. I'm only one position that I'm down on it right now. It looks like it's turning right now. Right here, folks. She just turned. Let me look at this close. Look at the 45 and 50 day moving average right there, folks. Look at that blue line jumping off of that gold one. Powell's speech was positive. She gone. Yep, she gone. She's gone. Oh, what a wrong. Short, she better learn how to pray. She gone. She gone. So far, like the devil to go. Don't know why. It's reality in the city. Boo. Got the shorty hanging on and sleeping. on the sidewalks. Everybody is on the memory. Oh, yeah. Oh, they could never be what Sofi would see. She gone. Oh, what have I done? Oh, they better learn how to pray. She gone. She gone. Uh-huh. They'll pay the devil to replace their money. Oh, yeah. Let's see if we can get some people in here. Zooming out now. And we're on Sofi Technologies, and she is indeed gone. Look at that, folks. Watch this thing short squeeze now. All right, folks. Listen. If you were just buying this morning, congratulations. You made the right moves. We all got lucky, and we all should say amen and thank you, Lord. That's what we should be grateful for. Thank you, Lord. And we should pray for those that are shorting this stock, that they don't suffer too bad, and that they'll give them wisdom, that they'll know that it's time to get out and throw in the cards before this thing hits 10 again, like it has done 5 times over the last year. Let them come to the understanding that it's basically a sort of destiny after they've done it 5 times in a year, that they'll do it 6 perhaps. And this could be a perfect example of that. So hopefully they don't suffer too much. And all we want to do is say, thank you, Lord, for letting us sell this stock now that we just bought recently at the low of the day, and then be able to sell this for over $10 in about 29 days from now. And I say so based on this piece of paper showing the price was at $4.45, and 29 days later here at $10.23. 9 days after that, $7.71, and 27 days later, $10.13. 9 days later here, and 3 days after that, $11.70, where we sold it that day at $11.66, $67, $68, $69. 19 days later, bought it back here and sold it here. You guys watched how many times I sold this here. For a week, they kept it at $9.18 to $8.88 to $9.18 to $8.74 to $9.18, right in that range. And man, I just did it over and over and over. Let them just work the system like they were doing it. 66 days later, though, it's at $6.41. And you know we were buying there, for sure. Right along with Anthony Noto again, right there. He bought that day, too. He bought that day, November 21st. 29 days later, boom, 10.16 again. From 6 over 10 again, people. Oh, my goodness. Dollar down, gold is up. Thank you for letting me know that. I appreciate you passing that along, Tanner's Cat. Curtis Swan, any insight on SAVE? I'll take a look at it. Yeah, Paul says, thank you, Jesus. Yep. Oh my goodness, look at her go. Who would have ever guessed this? Who would have ever guessed this? Let me see, it's best not to harbor any resentment against people that wish your company harm or your investment, and that wish to come on here and try to be bad news bears. But when things turn around, they all just disappear, folks. They'll be gone from here for sure when the price is back over 10 again, and they'll be spiteful too. Some of them will be spiteful. Curtis Swan, first time view, much appreciated. Thank you. Well, looks like things are looking good for us, folks. No more gloom and doom. Watch this thing bounce right up here, break over 713, and then go run all the way up into the eights again within 3 or 4 days. Folks, we've seen this before. If you've been on this channel with me, you've seen me track it and show you how they've done this, how they've done it all. Oh man, this is beautiful, folks. I'm loving what I'm seeing. I love what I'm seeing. And we're going to track some other things. Look at the whole thing. The Dow now, down yesterday, 450 on all this data fear, and mysteriously now up 400 points. Look at the NASDAQ. Look at the Russell. No fear anymore. It's all washed away. Poof, and poof, it was gone. All the fear just melted away. Poof, it was gone. How do you like that? Isn't that interesting? How many times have I told you guys that this to me was just looked like a washout of all it was? Every time before this GDP, just wash out weekends and make a ton off of them the next day and have them all stunned at how much they sold and got taken advantage of. Like what's going to happen right now with Sofi. Who is shorting this thing at $6.66 this morning? Raise your hand. Those of you that are here that are talking the BS, why don't you raise your hand if you shorted at 666? First time viewer, much appreciated. Curtis Swan, thank you. If you guys would do me a favor, there's 102 on this channel right now. The time is 2:48. And so let's do this. At 2:48 and 48 seconds, let's hit the like button together right here in 10 seconds. Ready? Here we go, folks. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tap that like button. There you go. Let's do it. 705 a share. What the hell? What? Oh my God. Everybody hold on. You know, yesterday my thumbnail said, is Sofi, or the day before, is it going to blow? I think she's blowing, folks. Right now, it's starting to blow right now. I think she's blowing Shorty's mind. So, there we go. And folks, by the way, this is nothing. This gain and this price right here is laughable. One day we'll all be able to show our buys at 666 a share. We'll be able to show them. And I want to thank all of you who are here who are suddenly, there's a lot of people in here in this tank because the price has taken off like Catfish said it would. And the sirens are going off, the alarm bells are going off, the price is going off, the stock chart is going off. Here's what's happening right now. Let's get over here to the 1 day. It's completely gone off the screen. I told you when I saw that 45 and 50, I said, that is a short eating porpoise. Didn't I? When it was here, I told you this was a short eating porpoise, folks, and it did. It started eating them all. And I told you, here comes the whale now. Look at its mouth forming. Look at that. I predicted this. I said, folks, this right here is going to turn into this one with a bigger gaping mouth, and it's going to swallow every freaking one of them, the whole mess of them together. Look at that thing, people. Yuck, I got to move it down again to get it on the screen. Whoa. Jet Propulsion 709. Now, folks, this would not be, in my opinion, a good place to sell at 713 this time, but I want you to know on my piece of paper, I would usually sell at that number 708. So if you got in here down in the sixes or fives, this would maybe be a place to take a little bit off the top and see if they come on back down to 697 to 701. if they don't do that here now, which they normally will do at that number, and we go beyond this, then forget about it. This thing is going, yes, darling. Hello. Hello, beautiful.
Can you come out for a little bit?
Yes, we're having a great day. This just took off. Can you come in here? Oh, dang it, man. So, now I want you to know that I was telling you that I'd be selling all these shares I bought in the 670s the other day. I told you I'd be selling them for much higher, and I was going to make some nice money off of them. So a chance to make some here, for example, now would be to sell these right here, since it was at 678 and I was buying in the 672 range, that now I'm up over 5% here on those. That's a pretty nice little gain. You won't get that kind of gain on a CD, that's for sure, at the bank, all right? And there we go, folks. 712, I would have just sold there. 712, 713, 714, and 715, folks, should be orders in place here to sell here. 712, 13, 14, 15, 16. Go on up. Even 717, because folks, they want to stop it at 713 here. I can guarantee you that. They want to stop it at 713. Now, this momentum might push it on past that, but if you just bought there, look, now you can get back. See, if you just sold at that 712, you just could have made a freaking, and it could go down now about to 704 or 702. So you'd be able to pick up after selling just then, right back down here, and then she goes right on up past the 712. So this is my game plan executed by my sheet of paper. Don't forget to like and subscribe. 712 is a 5% raise. Yes. So folks, here's the deal. Make sure you understand this, that all I'm doing day trading here is I'm just trying to put money away in small quantities into a little tin over here. It's like a jar that I just keep doing this every day. And now the next number we're going to sell, we're going to buy this now after selling at 712.13, buy it at 708 to 701 is what we're looking to do. And be very cautious. You're just buying tiny amounts at 708, because they could take it down back to 701 from that 713, people. They definitely could. Right? But there I would have just filled at 708 after I sold at 712, because I have the number on my sheet here to sell. Now again, don't pay attention to the eights that are here. Pay attention to the cents amounts. I would have sold there, and I want to buy back here 808 to 801. All right? So now I would have just filled at 707 and 708. Both of those numbers I would have caught, 707 and 708. Now, folks, listen, right now, I'm not doing it. I'm explaining it to you. I'm explaining my process. I'm not sitting here trading right now doing this. I don't have the time to do it right here. This is going to move too fast. But you could be putting in your buy orders and sell orders in at these numbers that I'm suggesting, and these merely are suggestions. I'm not telling anyone what to do. Now, that being said, it's time to get over here and maybe take some profit on other ones that might be running like crazy. So let's check them all. Oh my gosh, look at that, folks. Poet. Oh my gosh, folks. Do you know where we bought that? Oh my gosh, everyone. Whew. Very nice. Very nice indeed. What the heck? Hold on a second here. There's my back in 5 minutes sign. I knew I had it here somewhere. Hang with me a minute here. I'll be with you, folks. I'm just doing a little bit of spring cleaning here in my pile of notes. Lunchtime low. There we go. These are the ones I want right here. Perfect. I had to get these back in order here, folks. I just had to get these back in order. And I want to thank you all for being here with me today while we look at these fabulous stocks that we picked out today to hopefully make a little bit of revenue on. And we bought some today at these following numbers that we're going to show you right now. So I'm looking at Poet, and we bought Poet down here today, this morning, at these quantities, these amounts. Okay, so now we've got 500 shares of POET that we're about to sell. Okay, all right, and we got them at 220. All right, and we're selling them at 269. So here we go. We're going to go out right now. I'd like to thank you all for being here with me today, and those doubters can no doubt witness how I sell on the highs or near it, and I'm going to do it now. And they can write it down. They can see where I bought it this morning, the numbers I told everyone to buy it, and they can watch now as I sell it at this number. And I'm going to get on out of here with this. And I want to thank each and every one of you who's here with me right now. I appreciate it very much. I'm going to start selling sort of the same way I went out. I'm just going to go out 100 at a time here, because this thing could go much, much, much higher. So I'm just going to put in a 100 share order here to sell right here. Just hold on a second. And I think I like the number 276, because I think it might see 277. And then I'm going to put another one at 287 to 276 and 287. Just give me a second here, because I want to keep it all together on this paper. 2.86 and 2.87, 100 at each of those. All right. Because this thing can move fast, folks. This thing can really move fast. And then I'm just going to try a little bit here. And by the way, folks, keep in mind that I am not a financial advisor, okay? I am just an old man who's been trading for a long time, okay? And if you can just stick with me, you'll see that was one that I'm putting sell orders in now, and it's starting to pull back a little, so I'm not going to get greedy. All right, I'm not going to get greedy here. Be best off just to put in a market share. And let's just do this. And again, we've been seeing some, oh, pardon me, folks. Pardon me very much. I'm sorry that I've got a little sneeze fest going on here. Knew it was going to start climbing when I heard Catfish sing. Yeah, baby. Get out that instrument and start singing. Where are we at now? Yeah, baby. She just breaks 714. And folks, I've got to tell you, this would be a sell. I'd be selling here at 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. All right. Even 19. I'm going to go out small here. 1,000 at 713. 200 at 714. 200 at 715. 200 at 716. 200 at 717. And 200 at 718. That's what I would do here. If you bought down in those sixes, that's where I'd take some profit. I mean, keep most of your shares that you bought, but still take some shavings off the top where you know it's likely they're going to hit it. So I'm going to sell here at this high today somewhere between here and 720. Now, it could close even higher than this, folks. So you don't have to do what I'm suggesting, but watch what happens when we see them now try to pull it back from the 713 where they wanted to stop it, but it just blew past. So they want to close this thing, folks, at 713. I can assure you. My orders are just going slightly up over that because I know that they sometimes can't control it, and it gets on up there. They can't control it. And the next thing you know, it's gotten up to 719 before then they can hold it here to 713. So these are the numbers why I have them in here for sale at 717, 18, and 19. And if they get there, great. If they don't, fine. I'll catch a pullback here. And right now would be a good time. 5 cents below would be 711, and put in an order right now at 712, folks. Start your orders coming in below the price by 5 cents, because I can assure you, with this kind of move going on, there's going to be a time where they dump 1 million shares and make it drop 3 to 4 cents, maybe 5, and you can pick up 2 or 3 of them if you're following this up. If you're trailing this up right here, if you're putting your buyers buy you cannot do what I'm doing if you have less than $25,000 in your account. You can't do this. The only thing you can do if you have over less than 25,000 is you can buy at the low like you did earlier today, sell at today's high, and keep that money for 2 days in reserve to use the next time. Because what you want to be able to do is buy into a stock and sell it the same day. And the only way you can do that is with available cash. And right now it's 2 days in between the time you sell till that cash is available. All right. So just keep that in mind. It's going to be changing to 1 day soon. Very soon, it's going to change to 1 day. Listen, I'm just showing people how to day trade here. I'm not saying sell your whole amount of shares. I am only selling small increments of shares here, folks. And then I buy them back based on the history of how they manipulate it. You can just see, I just got the filling all the way up there as high as it was going to be pushed. And now they're going to bring it back. Normally on a day like this, they'll pull it back 5 or 6 cents each time where you can re-enter it. If you don't want to learn how to day trade, that's okay, but I'm explaining to people that on a day like this, historically, on this much volume and this much movement, they can pull it back only 4 or 5 cents. On days when the stock is weak with very low volume, they can attack with 1 million shares and pull the thing back 10 and 11 cents. On days when it's really weak and there's very little action going on, they can pull it back 10 to 11 cents. But on today, it's going to be a minimum of 4 and as much as 5 or 6 cents. They're going to pull it back from each of these highs as it keeps rising. I'm not saying it's going to stop here. I'm not saying it's going to stop here. I'm sorry, honey. I'll be right back, guys and gals. Okay, everybody, I am back. I'm sorry for the delay. I appreciate you hanging out with me. Just found out of what we've got. Well, I didn't just find out, but look at this price, folks. 713. Sell it. And today, I want you to be aware here in Michigan, in case you didn't know this, and you're here in Michigan, there's going to be a rally going on up near Saginaw today. And we're going to go up and say and maybe get a chance to meet and shake the hand of our future president, DJT. And that's what we are going to be doing here at 4 o'clock. We're going to jump in the vehicle and boom, we're rocketing up north of here to Saginaw, Michigan area and go here. Donald, don't forget to like and subscribe, right, everybody? We're going to be going to listen to what he has to say and look at this price. Coincidentally, everybody, see where it is now? And this is why, as I said, we're going to monitor this all day and take advantage of it until 4 o'clock. So there is your 4-cent drop from 715. What was the high, actually? Let me just see. 716. So there is your 5-cent drop that I predicted they'd have the ability to do, okay? Now, here's the deal, folks. If that's all they can get is that 5 cents right there and you picked that up just then, so what? You just bought it for 5 cents less than you sold it for, folks. And that's because this is a pattern that they do on days when it starts to run. So, folks, even if you just picked up one there, if it gets down to that 712, and it's gone now, see? They pulled it back. You could have just filled there, right there at those two numbers, just like it says on my sheet, if you sold and then bought back. And now you're not, let me explain something, folks. Some people like, we just had a listener say, hey, Cat, don't tell people to sell, that's going to hurt the price. No, we're a small, little, tiny little microcosms. We are what they call krill, or, we are just the little tiny plankton in the sea, folks. Our little sell of a few hundred shares when they're selling 1.2 million to drive it down 3 cents, 4 cents. Folks, we are not affecting the price of the stock by you and I retail selling or buying this. None of us can have an effect on that. We don't have any control over it. But what I'm here to tell you is they do, and right now it's going to be 5 or 6 cents control from each high to each low. You can either take advantage of it with me and day trade it with me like I'm doing, or you don't have to. But right now, if you can see it's at 713, you should be loading in a buy order at 711 when it's at 713. You want to come in 2 cents below. When it gets to 714, you go in at 712. When it gets to 715, you come in at 713. When it gets to as it rises, you're following at 2 cents. And every once in a while, they'll dump a bunch of shares and it'll run down. You take advantage of their manipulation. You're not falling a victim to it. You're taking advantage of it. You don't become the prey. You become the hunter, everyone, when you do it this way. You will fall victim if you buy on this 712. You don't buy there. You're down here. You're following the game. This is the game here, and we're sneaking up behind it. And every one of the weak ones that falls behind, we get. But this is a strong pack right here that's running up here. We're just catching one or two of the weak ones that fall back here, folks. That's the way I would compare it right now with my method of buying. Put in your buy orders 2 cents below this running up price. As soon as this hits 713, which it's about to do again, please, I'm saying, please listen, I'm not telling you what to do. And you guys that are the naysayers here, I don't care what you have to say. I'm going to tell what people my technique is, and you can either listen to my technique to make money, or you can not. You can just go elsewhere. You don't have to believe anything I'm saying. No one does. But folks, the reason that I've gotten a 924% increase in my channel over the last 28 days is because I'm saying something that makes sense to people. This is bottom line. People are starting to catch on. Man, I mean, you can see the prices that we bought these stocks at this morning at the lows. Every one of them, I told you what we were going to do with it. Look at Poet now. Look at Poet. Look at Poet where we bought it. 220, 229, 233, 253, 250. Look where it is. Boom. All right. I mean, JAGX, folks. Look where we bought that today. Look down here. 2103.2188, 2166, 2161, 21. Boom. Nice. And this could be across every one of them, but I'm going to show you some others, folks, that we decided to pick up earlier today. TC and an F. Right here, folks. One bottom, two bottom, triple bottom. Come on in. TC and an F. This stock was up 35%. I sold this stock yesterday at, what was it, $14.35 yesterday. I sold it at $14.35. Look at the 5 day. Look at where it was, right there. Look at the high of the day, $14.37, and I sold it that yesterday. People on this channel are with me now that watched me sell this yesterday at $14.35. I sold it in big quantities. I sold it in big chunks when it got up that high because I'm not going to be greedy. When you get greedy, you become needy. That's right, folks. When the greed kicks in, the need will soon win. Okay? You'll become needy when you get greedy. Hope you were buying sound, SOUN. Yeah, I heard you say about it and it was running, and I have sound already. And to be honest with you, you already know that I have made so much money off that dang stock so far that it doesn't matter what it does at this stage. It could drop 50% and I'd still be up mega on that stock over the last 6 months. It's been insane sound. Just incredible. Incredible. So no, I didn't accumulate any more today when it was down. I was too busy watching Sofi and doing some other things, buying poets, selling. Folks, right here, this is where I'm selling some of this POET. And I'm going to write it off as a good gain. 282. I like the number 287. I've already sold it at 277 just then, some of it. Good. I've got 286 and 287 sitting here. This is where I've got my sells on Poet now. This is the numbers where my sells are on Poet. I know that was reversed, and so that was sort of stupid, but anyway, this is where I'm going to be coming out on Poet here. 286, 287, and we'll see where it goes from there. If it goes up to 299 and breaks 3, good. I'll sell out the rest of them over that. But this looks good to me, and I'm going to not be greedy. We're going to see how high it goes. It looks good here. It looks very good to get to those numbers. 286, 287. It's on a highway to heaven. Yeah. It'll soon be up to 7. Uh-huh. Who would have guessed that Sofi would jump back up over 7? Me. Look at it, folks. This looks very good. POET. Now we're also going to jump over here and look at Sofi. Oh my goodness. And back down to 711 again. And here's where you can maybe get, I say buy, sell up there at those numbers and buy at 711 to 708. That's the number I'm looking for. So would have just filled some at 711 just then. And I'm looking to see if it'll drop even lower, 707, 11, 10, 9, and 8. You should have orders there just the same way you went out at 14, 15, 16. All right, you come in the same way. All right, your orders are in here just below here. There's 10, 7, 10. So that's one of them. Cha-ching, write that one down. You got it. Okay. Now we're going to see them try it for 708. And this is a number where when the price is rising, I sell. Then when the price is falling, I buy 708. So that's why I have orders in at 708, 9, 10, and 11 here. Because I just sold those ones up at 7, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. And now you're seeing, folks, you're witnessing my technique working in action. It did just as I predicted it would. The price ran up. It went over 713. It went beyond because of momentum. But then again, they pulled it back to the 13, which I expected. Then they took it on down, and I'm filling here. There, just filled at 709. All right, this is, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just telling this is my trading strategy right here in a nutshell. And folks, now we may see this even drop as low as 707 and then 702, 701. Nothing would surprise me having sold at the 7, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. And you can either stick with me with what I'm showing you and watch it, or you don't. So my thinking is now if we get to that 708, that'll be the bottom, a great place to buy more for the next leg up, because that's an 8-cent drop off today's high right now. You're talking almost 9 cents off the high. This is a good place, folks, 708, because you're talking on days when they have strength to attack, they can pull it down 10 cents at a time. 10 cents at a time, sometimes even 11 cents. When they've got strength, they have the ability to pull it 10 or 11. When they don't have strength on a run up, they can only pull it back 3 to 5 or 6 cents max. So right now, they're tapped out at the number they can pull it. This is on an aggressive day, 10 cents. I'm only telling you what I know from history, from trading this stock for a frickin' year and a half now, okay? And I've been here on this channel showing everybody all day long how the games have been played with the stock, how it's been manipulated, how the downgrades are always timed out when the shorts are completely out of shares to borrow, how every time when they run completely out virtually, the doggone price starts to skyrocket on them and they get those downgrades. Look at that, ran completely out of shares on this date right here. And in case you don't know what happened on that day, when they had borrowed from 10 million all the way down to only 350,000 shares left to borrow, and that's what I'm showing up here. These are shares available to borrow. And they had only 350,000 shares left on this date, June the 14th, had run the price down to here, 445, and then SoFi's price went to 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It went to 10. They were running out of shares. They were borrowing. The price was going up and up and up. 1023 on that day, June 14th, the highest this thing had been since 445 a month earlier, up 125% gain while they borrowed all these shares trying to stop it. And when that momentum was going to bowl them over, folks, what did they do on the next day, June the 15th? I'll show you what they did. I'll show you right now. There's the date. You can see it down here highlighted, June the 15th. And what did they do? They called their buddies and said, help us, please. / downgrade. And they said to them, downgrade. And they called the first one Piper Sandler. And they said, downgrade the stock, please. We're getting killed, man. We're out of shares. We can't borrow anymore to short it. The price has gone from 445 to 1023. Downgrade it. And Piper said, but we're getting ready to raise our target price. They said, go ahead, raise the target price. We'll still call it a downgrade. So sure enough, what does Piper Sandler do? Here's Piper Sandler coming out of the box. How does this sound to you, folks? Piper Sandler adjusted its rating to neutral from overweight with a price target of $8 from $6.50. They raised their target price. And then they called the next day Bank of America. They also called them, said, can you guys please downgrade this stock, Bank of America? We've got another one that's agreed to do it. And they said, well, no, we're getting ready to raise our target price. They said, we'll call it a downgrade anyway. Just do it. So they called it a downgrade, and Bank of America downgraded the company neutral to a price target of $10 from $9.50. Again, raising the price of the stock estimate price, the target price, but they're going to label that, ladies and gentlemen, a downgrade. And here, this is so laughable because Oppenheimer raised their target price so much on their quote-unquote downgrade, they didn't even bother to show you that number. So there you go, folks. You just learned a little history lesson about SoFi. On a day when they had their backs to the wall and had nothing left to resort to, they went to a tactic of attacking with 3 analysts to downgrade the stock to higher prices, and tried to label those as downgrades for everyone to fall for as downgrades when every one of them was raising their target prices. All right. How crafty of them. How slick is that, people? It just goes you, snake oil is all there is. They're running out of shares because we're buying them all. That's right. You're dang right. SoFi looks good. Hey, there it is, 706. See, just filled there. Just filled for 11, 12 cents lower than we just sold it. See, this is so predictable, people. It's so predictable. I'm telling you, I've been watching this stock so long. That's why I say sell it there at 7, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Put them in there. You guys just heard me 1 hour ago telling everyone, put your sell orders in now at 7, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19. That's exactly what I told everyone here 30 minutes ago. And the price hit a high of 718. And then we got these people here on the channel who think I'm talking BS, but I'm teaching people how to day trade, people. I'm teaching people how to hold a big, massive core of a great stock like SoFi, but trade 10% of it per day. Selling at each high and buying at each low. Sell at each new high, buy at each new low. You can either be a part of this and go, yeah, I guess this guy's got it sort of figured out. I mean, you can watch me in action. You don't have to believe anything I'm telling you. You didn't have to believe me when I said I thought that it was a good buy this morning on MGG to get in on that. You didn't have to believe me when I told you to buy this one here, Poet, this morning. I told you buy it as soon as it's out of the gate at 9:45. Look at that. Boom. There it was. 9:45. Look at it. Man, folks, this thing was down this morning like 10% when we bought it. Now it's a 12% gain here. All right. It's not just up 1.8%, folks. Don't get fooled. Not when you're buying it down here, down 10% in the morning. It isn't up 1%. So all the naysayers that come here, I got more proof for you. Let's go look at this stock that we bought this morning. Everybody bought it with me very early this morning. JAGX. What do you have to say about this one? Naysayers. We bought this morning right here. Boom. Then it hit the double bottom and I reinforced my position right there on that double bottom. The second one I said, I'm in here, and I told all of you, those that are here, just back up the video and watch. Watch to what time it was. You can see what time it was and hear what I was saying right then at that time. Listen to what I was saying at 11 o'clock or so. Right around 11. If you don't believe what I'm telling you, you don't have to believe. You can just confirm it all for yourself, folks. Confirm it. And you either believe it or you don't believe it. Okay, I'm done with that. Next, let's go see. And by the way, this stock here, JAGX, I bought this, folks, and last night I sold it at $22.70 right here in the after hours. I sold it at $22.70. Okay, I sold it at $22.70 last night, and then this morning, this is where I was buying it all back this morning, and then it's back to $22.70 again. Oh yeah, nice. Very cool. Let's go over and see how we did on TCNNF. We're looking at the 1-day chart, which we want to get to. It's down 13%. Oh, goodness gracious. Look at that. She's already starting to make her move now, folks. TCNNF. Look, I showed you this on our chart earlier. This is the 45-day blue line breaking off the 50-day right there, the gold. Just join in. I'm a believer. Thank you, Patrick Clark. Thank you. Hey, by the way, I hope as you'll join people that you'll consider also hitting the notification bell. I noticed I was looking at my stats the other day, and I see a lot of people are subscribing like mad here lately, but I'm not seeing a lot of people going for the notification bell. So do that too. That way you'll know when I come up, and that helps the channel even more. You wouldn't believe it does. And I want you to see something, everybody that's been here with me over the last year. We're going to show something here in just a second. Hold on. And I'm going to show you because I want to show you my thanks and gratitude to all of you. Okay. This is Catfish Tyler. I've been streaming on this channel now talking about Sofi for a very long time. I've been talking about the Red Sox for a very long time and about the Tigers for a very long time. There they are behind me. I'm a Red Sox fan because I grew up in Winter Haven, Florida as a child. Used to go to many Red Sox games, and my grandfather cut hair for all the players in Detroit that played for the Tigers. I've met all the old big famous ones, Al Kaline, you name it, Kurt Gibson, all these guys. I've met them back in the day when they were at their highlights and in their primes. And so I want to let you know that I'm a big fan of baseball. I'm a big fan of Clint Eastwood over here. Yeah, go ahead, man. Do you, punk? All right. All right, everybody. Now, I want you to know something else here. We are at only 328, and I think we're going to escalate. I'm looking here at this one here. I'm going to show you some stats that just cannot be believed. It is just insane, people. And so this is why I want to take just a brief break. Good Fed meetings should continue to move up soon. Oh, yeah. They didn't like this news today. Good Fed meeting. Oh my gosh, folks. Look at this, folks. We've almost gone over 6,000 subscribers now. Look at that. Whoa. 3,805 new subscribers in the last 28 days. And folks, this is just phenomenal growth, and I owe it all to you. Let's go look over at Sofi again right now. We're supposed to be talking about Sofi. Oh, she's done good, man. She's done dang good. Up 4%. Kiss it, shorts. Kiss that one right there. Yeah. Going over to my analytics. And this is one of the things I'm going to show you too, folks. This is sort of hard to believe right here. But if you look, this channel, it says it's got 979% more views than usual in the last 28 days. A 979% more views. Wow. That's all we want, man. King Kong strong. King Kong strong, everybody. And look at that. Now filling at 7:05. Folks, this is like taking candy from a baby. All you talk about is Sofi? No, man, you haven't been here very long, Michael. I got a whole crap load of shares we've made major money on the day. This is one of them, POET. We have killed it on here. We bought it this morning at 9:45 this morning, right there, baby. Boom, 231 a share. Price is at 280. And folks, this is not up 2% from where we bought it. This is up 12%. It was down 10% when we bought it there this morning. It was negative 10%. If you don't believe me, look over here. Here's the previous close at 274, and it was at 254. All right. That's 20 cents, folks, exactly, which is 10% of $2.74. And it even went all the way down here to 217, where we were buying it at 220. So, folks, this thing was even further down. It was down much further. All right. Just so you're aware of it. Wow. 274 down to 217, folks. Say 214 would be what? 60 cents. Man, oh man, 60 cents on two. That's a huge drop this morning where we bought this, folks. Congratulations. And thank you for being here with me to make money on this channel. Next. And folks, we're selling This is a sell point where you take your money and run. You're up 15%. Thank you. Wash your hands. You're out. You saw me already. I've got my sell orders in place here. 287, 288. I'm waiting to see it go right on up on one more leg to get to that number, 287, 288, which it might even hit in the after hours. I'm ready for it to. Man, this thing's been moving big time down and up, and we've taken advantage of it every time, haven't we? Next. JAGX. Look at that, folks. Boom. There's a lot of other stocks that we've been tracking here, folks. Many, 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 many other. Folks, this is what we're going to have happen one of these days here while we're on this channel. We're going to see a blast off like this right here, folks. We're going to see a blast off like that with Sofi. That's what it's going to do right there, okay? That's what it's going to do. Not what it's doing now. It's going to gap up faster than you could ever have thought. And look at that, folks. Sell at that 7, 12, or 13, and there it is. Buying back right down here, folks. I know about PLTR, Zoran. I own a lot of that shares. I had that a very long time, and I've sold it twice recently at its high and bought back lower. But I'm going to tell you right now, folks, I'm definitely going to pick up some more Sofi here, just over 7. I want to help give it some support here, so I'm going to buy it here. Just a little now. I'm not going too heavy because I know what they can do in the last half hour if they splash the close and try to get to a 697. But look at this gain, folks. Never before have we seen a gain of this much on the second day after earnings. Never. You go back and somebody prove me wrong. Anybody want to try to go back through the historical data and show me the second day after earnings that this price was up 3%? Take the challenge. Take the challenge. You will fail. It's never happened before. This is totally unprecedented what we're seeing here. All right, let me get this in here. Now, the first thing I'm going to do, because my rule says follow the price up by 2 cents, is I'm going to here at $6.99 right now. I'm going to follow it up by 2 cents, and I'm in at $6.99 going in now. And you don't have to believe me. No one has to believe that I'm buying Sofi at $6.99. No one. Don't care if you believe me or not. And then we're going to put in another one right here at $6.98. And we're going to put in one at $6.97. There we go, folks. $6.99. Say hello to Hollywood. Cha-ching. $6.97. I'll take it if you'll give it. Taking what you're giving, and I'm working for a living. Folks, if you're with me, you just sold at 7, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18. You sold at all those numbers because if you're with me as you bought in small amounts going up, and then you sell in big clusters going up at those numbers that we just did. Right? Yes. Thank you very much. And now, folks, we're going to be putting in here right now again another order at $6.99. We're at $7.01. Put in your $6.99 again right here. Put it in. But I'll keep selling options as we fluctuate. Smart. Very good. So I'm putting in now. As soon as, see, there's the 701. So $6.99 goes in right now. Now, you do not have to do what I'm telling you to do. No one here can tell me that I instructed you to do anything. These are pure suggestions, people. When it's at 701, there you go. You would have just felt like I did again at $6.99. Okay? All right. Now I want to go see how I'm doing over here, because these stocks over here, I'm not going to be holding these through the day, folks. These other ones. I'm just going to take a look. There we go. Look at that. 2288, folks. 2288. Very nice. Jaguar Health, 2288. Cha-ching. Sold. Folks, I had 5,000 shares there at that number. 5,000 shares I bought this morning. You can see them all right here where I bought those this morning. 2103, 2121, 2112, 2166. There they are. And again, you don't have to believe me. You don't have to. I don't care if you believe me or not. But sold 2288. And there's a reason that I have that number. And to be honest with you, I don't give a dang if it keeps going up. I'm happy. Folks, again, I bought this thing when it was down big this morning. They had run it way down here. Way down here. It was down like 8 or 9% when we bought this. We're up 17% again today, people day trading this thing. Take the money and run. Billy Joe and Bobby Sue it, folks. Boom, you're out. You wash your hands of it. Thank you. And you walk away with a little bit more in your money bag. All right? And then, if you want, you can buy it back again when they run it back down here to 2266 right now. Put your buy order in right now. 2266 and 2267. Go, might as well try a little bit at 2277, 78 too. Just a little bit. Yep. You're selling 1,000. Come on back with 500 here. Come on back with 500 at 2267, 2268. Put in another 500 at 2277, 78. And again, you don't have to do this. Kat, can you leave a game plan on what we're doing tomorrow in your closing comments? All right. Wow. This is phenomenal, people. Jump over to, oh my God, this is just awesome. This is awesome, people. And I'm sorry to say that because I know how much for you guys and gals, I understand. But again, this should be the part of the reason you're on this channel, because I'm trying to teach people to not become victims of the manipulation, but to learn how to take advantage of the purposeful manipulation. Sure, it says sell at 713, buy back at 697, maybe as low as 688, it says on my sheet. Folks, these numbers are here for a very good reason, and the reason you're on this channel is to hopefully learn from this experience each day and start doing the same thing. You start making money like this by selling at these known hack job numbers. 7, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. You all were here an hour ago. You heard me say it. And I had someone jump on here, Ty, tell them to stop selling. You know, they're not, the people on this channel are not having an effect on the selling of this stock right now. They're not. These are market manipulators trying to stop the bleeding here. And they've got these great prices to buy again. That's all you do is just buy more here now, because this is where you're supposed to buy. After you sold at 713, you're supposed to buy at 697. Play the game, learn how to do it, make a freaking ton. All right? And now, right back over. Let's begin the next leg up at 341. Let's just start it right on back up again right now. Game over, shorty. You gave it a heck of an effort, but for the first time in the history of this stock ever, on an earnings day, the second day after, we've gone up 3% almost. It's never happened before, people, and I'm here to show it to you. There it is. Lee Armstrong has it. The game plan is buy low, sell high. He's right. That's the game plan. Buy low, sell high. And funny thing is, they tried to wash everybody out this morning here and fake them out. She runs up here. They try to wash them out and fake them out again right here as they're borrowing, probably naked shorting, I don't know, another 40 million worth today, you think? Is that what they're doing here? Naked shorting another 40, 50 million here that they're never going to return? Dig the hole even deeper on themselves? I've already showed you where the shorts are. Here they are, right here. That's one of them. And there's the other one. There he is right there. Yep, for those who don't catch the entire day. Well, one of the things you should do already is have these sell orders in it, these numbers that I had to tell you. I've been showing to everybody for the last week where to sell and where to buy. But before I get into that, let me look at the rest of these that I made some buys on here. And by the way, I've already bought here now at $6.99, $6.98. So let me check that. And $6.97. Thank you very much. Whoever just made that happen for me, I appreciate it. Very good. I appreciate it very much. And by the way, folks, I'm not here at this stage of the game. I'm not going in for massive amounts, okay? I'm only doing 50 shares at a time. I'm not, even though I could buy massive amounts, I'm not doing it. Welcome to the pit of David Chiavarini. There he is, a lonely man in a lonely place, waiting for a lonely $2.50 price target that never came. Recently, he's had to raise his target price to $3 whole to dig himself a little out of his hole and fill back in some of the sand so he can start climbing out. But right now, that's where he is with all the other shorts. All right. Just thought I'd show you that. And there he is too, going, what the hell is happening today? Look at him. This was when times were good. When he started that hole, that was where he was in the beginning. This is May the 15th. The price was $4.45, and he thought he could dig it down deeper. But now you see where the hole is today. That doesn't look good. That hole doesn't look very good, and especially being up freaking almost 3% on 2 days after an earnings. Never heard of this. Unheard of, people. And for all of you that are on this channel right now, I see we have 111 people. Please do me a favor if you wouldn't mind. The time is 3:44, 3:45. So what I'd like to do here is ask you to do you a favor. Do me a favor. And we're going to hit this at 3:45 and 48 seconds. Let's all hit this like button together, if you wouldn't mind. There's 108 people on here now. And if you don't mind helping me out a little bit by hitting the like button here, I would appreciate it. So at 3:45 and 48 seconds, I'm asking you to please hit the like button. Now, don't hit it. You just reach out and tap it gently if you want with just your pinky. You don't need to crush it or smash it or bash it or pound it or any of that. Here we go, folks. 3:45, 5, 3, 2, 1. Hit that like button right there, 3:45 and 48 seconds. And let's see if we can get a whole bunch of more people in here and the splashing into the tank. And I love it when I see the thumb number on the likes go down, because that means there's a fish in here that doesn't belong. It's a fish from a different school, a different species. Gonna sit around in this tank and get completely consumed, by the way. And so there you are, $6.97, so predictable. Seen this movie so many times that, folks, eventually you've got to start taking advantage of the movie. You've got to start realizing this is just the way it is with this stock over and over, and you take advantage of it every time. You don't get discouraged. You don't get let down. Jared, LOL, it was me. Michael Wellner, he's not happy. Done my sell in 736, 200, 600 and cycle in thirds. There you go. Yep. Catfish, there's no shorting here. Sofi is following S&P 500. Yep. For those who don't catch the entire day after market cap prep for the next round, the game plan is buy low, sell high. Yeah, good idea, Gary Isabel. Can't you leave a game plan on what you're doing tomorrow in your closing comments? Yeah. But I'll keep selling options as we fluctuate. Good deal. Not concerned about this price action. My mindset is 20, 30. Very good, Ascension 191. You're right. PLTR. Yeah, I've got that up here on my watch list. PLTR's got my radar. I'm looking at PLTR too. Don't worry. I got it there. It's right there. PLTR. Nice. We'll take it. A gainer. Oh man, GCT. You guys, I told you this one yesterday. They had run it down, and every time they take it down 5 or 6%, it's always a good entry. And this was down 5% yesterday. I told you to write down the number of where I told you to buy in yesterday. I said, write it down. Just put it on a piece of paper and see where you'd be today. And you now see where you'd be up 6.5% today on that one. GCT. Nice. Someone asked me about this today. SNAP, don't touch this one with a 10-foot pole. Watch it tomorrow morning. We're going to look at this one, 9:45, folks. Look at this right here. This is the one-day chart. I mean, the 1-year chart. And it's at the peak where it's matched before the peaks. So I would not recommend buying it here. I told someone earlier today to sell it at 1587 and 1588. And they could have just done it right then. I told that viewer earlier to sell it here because once it gets here to this number, watch out. That's 1689. So I actually said, folks, this is one of the numbers. I thought I said 15. I said 1689 is one place you want to get out on this thing. Another one is going to be at the next level, if it goes beyond that, is there at 1705. And then your highest level that we've seen is right here to sell this one at 1670. Nope. At 1744. Sell it at 1739. Don't be greedy. Just get rid of it there. But those are numbers that are going to be resistance as this thing continues to go up, and you better be selling at those numbers there, or you'll get yourself in trouble most likely, because those have always been resistance points in the past. Just saying. You can take it or leave it, folks. You don't have to believe anything I'm telling you. NU today, very nice. Went up green today. Good. Happy to see that. NU green. These are other stocks. Someone said, all you talk about is Sofi. No, I don't. I'm on a lot of other stocks here. CRSP. I'm on a lot of other stocks. Folks, this stock just 3 months ago was $84 a share. So yeah, I'm watching it for the bottom here. 84 bucks a share, this one here. Made a nice run up today too. But folks, look at all these things, how they've been run down. Rocket Lab made a very nice move up here. Who decided at 3:08 today, who decided to try to make everything fall? Look at this time here. 3 o'clock. Look at that thing fall. Who decided there? Right here. Who's doing this at 3 o'clock on? There's a sound. Nice run. Who does this at 3 on? What's SoFi chart look like? I'm going to not be guessing that it should look just like that. And what do you know? This is why it is doing what it's doing, folks. Good to know that, right? So you don't think, oh man, this SoFi, it's not just SoFi, it's everything, folks. It's the whole market. It's the whole market, folks. It's the whole market. 693 on SoFi. Who would have thought that we'd be up 2% on the second day after an earnings report? It's never happened before, people. I challenge every one of you to go back through history and find out where this price has gone up 2% after the second day of earnings. If you don't believe what I'm saying, I'll come over here and go to the historical data thing and you can see it. I wonder how many shares they'll naked short today. Wonder how many fails to deliver we'll see. Look at that, folks. Look at that. Sofi right there hitting the 200-day moving average as we speak. Buy time. Buy time, whatever this price is. Pick it up there. This is where you get it. This is where the whales will come in. Watch these big green candlesticks that'll start to come in here, folks, at 692. Because every time they've gotten it to that 200-day, they failed to drop it below it. And they're going to do it here again. 8 minutes before the closing, they're trying to drive it down below the 200-day average, folks. Up 2%, though, totally annihilating them today. Beautiful. Yeah, they don't want you to see this chart right now. They say, no, Catfish, don't show them that. That shows them when to buy again. You're not supposed to do that. You sorry sucker. Oh, look at them. Look at it bounce. Boing. Here's where you're going to ring. We're going to ring the bell right here, folks. Ding dong, the shorts are gonna go long. This is our new Sofi song. Ding dong, the shorts go long right now. Sing song, the Sofi song. This is 'cause we're Sofi strong. Ding dong, the shorts go long right now. Watch what happens here. Sofi, it grows and grows, we know, and this is why, yo-ho, we sing the song and ring, yeah, we ring this bell, yeah, ding dong, the shorts went long, this is our new Sofi song, ding dong, the shorts went long today, yeah, there you go. Watch what happens here on this chart. Watch the shorts go long. Watch the green machine. Watch all of the green candlesticks for the next 8 out of 10. What do we got left? 6 left. Green candlesticks, folks. And the last one will be a red one to try to stop it. That's my call. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Refreshing the screen. Oh, there's 2. What do you know? Look at that. There's 2 of them, back to back. Boing, right off the 200-day. Once again, like always, folks, like a script. They're playing it just like the script should be written. Take it to the 200 at the very end of the day, and then watch it bounce off of it. Oh, I'm watching this like a hawk right now, folks. All of you that are on this channel, 110 of you right now, I want to thank you for making this channel grow like mad, for your subscriptions as of late, and I appreciate that very, very much, how many of you have subscribed to this channel. I am very grateful. I want you to know that it's insane, these analytics, when you're looking at the channel analytics, and I just want you to know, all of you, it's because of you that I have these results. Keep it up. Channel got 979% more views than in the usual last 28 days because of you people hitting that like button together at the same time. So let's hit it now at 3:56 and 48 seconds. At 3:56 and 4, well, let's just see if we can do it at 3:55 and 48 seconds. Let's see what time it is right now. Nope, 3:56. Let's do 3:56:08. In 10 seconds, let's hit it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and hit the like button right there at 3:56:08. And it will be my pleasure to keep showing you this kind of content and this kind of information, because we're flying information. Sofi Nation. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh yes, it's an infiltration, right? It's a disease that'll drop shorts to their knees. They'll all be begging, please, please stop the bleeding. But it'll be all the shorts who will be needing, my friends, and it'll all be the longs who will be eating the prime rib. Oh, yeah. She hit that line. Watch this volume: 64,228,000, 64,243,000, 20,000 shares. Happy to buy. 2% higher than yesterday's close. 64,256. 200,000 shares there. 64,418, 64,422, 423, 424, 427. We're winding down, folks. 64,437, 439, and look at the size of the buys. 64,448. Hey, we got a 692 over here, 692. Look at me, I'm 692. Everybody getting screwed. All the shorts are getting screwed. Here we are. No attitude. You gotta get rude. Everybody don't be selling. Hey, folks, 692. Now you see it's come to view. We're looking 693 for you and for me. Everybody, 693. Can you agree? It's to the plea for 693. If you get 690, that's fine. 691, consider yourself lucky. 692, man, you just made a good decision. Come on, 693, they're giving it away for free at 693. You'll see how it will be tomorrow. 7s, then 8s, then 9s. Before you know it, it's blowing people's minds. 12 and then 13, 15 and higher. And it'll be because it's everyone's desire. It'll be on fire, everybody. Spinning it out. Spin a little web. Do a little rap. I don't care, my friends. If you say I'm full of crap, if you don't believe what I've been preaching, that's okay. I'm trying to do some teaching. You don't have to be so mean. You can just watch me in action. You don't have to be negative reaction. You can just say, hey, this is chill. I like it. Or you can just pass along and head on down with another song, because you'd be wrong to think that I'd be fazed by you at all, because I'm not fazed one tiny bit. And I don't care. I'm glad of it. I'm glad that you say the things that you say to try to force others to flee, go away. But it doesn't work, you see. You're attracting more, like moths to the flame, who come right to the door, but they cannot get in. Well, many arrive, but hey, folks, I don't care. All those shorts still alive. How long can they last? How long kiss their ass? I don't know, folks. We'll see. But I'm glad you agreed that being here with me, you're going to have fun. And that's what we're here to do. Yeah, I know I'm not rhyming with fun, but I'm not done, everyone. I know you'd like me to be, but I'm not, you see, because I'm going to keep rapping. Oh, this thing looks good to me. 3:59, we're in the last minute. Fine, I can blow everyone's mind with what I'm going to say. 688 is what they want to close today, and they're going to dump 1.2 million shares to try to get it there. 688 is what they want. If you got buys at 688 and 689, you should have them there. If you don't, you should have them there for after hours, people. All right? Good till canceled plus extended hours, 688, 689. But folks, we sold it today, 7, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17, 18. We sold it all the way up there because we were smart and knew they'd probably stop letting it go any higher from that number, because they love that 19 number, 819, 919, 1019. It doesn't matter. They love that 19, folks. They love it. They're in love with it. And they've been working it from off that number over and over and over. You can learn to take advantage of this or not. It's up to you, folks. You can pull your hair out going, why didn't it stay up there? No, you can go, yeah, I sold it there and bought here tomorrow morning at 688 in the morning. All right, you can be happy about this. It's not something, this is what I'm trying to do. For every trader that's out there, I'm trying to make the daily, what can be so nerve-wracking and frustrating, become something you can all benefit from. What I'm trying to do here on this channel is convert your way of thinking that you may have had for years or decades, and start taking advantage of selling some of your core position every day at the high that you know is coming because of the history of the trading of the stock, and then you buy back in at the low. I mean, folks, how many times have we done this now? Time and time and time again, buying at these low numbers and selling at these highs, folks. We've done it over and over with the stock. I've shown you the big manipulations, the massive swings in short periods of time. We must take advantage of it the whole time that they pull it off. We've got to start being stronger, folks. We've got to start being smarter, okay? We've got to be smarter, folks. We must be. We don't have an option. We don't have a choice. We've got to be smarter. We've got to work out a plan. We've got to have a plan in place like this that says, okay, we're in the sevens now, so we're going to sell here at 712. We're going to sell at 712, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, up to 719. We're going to have sellers in place in case the momentum pushes it past the 13 and takes it up there before yanking it back down below 13 and lower. And then we're going to buy from as low as this to here or much lower as today was witness to. So we took advantage of that game plan today and we sold it. 812, 813, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 819. And we got the high of the day. And we guaranteed that we would get the high because we've seen this pattern for so long, this number to stop it at 819 or at 719 even, or at 619. If you look back over the history of it, folks, you can see on my sheets of paper massive walls at every one of those numbers, the 519s, the 619s, the 719s, over the histories of all of my trading, folks. All of these pieces of paper of literally freaking, I have how many idea here of me buying in these quantities, folks. I mean, it's just insane, folks. You have to understand, after doing this for so long, I start to learn where these resistance points are. There's a big one right here, folks, for example. You can see it's 770. I mean, there's a big one there. I mean, you can see by doing this on paper where the laws of resistance are. And this is why this paper came into existence. This is how this piece of paper came into existence, from seeing the patterns developing over and over and over, especially walls at this number, walls at that number, walls there, walls there, walls there, and walls there. Regardless of these digits, eights, be them fours, be them a $1 number, be it $17, it doesn't matter what these dollar averages are. It's these numbers that we're working with here. This is what I'm teaching people on this channel. I know it sounds crazy, but folks, today you saw how it worked. We did sell at 812 and 813 and 814, 15, 16, 17, 818, and 819. We sold it, and you heard me tell you, put your sell orders in up to 819 right now, please. Everyone that was on the channel heard me say, put in orders in increments, whatever you want to pick, at 8, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, and 19. And somebody jumped on here and said, Ty, don't tell them that. Well, it doesn't matter that they can sell up here at the high with me every day and buy back at the low now, freaking 30 cents lower than when we just sold it. I'm glad I can teach people this, people. This is for God's sakes, this is the purpose of my channel. To teach people how not to get manipulated, but to take advantage of the manipulation that we know is there. That's the purpose of this channel, is for you to realize you don't have to fall victim every day just because and sit there and hold on to a stock relentlessly until hopefully it gets back over where you bought in. Forget that ideology. Get rid of that. Get into the idea, holding the core and trading a percentage of it each day, and selling it at that high like I did this morning and buying it at the low like I did when it got down there to the low today. This is something that, folks, we can repeat every day of our lives. Every single day of our lives we can repeat this. Now, it's 4 o'clock right now, and I told you I got a mission. I want to thank you all for being here. I wish there was more I could say. The game plan for tomorrow is the stocks today that we saw run up really big. We're still going to watch all those again in the morning for places to get out. And some of them may continue to rise in the after hours. I've already told you, some of you, to have your sell orders in higher in the after hours on these, okay? Because we may see some real run-ups in the after hours. I don't know for sure. But let's go over here and see what Sofi's doing right now in the after hour, just quickly right after the closing. Congratulations, Higinio. Michael Wilner, thank you, Godspeed. Yep. SoFi is on its way back up. Oh, it sure is. Oh, and look at it in after hours, it's already risen. Huh. Already rising. Wouldn't it be nice to see this thing run up another 3 or 4% in after hours and just blow people's minds once the algorithm got kicked off? Once the algorithm's kicked off and this thing just skyrockets on them. That's what I'd love to see. But I'm telling you, folks, one of these times it could very well happen. Now let's go see how we did on Poet today. All right. So we got out on this one at the high. I told you guys where to get out at 287, 286, 287. What did the price hit today? Days range 285. Okay. So, hey, I decided to just go hold and haul and undo. I put my orders in. You saw me put them in at 286, 87. But I said we might see them in the after hours. So we're going to refresh right now and see if I was right. Did I get 286, 287 in the after hours on this? Or do I not? Where is she now? Does this thing not trade in the after hours? It might not because of its price. No, man, this thing trades in the after hours. What are they trying? All right, let's get back over here and look at some other ones we picked today. Oh, yeah. Well, you guys know how I did on this one here. Good. Selling at the high is always a good idea, folks. Selling at the high is always a very good idea. That's what you want to do if you can do it every day. That's your goal here on this channel. Sell at the high every day if you can. That's what we're trying. We endeavor to persevere, folks, is what we do. And I'm trying to get together all of these numbers here again, just for those of you that are here that don't know about it. We are here to day trade, everybody. We're day trading on a stock called SoFi and a stock called SOUN and RKLB. And we have several that we day trade and get in and get out quite often, quite frequently. And then you're on this channel and learning how to do it right now. If you want to, you don't have to, but you can if you want to. And so I'm going to go over here. I got to get on the road, folks. I want to thank you all for being here. It's time for me to flash and bash and get on out of here and crash. I want to thank you all for being here again. And we are on a channel with Catfish Tyler. So I am just going to close things out here. And I'm looking here right now. If you'll give me just a second here, we'll get these sheets. Boy, do I have a ton of them here. Holy crap. All this information, folks. All this information. And what a great day we had today. Everybody, for the first time ever, SoFi green in the after hours. I mean, in the after earnings. 2 days after earnings, and SoFi green has never been seen. I've never, ever seen it before. And now I want to quickly take a look. Did I make the right decisions today on the stocks that I bought into? Are we on tomorrow? Yes, we will be if the weather is not right. If the weather's good here and sunny, I might not show tomorrow. Just so you know. Let's go look at where we did today, all right? Let's look at some of these other ones real quick before I close out here. And I want you to know something, everyone that are here with me now. As some of you know, in the past, I've been having a little celebration at the end of the show, but found out that I can't do that anymore. I can't do that, and there'll be no nickel head anymore. Okay? That is something I can't do anymore. And so therefore, you can celebrate with me imitation style with my clear beer today. I'm having a clear beer. And for those of you that are here that throw in your occasional comments to help the chat increase, I appreciate it. I know there's a lot of people who come here with an intention to make the channel lower, but what it ends up happening is just by them making a comment, a mere comment helps the channel. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. Rab, I appreciate it. You're welcome here anytime to say whatever you want, and you can say stuff for an hour or 2 or 5. I don't care. Talk as much. The more you do, the more we make. That's the way this works, right? The longer you're here and the more ads you watch, the more I make. it's just the way it adds up. So I know adds up. All right. Gary Isabel, wow. Yep. Appreciate you, sure. Yep. Chandra, thank you, Chandra. Hey, you guys, gals, thank you. Free money, baby. That's right. Juan, salute, cat. Yes, thank you very much. Salute to you. Salute. Cheers to each and every one of you. Whatever beverage you're having, congratulations on a great day today. We had ourselves a fantastic day. I want to look at some other stocks that I did pick up today, and I'm going to make sure that I made money on them. And folks, I think that I did do very, very well on this one GMM today. I just want to see where it closed out today. So let me just look at some of these that I invested in today that I want to see if I made the right move. Well, that was certainly good. That was certainly good to sell all of that JAGX. Man, oh man, did we crank this thing out today when we bought this morning right here. I told you we were going to buy it right out of the gate when they ran it down, and we did. And so a nice gain, not 4% gain, folks. This thing was down like 9% right here, 10% earlier, and we caught it, and then off she went. So a nice gain on that of about 15% today. So congratulations, those that bought JAGX, and then those that sold it. Okay, I want to congratulate you all for that. Sold today, and you can see right there, 22.88. Nice, folks. 22.88. The thing actually hit 23.30, but I sold 22.88, and I got rid of all of my shares, and I made a very, very nice profit. Now, and you can see where it is now in the after hours. It fell back down to 22.50. So that was a very good sell on that. Cha-ching. All right, so we're completely out of that one now. We sold it. It's gone. Bought in, sold. Nice. Next, let's go look at the other one we got. POET that we bought at 220. This is where we bought this one today. POET at 220, 222.9, 223.6, 253, and 250. Let's go see how we did on those 600 shares. POET, and where did it end up? Oh my God, look at that, folks. Absolutely lovely. And I said this one could go on up in after hours, so I held off on selling it. I'm looking for a springboard up. Come on, show me something. POET in after hours. Come on. 265 down a little bit. Okay. But man, what another great one to buy there down in that number at 220s. How can you beat it? 220s, and it's at 279. A very nice gain right there. A 10% gain on that. Very sweet. That was easy. Next, we're taking another look now at a stock I bought called YOLO, and I only bought 150 shares at 422. YOLO. Let's go look at it. YOLO 422. Where is it? Oh, sound pull back. Yep. YOLO. This is a cannabis stock. Let's see if I did good. Oh, look at that, folks. Price right now at 421, and I bought it there at 422. YOLO 422. So it's already rebounded. I only got 150 shares of this thing. I wasn't too confident in it. But it was down about 6% when I bought it or so. So I figured I'd get it there. And I did get some, just a little bit. I weighed it in like I always do. Okay, so all those. And now we're going to take a look at TCNNF and see where that ended up today. TCNNF. Here we are. 10X, TCNNF. This is the only other one that I bought today when I thought it had reached the low. TCNNF. And just give me a second here. TCNNF. There it is. True Leaf Cannabis. And I told you this was up 38% yesterday. I told you I was going to buy it today. Where did I buy it? I bought this, unfortunately, at $12.08. By the way, folks, these are small increments right here. Very small increments, okay? They're not going too big. Not too much confidence in this one here. So I did not go in big, but anyway, you can see down 17% today after that raise of 38% yesterday. I told you to watch out for this one today. TCNNF. And folks, it does not trade in the after hours. So they just hammered this thing down. And we'll watch this tomorrow morning, see how it does, and see if we can get it at a low at 9:45 tomorrow. All right? TCNNF. It's going to be sitting right here next to SoFi, so I don't forget to take advantage of this dumping. All right? This is a great place to buy this again. Man, did they manipulate that thing. All right? So there you go. So not all of my picks today have been the big winners. I mean, some of them, they didn't do too well, but you guys got to remember something. I sold this stock yesterday at $14.35 a share, right? You guys remembered and watched me do it yesterday. You saw me sell that TCNNF. You watched me sell it. And those of you that were here remember and saw me do it. Because I had a feeling. Yes, indeed. All right, let me get out of here. You guys, it's been good. Been fun. Tomorrow, we're going to be looking at all these stocks again. The game plan is be watching at 9:45. Yep. And then we're going to see if we can get in on anything at the low of the day. But we're going to be cautious. We want to see not just one low and start to turn up, but a turn up, boom, the second one, and then that one, boom. That's where we're nibbling right here. We don't hit that cork when the worm's up here at this level or even here. It's got to be down here on the bottom, folks. All right? We're not getting hooked. We're not going to get hooked. We're not going to get thrown in the boat and have our heads chopped off, okay? That's for sure. And one thing I like seeing right now is SoFi up this early in the after hours. That looks good to me. That's like a beacon standing there shining out against the shorts going, too bad for what you tried today earlier. Too bad it didn't work out for you. And too bad that you shorted this thing yesterday and today at 666. Only fools rush in where the wise fare to tread. And they've I guess ENVX, someone's talking about Seamus, ENVX. All right. I wish I could stick around. I'm going to look at this one real quick, but then I'm gone. I got to get out of here. I got a place to go. All right. I got to get out of here right now. My wife is even coming to check on me here. I can hear her checking in. So I got to go. We're get ready to hit the road. ENVX up 20%. Folks, I can't tell you anything. Watch it in the morning. Do not buy it now. Don't you touch that thing right there. Buy it in the morning at 9:44. They'll shake this tree out in the morning. A good one to watch in the morning, though, at 9:45 to 10:30. This stock, ENVX. All right. Did he say no more drinking? That's right. I can't do it. And I never did drink any beers. So you got to understand, those were all O'Douls. Those were O'Douls that I was drinking. And I just want you to get the idea that I can't even give the implication that I'm drinking alcohol. I can say cheers to you while I drink a clear beer water, but that's all I can do. So that's the law. And that's the way it goes. So I guess, unfortunately, it was my stepson who I owe the credit for to tell me that I couldn't do it. Because he knows a lot of other big channel people who are big in the world of YouTube, and that's a no. I got you. Okay. Yeah, there's something to do with, he said, catfish. He said to me, he said, hey, Dad, can you tell me, do you have any alcohol in the background of your thing there up on those shelves? I said, no, it's all, no, I don't. He said, you can't have visible alcohol in a feed, in a video. So I said, oh, okay, thanks for letting me know. So there you go. I can have my SoFi brew, though. And I'm done for the day, folks. I got to get out of here. It's been fun. It's been real. And yes, it's been real fun. And I'm going to say farewell to you now. Got the camera turned around. You guys, SoFi is going to just keep going up. And write this down. ENVX at 769. ENVX 769 in after hours. Okay. and it's up 17% now, so it's already dropped 3%. All right. That's what we're looking at, ENVX. All right, in the morning, 9:45 to 10:30, we're going to be looking at that ENVX for a quick in and out, just like we're doing today. All right, quick in and outs on these things, folks. We don't stay around for long in them. You got to understand, when they make these runs like this down, they make the runs up, they make the runs down. They're really being manipulated big time, and we don't stay in them. We're just too smart for that. We get in, we take our profit, we dump it that afternoon, we wash our hands and say thank you very much. All right? That's the way the game is played, and that's how you make a lot of money, folks. I wish I could say anything more, but that's all I need to say. That's all I've been trying to tell you guys for the longest time, is when we need some of these stocks that are manipulated, we get in and we get out. And I want you to see, today, we bought this one at the right time. Look what they did to it. Wow. Look at that RCAT, folks. RCAT. And I took RCAT at 140 a share. RCAT, picked it up right there, 140 a share. Nice. Cha-ching. Everybody, I'm done. You guys have a good one. We'll talk to you. Why you, we'll see you, A-side. Bro, Sofi. No, you haven't been cost anything unless you sold. You should have never sold. This thing's about to go back over 10. Go back and figure out why by looking at all the charts and everything I discussed today, and you'll pick it out. You'll figure it out, A-side. And by the way, now, since you said that a rule that I don't like, you're gone forever from this channel. So goodbyes and see you later. And you should have known, because I tell people nothing I can tell you is guaranteed. The only guarantee that I have for you at all is that there are absolutely no guarantees, none. And I tell people that over and over and over in this stock market today. There are zero guarantees. Trust no one. Don't invest unless you do your own due diligence and you figure this out strong. All right, there are no guarantees. So A-side, thank you for adding to the chat rate and building up the channel. I appreciate it. You've put in 10 or 12 now, so thank you. And now you're completely gone, as well as Olivia. So thank you all for adding to the chat rate and getting me more circulation of my channel this afternoon. But both of you are going to be eliminated for good. So goodbye and have a good one. And you too, A-side, goodbye and have a good one. You are the weakest link. Yep. Bye-bye. There you go. Very nice. TJ Nice, welcome. And I wish I could stick around longer, but I got to go. I'm going to go support our candidate, DJT, right now. I'm out here, folks. I'm going to go hang out with a bunch of loving people that love this country and care about where we're headed in this world. You got it, man. Donald J. Trump. He's going to be up there in Michigan, just an hour north of me. Get on up there near Saginaw and go check him out. Go support the man. All right, here we go. I'm out of here. You guys have a good one. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Adios, amigos. I'm gone.